started.
I just want to let you know on item 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, not taking my.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. We have quorum, and may I ask folks to take a seat? I am now calling the meeting 19 to order, and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is held by video conference and in person at the City Hall in Committee Room number 1. This meeting is also live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at the meeting today, please listen for me to call your name, and I will call the speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speaker box for today's meeting. Members, I'm sure you know where you can find the agenda at the portal. Staff's available. Are there any declaration of interests under the Municipal Conflict Interest Act? Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of November 5th, 2024? Councillor Ainsley, all those in favor, opposed, carried. We are going to run through the agenda. And, okay. Item 1 have speakers, item 2 have speakers, item 3 have speakers, item 4 have, these are deputants. Item 4 have a lot of deputants. Item 5 has a deputant, item 6 have deputants. We are moving, item 7 is, Toronto membership of Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Councillor Ainsley, do you have any motions?
I'm happy to move it, and I also have an amendment.
Okay, do you want to quickly do that? Yep.
The Executive Committee requests the City Clerk to canvass members of Council for their interest in serving on the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Board of Directors and report the results of the canvass to the December 16, 2024 meeting of the Striking Committee.
Excellent. We are back to joining AMO. All right. Okay, some of you are happy with that. All right. All those in favor of that amendment, approved, carry, thank you. The main item, all those in favor, as amended, carry, thank you. 15 years, yes. Good things takes time. I have tax-supported operating capital spending authorities, 19.8. Going once, twice. All the Councillor Carroll moved the amendment.
I'm just going to hold that because
okay.
I think we were doing an amendment there on something.
All right, Councillor
with the CFO. Thank you.
Is holding that one. 19.9 interim water wastewater rates. Anyone? Councillor Carroll, would you mind moving the recommendation in front of us?
So moved.
All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. Solid Waste Management Service rates and fees.
Same. So moved.
Okay. All those in favor, approved, carry. Just 1 second on that one. We're looking to see whether the folks can help people to get a smaller bin because some of the seniors may not need big bins. We have a motion, like just, before we move that, let me just hold it for 1 minute there. We'll come back to that one, okay? So Chow is holding 10. 11, investment report, 6 months period ending June 30th. There's some good news in there. Councillor Carroll, all those in favor? Approved, carry. Capital variance report. Anyone? Councillor Carroll, you're going to move the variance report also? Thank. Wow, yes. Item 13, operating variance. I have an amendment that is in front of you. Basically, what it does is there's a little bit of room in there for us to help 8,000 kids get some food in their tummy in schools coming January. As you know, that the feds in the province later on is going to put in some dollars, but that's later on. But if kids are hungry now, let's go forward with it. So that is the motion that basically said, let us do that now. It's a little Christmas present. Councillor Carroll are good with that too. So all those in favor of the motion, thank you so very, very much. Approved. Thank you. Item as amended.
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll, great, thank you. Carry. Reserve fund balance. Any of you want to hold that? We have good reserve funds. Okay.
So moved.
That's a lot of water you're drinking, Councillor Deputy Mayor. Okay. Councillor Carroll
Yeah,
moved that. All those in favor? Approved, carry. Defer revenue report, another one. We're good with the recommendation. Councillor Carroll, may I trouble you again? Thank you. All those in favor, carry. Development charges. We are good with that. Activity and balance, okay? Yep. All those in favor, approved, carry. Arena boards, settlement for operating rents. North York Memorial Arena, is that Deputy Mayor Cole's area? Yeah. Okay, you're gonna move that?
I'll move the arenas, yes.
Okay, all those in favor, approved, carry. Social procurement policy, I think we have speakers. Thank you. We're back to speakers on 19. Have a speaker. 19. I'm just going to hold that for a second because they're both about procurement.
Thank you.
Okay. And St. Lawrence Center for the Arts. Councillor Carroll, you have a motion?
I don't think the motion is quite ready. Yeah.
Okay. I put your name on that to hold. Okay. Item 21, have a speaker. Item 22, Basin Street. Madame Fletcher, would you like to move that ground?
Yes, I would.
Okay, I think you've been working on this file for a while.
I have.
Yes, this is 29 Basin Street. What's wrong? Nothing? Okay.
Actually, just going to hold that for 1 second because
Okay.
I need to make sure Bichette is on there.
Okay.
Yep.
Councillor Fletcher is holding 23. Consolidated Human Resource Management and Ethical Framework 24.
I thought you were holding 22. She's on 22. We need to deal with 23.
Oh, sorry. 22 is being held by Fletcher. I jumped ahead. In-kind ACIFO donations. We always welcome donations. Councillor Ainsley, with gratitude. All those in favor? Approved, carry. That is to accept donations for Toronto Archives. Item 24, Consolidated Human Resources Management and Ethical Framework for Members' Staff. Okay. Councillor Ainsley is holding that. Updating the Code of Conduct for Public Members of City Council's advisory bodies. That is 1925. There is a speaker.
I also have a motion that.
You also have a motion. There's a speaker anyway, so we're going to hold that.
You.
Gill Park. Councillor Carroll, you may have a motion
Yeah.
on that one?
Yeah, sorry, there are other speakers?
There are speaker, pardon me.
Oh, okay,
There's two
that'll give me a
speakers.
chance to
Okay,
explain.
never
Thank
mind.
you. Okay.
19.27, 311, Framework for Reporting and Dashboard. There's an update in that. Anyone want to hold? Councillor Fletcher want to hold that? 28, Listening to Toronto. There is a survey that's done by our city manager. There are any questions about it? Anyone wants to hold it? Councillor
Just hold
Carroll?
that for now.
Yep.
I just have so I'll ask my questions offline if I can.
28 is being held. Am I missing anything else? Nope. Okay. I'm going to move the agenda a little bit because I noticed that 19.3 and 19.4 has a large number of speakers. I'm going to try to get some of the items quicker, okay? So I'm going to put that onto the afternoon because there's many items that we can do in the morning. So those of you that are coming in to speak about the driver wages in the vehicle for hired industry, which is 19.3, and 19.4, review of the vehicle for hired bylaw and industry. We will be dealing with this item after lunch. My apologies for that because, okay. Okay.
Get us here under false pretenses and then you make us wait. Shame on you.
There,
I remember when you were under.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Where is this?
sorry, there are just a lot of speakers. There are,
Sorry. Where
there's
is,
26 items in front of us, so I'm just trying to facilitate some conversation. Folks can have a coffee elsewhere, and we'll come back to you. I'm just, those that have one or two speakers, we're going to try to get all of that done. The waterfront revitalization, 19.2. There are some conversations that is happening right now. So my apologies. If it's okay, we're going to deal with that as the first item after lunch, okay? That is, so have the morning, take your time. I just want to be really clear about that. We didn't know, just so people know, we didn't know how many speakers there are on each of the items. So it's very difficult for me as the chair of the committee to designate time for each of the item until we see the speakers list. That's why we are doing what we're doing. In future, maybe we can do it better. If there's an item that have a lot of speakers, we'll try to, the day before, designate it and tell people to come a bit later. But we'll do better, okay? But let us then, so we'll deal with that right after lunch, and then we can then move and get 156. There's a whole bunch of items that only have one speaker. Let's just clear all of that out.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
McCarthy?
I just want to confirm, I think we're at 54 speakers.
We are at, how many speakers? 54 speakers. So I'm glad thank you for counting it.
At least. I'm happy to move 3 minutes. I don't know if there's committee support, but I'll move that.
Folks, I need your attention. Are folks okay? Deputations is 3 minutes. Okay? I see no other speaker. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? Carried. Okay? Thank you, Councillor. 3 minutes it is. First item, 19.1. We have Mark Richardson and Peter Martin. Let's start with Mark Richardson. This is this is the strengthening the City of Toronto's housing development capacity to deliver housing faster. Mark Richardson, are you here? I do not see Mark Richardson here. That's Peter Martin, are you here? Mr. Martin, would you like me to hold this item and wait for Mark Richardson? Yes, okay. I will then, all right, that's what I would do. I'll come back to you. Toronto Rail Path Extension Cost Estimate Peer Review. One speaker, Hamish Wilson, 19.5. Hamish Wilson, are you here? We're going to move on this item, folks. Okay, I see the speakers are not here. Anybody want to speak on this item? West Toronto Rail Path Extension Cost Estimate Peer Review. Seeing none, is Councillor Bravo here? It's in Councillor Bravo's right ward. Did we just lose quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we still have quorum. May I have someone to move the motion of 19.5? Okay, Julian A. Jason Ward. Councillor Perks, move that. All those in favor of the recommendations in front of you, opposed, carry. Thank you. I'm just going to clear one more. Social procurement policy is Rosemary Powell here. Rosemary, would you like to come and speak? This is 19.8, Social Procurement Policy Review.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, everyone. With the adoption of the Social Procurement Policy and Program in 2017, the Toronto Community Benefits Network and our member organizations, we've continuously advocated for the city to review, enhance, and improve the policy and program, recognizing this as an important municipal lever to drive inclusive economic development in Toronto. So we thank City staff of Toronto, Purchasing and Materials Management Division for their continued engagement with key stakeholders, including the TCBN, and in developing of the policy and program improvements outlined in the staff report today. We would like to thank the Community Benefits Unit in the Social Development, Finance, and Administrative Division for their collaboration, expertise, guidance, and support in the program development and implementation. This collaboration is ever more critical as the city embarks on significant capital investments and important city building projects like FIFA 2026, the Gardiner Expressway refurbishment, and the new Etobicoke Civic Center. Now, the social procurement policy definitely needs some clarity. What we've seen is that the program has been implemented to its full, has not been implemented, sorry, to its full potential as it was intended by the city policy. For example, the policy states the requirement that the successful supplier makes the agreed upon plan for workforce development available to the public as directed by the Chief Procurement Officer. This has not been done. And so what we would like to see is that the city really focus now on convening the key stakeholders, including relevant city leadership, to develop immediate solutions to the existing barriers. And we've prepared an actual letter that is on file that we'd love for you to be able to review in depth. And I'm just gonna share some of the high-level issues that we see with the current social procurement policy and how they could be improved. Currently, there are no compliance measures that are in place, including any penalties or bonuses as appropriate for those not meeting or surpassing the targets or the commitment by meeting the social procurement objectives. And this really needs to change. We want to see that there is a weighted scoring and evaluation criteria when reviewing bids and proposals that should include minimum targets. But even when there are minimum targets, like the 10% of all trade or craft working hours that are required for social procurement, this also is not being implemented. And basically what we see is that these become confidential information that the community is unable to know about prior to the bid. After the bid has been submitted, we're still asking questions in terms of what has been the agreement with the general contractor. And so community benefits and social procurement is a public policy and should be made transparent. So these are some of the issues that we'd like to see. Key collaborators, like for example, the unions. The city has collective agreements that we need to uphold.
Rosemary, may I trouble you to wrap up? We've changed it to 3 minutes. We
3 minutes,
apologize.
understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Wrap up, summarize.
I will, thank you, Mayor. In general, there are existing policies in place that really needs to be bolstered. We've provided some recommendations and they're in the letters here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilor Bravo, you have questions.
Mayor, thanks for your deputation, and I read the letter that you submitted, which provides more details. I just have a couple of questions. I know that you participated in the work of the action plan for Toronto's economy, and then the convening and the conversations that led to the adoption at committee of the Inclusive Economic Development Framework. Do you see these things talking to each other, given that one of the key city levers identified in the Inclusive Economic Development Framework was procurement?
Absolutely. These are policies that the city has in place. We've appreciated the Toronto Action Plan for the economy and the new process that is going to be established over the next year to make sure that there is an inclusive economic development framework that is developed. And these are absolutely tied and an opportunity for us to improve the social procurement policy.
Thank you. And so you're saying we have some good policy that we need to start implementing, and then there's some questions in relation to how to make the commitments around delivering in a material way more concrete going forward?
Absolutely. And you know, it's important that we have all the key stakeholders at the table. That's been the issue, making sure that community's voice is central to all of this. But we need to make sure that the unions are actively involved in the process because they have a huge, they influence the workplace and how the collaboration between the general contractors, the union, the client owner, like the city, will be able to have. So all key stakeholders, including community, really needs to be at the table. And this convening process over the next year should be able to help with that, yes.
Great. And from a kind of priority perspective, it seems that you're identifying the workforce opportunities in relation to ensuring equity and access to workforce development opportunities as a priority?
Absolutely. Workforce development is a priority, but also social procurement. The city has taken a commitment, for example, to ensuring that there is a 7.5% increase of Black businesses within the city's social procurement policy, and that simply has not happened over the years. How do we make sure that the policies that we've put on the books actually gets implemented? And so we need to come together to make sure that we're creating intentional processes and building the necessary relationships and using the necessary city levers to actually make it happen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Fletcher?
Thank you. Just a sec. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, this is a procurement policy, but a review of this. Sometimes we just review things at the city level. I mean, internal to the city and its procurement policy. Are you suggesting as well that TTC, Toronto Hydro, all of the big spenders, because we have a lot of big spenders, should come under that same policy?
Absolutely. It's really, you know, what we continue to see in Toronto is this divide between the rich and the poor. And it just continues to be exasperated. And the city has incredible lever. The city has the financial resources based on, you know, just the investment of taxpayers and our property taxes and all of that. And so, yes, these different departments really need to be brought under the umbrella of the social procurement policy to make sure that they're looking at social procurement and that they're looking at workforce development that would include everyone, so that Black, Indigenous, racialized peoples stop, that they continue, that they get to be included in these economic opportunities.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And is there some way that you think that needs to be more formally done through the boards? Because everybody has their own board. So TTC has its own board, Toronto Community Housing has its own board, Toronto Hydro has its own board, and the city, of course, can direct. But you might think that it would be more effective if those boards actually have those conversations themselves, rather than city council saying, go and do it. What do you think the best way to achieve that would be?
The community benefits program, and we have a community benefits unit that has been doing really great work in trying to build those relationships across departments. How do we make sure that they're able to get the support from these different departments, that they also, so that the community benefits unit isn't isolated in their, you know, in their corner as a social program, but it's really an economic program. And so all these different departments, and if that's the appropriate way through their boards, to be able to make sure that there is community benefits and social procurement policies that are developed and implemented, and that there's coordination around all these different departments. I mean, that's going to be really essential, right? Because right now, it's what we're seeing is that it's not working. It's siloed. We have some you know, policies on the books, but it's absolutely not being implemented the way that it was intended. So all these city departments, all the city leadership really need to come together and figure it out.
Yes, but those corporations are under a board of directors. So have you considered actually sending a letter or
suggestion?
in touch with the chair of the board around social procurement? Because there's a lot of size matters, and the city buys a lot. All of these that I'm speaking about buy a tremendous amount. They build a tremendous amount. We're thinking about Hydro, Toronto Community Housing, and TTC, that for this issue to not always be coming from City Council, but to come from the ground up and perhaps initiate those conversations somehow at those boards of directors.
It would be wonderful for them to demonstrate that kind of leadership, but I think also the direction definitely needs to come from the city, from council, for them to be able to do this. Because as community, we can, we can ask all we want, but if we don't have the lever, if we don't have the support of City Council to be able to do this, it's simply not going to happen. For example, the city is signatory to 9 collective agreements with different unions, and 2 unions did take a responsibility through a memorandum of understanding to implement the city's community benefits program. That work needs to happen in terms of rolling that out, because it's not necessarily happening. The city manager could send a letter to, as they're going into collective bargaining, for example, starting January, really demanding that the issue of community benefits and social procurement, especially community benefits, be a part of their negotiation process. Community doesn't have any hand or leverage with that. Really, it's going to have to come from city council. It's going to have to come from the city manager. But community will absolutely play our role. And I love the idea of, preparing a letter from community to these different boards for them to be able to take up these questions and look at these policies, and we will do so.
We're over 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. On that item, recommendations. Anyone moving the recommendations? Councillor Bravo?
I have a couple quick
You need to
questions of
speak.
staff.
There's some questions.
Are the question to staff, anyone? Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking here. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of the quick suggestions from the deputant here around convening stakeholders on this issue, and I wondered if anybody could speak to me about whether there's any plans to do that.
Committee room two.
Excuse me, through the chair. So first of all, as part of our program review, we actually did involve stakeholders, specifically the different agencies boards, to find out what they were doing, because again, they will each have their own policy.
Right.
So we've started from that phase. Next phase, as part of our recommendation, we will be continuing that engagement to set up, again, more defined definitions, looking at how targets are set up and et cetera. But again, they will be involving both community and other Toronto agencies to see how we can do that. So that will include, again, the TTC, Hydro, and everyone else.
And others like the Toronto Community Benefits Network?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. That sounds great, and it always, as we know, working through some of our challenges gap areas, implementation is always good to have those most impacted. My second question was just around the transparency piece. Is there any thinking going into how we can be more transparent in showing how we are succeeding in some of these goals around social procurement? Is there an opportunity for a dashboard down the road? How are we thinking about sharing these these pieces of progress along the way?
Yeah. Again, through the chair and councillor, you're reading our minds. We will be making a dashboard public in 2025. Again, we do have an issue with what data can be provided and published, just because, again, there are some legal implications behind it, but we will be making what we can available upfront. And as we work throughout the next year with legal to see what can be gathered and released additionally.
Wonderful. Really good. And then the last one I just wanted to hit on was around the conversation with our agency partners and other boards and divisions of the City of Toronto. Is it an undertaking that staff can do as you continue those conversations to share our most up-to-date policy and encourage their boards to be taking this under consideration as they develop their own policies?
It's definitely something that we can keep doing. Again, we have a number of contacts and just groups that are organized as part of our general procurement processes. So that can definitely be encouraged, and we can continue to bulk up on that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Councillor Bravo, question to the staff?
Thank you. I'll just follow up with a couple of questions. So one of the dimensions that's being raised here is around targets and the need to also have compliance measures. Would you agree that we have to do more work to understand how to ensure that we have the templates that we're using, the way that we're setting up the process so that it's legally sound and also effective, that there's more work to do, and that will require an investment of thinking, time, energy, and looking jurisdictionally across the globe where this work is done better than in Toronto and frankly in Ontario?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely, I would agree with your statements. There is more work that needs to be done to evaluate what targets can be set, how they're set. Again, we want meaningful targets and targets that bring us to a better place and that are still realistic while still pushing the boundaries a little bit.
And the compliance means have always confounded people that want to make sure that we're binding suppliers to the commitments that are made. Is it accurate to say we're still examining ways to ensure that we find the correct legally supportable and effective levers to ensure compliance with the conditions in the supplier agreement?
Correct, we are. It's a very delicate field when it comes to supplier management, so we are still working on that with legal.
And my last question is concerned with the important issue raised by Toronto Community Benefits Network in relation to working with unions. In order, one of the practices that is being used, for example, by C Infrastructure Benefits, is to have what they call community benefits agreements, but are in fact project labor agreements. Is it accurate to say that we haven't been using these levers in Ontario, and that it will take some work to continue to talk to the apprenticeable trades about how to ensure that when we are setting targets that we're bringing through forward into construction hours a particular list of people that are a priority for inclusion in, for example, in construction projects?
Yes, that is correct. A lot more work needs to be done with our partners, again, organization, unions, to ensure the best success.
And so the table that you'll be convening would have in mind the community interface that groups like Toronto Community Benefits Network recommends, the leadership in unions specifically, even though they are part of the TCBN, some of them, and also maybe some expertise that will be able to, even outside of the city, to be able to advise on, for example, how Scotland manages to do this work so well, the city of Glasgow, and all of the kind of legal impediments that they've been able to overcome to unlock a lot of value for community wealth building?
Yes, that is correct. Again, this is why a lot more engagement needs to happen, which is why we're coming today with updates and recommendations, but we'll be coming forward with further updates as we dig deep into these conversations with different organizations.
Thank you very much. I look forward to that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a few questions online.
Yep,
Sorry.
yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. My question is also related to targets. Having these numbers in the report really helps us form a baseline. Can you speak a little bit to how you are currently using the targets that exist?
So again, currently we are using targets as part of our solicitations, as well as other areas such as workforce development over 50 million, for contracts that are over 2 years, over 5 million. That's how we're setting our targets, and this is how they're being used. Again, they're not set in a lot of our RFPs just because we find it's best to develop them with the partners that we're working with. So again, as noted, currently we don't publish these. We do have a bit of an issue also with making the community benefit targets public in certain cases because they are part of the legal agreement, which are confidential. So that's, again, something that we're going to be looking at and working on. But I can say that, again, currently we are working on publishing those in 2025.
Okay, thank you. And just my my second question is on workforce development. And I see that you've put your priorities on over 2-year contracts of a minimum value. And has there been work on looking at workforce development opportunities across contracts with the same supplier where specific contracts may not meet the criteria?
So that comes down to a bit of an issue of capacity. We're already trying to input as many contracts as possible. If we had more capacity, it could be something that we could expand on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions to staff? If not, Councillor Bravo want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that this report outlines a lot of the pieces that are going to come later. There's a lot of work to be done, and I think we have good news here. We have willing, expert community partners which I would say Toronto Community Benefits Network was consulted by BC Infrastructure Benefits at the beginning. We've got a lot of expertise in Toronto that's authentically springing from community and speaks for community in a really meaningful way, so that's great. We have willing and expert union partners around the workforce development pieces where it comes to construction. And we have an opportunity here to align our city building objectives to reduce poverty, to create wealth in communities, to open up access to good jobs, and to make a more fair local economy that benefits everyone. So I think these are all important things. We've had a massive success in the City of Toronto with the adoption of the Woodbine Casino Community Benefits Agreement in 2018, which is a massive victory, and it's a gold standard for, and frankly, in Canada around this. There's more work to be done to define diversity supplier. There's more work to be done to understand how to set targets, how to make them meaningful, how to make them transparent and reportable. There's more work to be done around how to use the correct levers, legal levers, to ensure compliance with suppliers. And I think that we have to ensure that we're looking far and wide and looking at, talking to academics who are experts who are in Toronto and abroad, and really allow the public service and this table that will be created with the experts in community and labor and others to understand what are the ways that we need to instruct and ask the legal questions and instruct to get to the answers, to get to the yes, because we need to get to yes. We buy the services to build, we buy goods, and this is a lot of value that we cannot afford to leave on the table in Canada's most unequal city. We're a wealthy city with a lot of opportunity, and this is a crucial way that we're going to lift people out of poverty and into a good life with a good job. I think it's really important to also note what Councillor Fletcher talked about. Agencies of the city have their own boards, but if we can find alignment, now we're unlocking massive value. And I think a corporation like Toronto Community Housing, we have like double, triple a win in a place like that, and with TTC and other places. So I think that we're looking here at a really important path forward, and I'm looking forward to the work to come.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. This is, I'd say, really an exciting opportunity because we're really making that commitment to use our size and our power to make a difference. Size does matter. When we look at the total procurement dollars of not just the city, but of all of the agencies, boards, and commissions, it outshines absolutely everything. And we have this opportunity to, in a gentle, smart way, make sure those dollars are working for everybody and that our policies are working for everybody. I just look at matching up, and I thank Ms. Powell for being here and the work of Toronto Community Benefits Network, because they have shone a light on this issue for years and years and years to say size matters. You've got a $15 billion contract in one section of the transit, which is the Ontario line. It's probably going to be more than $15 billion by the time we're finished. Is that spending working for the community? Is that spending working for people that need to move up, get a leg up, be helped in their life? I think everybody's very concerned about the fact that of affordability and of work, and people that are in the low income, particularly, let's say, people that are low-income people living in Toronto Community Housing and our very own housing company, how do they get ahead? Who looks after that part of their life? Not just the lights, not just cleaning the halls, not just the building being in good repair, but the fact that we have a chance to change people's lives through our procurement policy and through the approach of the city to say, we're going to bring everybody along with our billions of dollars of spending. It's such an exciting opportunity. And we haven't really made enough use of that over a number of years. And I'm very happy to see this here today. And I'm very happy to see this under you, Madam Mayor, because that is one of the values that you have. Bring everybody along. Feed every child. Give everybody a chance. This is the policy that gives everybody a chance. And when I asked Ms. Powell, what about our ABCs? Yes, City Council will say to the ABCs, here's what you're supposed to do, but they get a lot of instructions, let's say, from us. It's the boards of directors, and we have our chair here for TTC, so I know he's been listening really, really carefully. We have leaders that can say it's time to discuss this policy. And earlier today, I had a meeting with the CEO of Toronto Community Housing, looking at how even at Toronto Community Housing, are we taking advantage of the spending, of the hiring opportunities to bring tenants into the mix? So I think that this is the moment to be thinking about everybody when we're using our dollars, that nobody's left behind, nobody's left with their nose on the glass, watching others be trained, be hired. I want to just commend the Toronto Fire Service one more time. It's a little bit off topic, but through our committee with Chair Bravo, we have a program where Toronto Fire will be recruiting and hiring 15 Toronto Community Housing residents as firefighters. So bravo, that should be happening in every single one of the agencies. Every single time we have a chance to do that and we're recruiting, let's make sure everybody has a chance and gets lifted up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other speaker, Councilor Bravo, you move the amendments, the recommendation in front of us, okay? Or Councilor Fletcher, who wants to move the motion?
I'll move. Oh,
okay, Councilor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. The next item, music school. Yes.
Madam Chair, I just wanted, because I know you're trying to sort of clear the decks. Yeah. And I held 20 because there was a motion coming. And I see there.
Which one is it? Number?
Item 20, St. Lawrence Center for the Arts.
Yep.
Because I see there are people here for that item, and I don't want to hold them.
Is it? I don't see any. No, I do not.
They're
no speaker
to observe. Let's put it that way. The quick point I wanted to make was this: the motion that is being moved, as it turns out, it needs to be moved by council, not executive. Is that changed? Okay.
Why don't I hold on to
New
this?
information.
You folks checked it out. And the next item in front of me is 19.21. Proposed land lease with the Community Music School of Toronto at 1785 Finch Avenue West. Richard Marcella, Executive Director of Community Music Schools of Toronto. You have 3 minutes, so
Ready.
Since there are two of you, maybe we'll share a bit of time. Go for it.
We'll take the minutes, yes. Thank you, Your Worship, and the Executive Committee for allowing us this opportunity to present this morning. My name is Richard Marcella. I'm the Executive Director at Community Music Schools of Toronto, where for the past 25 years we've been offering free after-school music lessons to students in a number of areas of the city. About 15 years ago, we expanded our work out from our original home as the Regent Park School of Music and began to offer programs in the Jane Finch community. Since that time, we have operated lease to lease from church basements, and most recently we're in 2 portables in a parking lot. Over the last 25 years, we've been a pillar in the Regent Park community, helping children and youth find their voices and become creative community leaders in their own right. We dream big with our students, and I'm so honored to be here with you today to thank you for continuing to support our vision to build a new state-of-the-art, purpose-built music school in Jane Finch. When Councillor Perruzza took a tour of our main site at the Daniel Spectrum in Regent Park, he expressed his desire to help support us in building a similar permanent music school in his riding. And since then, we secured a transformative private gift of $6 million to help us realize this goal. The committee's approval of the ground lease before you today will bring us one significant step closer to bringing the Helen Carswell School of Music at Jane Finch to life in the near term. I will turn it over to my colleague and long-term board member of the CMST Board of Directors, Jesse Mighton.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Executive Council members. Your Worship, members of the Executive Committee, the proposed ground lease presented for your approval today represents a significant milestone for the Helen Carswell School of Music at Jane Finch. The project is a 5,600 square foot building to be constructed adjacent to the Yorkwoods Library, providing classrooms, performance space, and administrative areas that's going to turbocharge CMST's growth in the Jane Finch community. The ground lease establishes the legal framework for the construction and operation of the project and is the culmination of a lot of hard work on the part of CMST and our consultants and advisors, and reflects the hard work and dedication of city staff, including from commercial real estate, legal, and planning departments. We thank the staff who have helped us move the file forward towards today's approval motion, in particular, Alison Folisea from commercial real estate team, whose vision and practical approach have been essential. We'd also like to thank Councillor Perruzza and Mayor Chow for their leadership in shepherding this file through the city's approval process and allowing us the opportunity to depute before you today. On behalf of CMST, we thank the Executive Committee for its attention to this project, and pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Those of you that have missed a concert at Danube Spectrum, it was spectacular. Thank you for your hard work. Councillor Fletcher has a question. And I know Councillor Perruzza have just stopped his car and want to, do you have questions or you want to the deputants? Councillor Fletcher, do you have questions to the deputants?
I don't know if Councillor Perruzza has questions or he's just here to speak to this great initiative.
Councillor Perruzza, do you have questions to the deputants? I will definitely put you to speak.
No, I do not have any questions, but I would like to say a couple of words.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hang tight.
I just
to you in a minute. Councillor Fletcher, question to the deputants?
Thank you. Would you just be able to tell us a little bit more about the model, because your model was the Regent Park School of Music, which was set up through the revitalization of Regent Park. It was one of the components, as I understand, important cultural component, and it seems to me that this new school that you're going to set up is also part of that plan for the north part of the city. But can you just tell us a little bit about your model and how transformative it is and how you worked with the Toronto Community Housing community? You heard me earlier talking about Toronto Community Housing.
Yep.
How did you do that to transform the lives of these kids?
Well, we're reaching about 550 students every week in the Regent Park neighborhood and doing the with free music lessons. So the curriculum is broad-based and it follows their voice and what they want to learn. So it's a little bit off the beaten track of Royal Conservatory model, as an example, and we work with those who need our support the most. So it's completely free since the pandemic. It used to be highly subsidized when we started in 1999. And we've been in Jane Finch for 15 years, so it's not like we're starting from scratch out there. We're reaching 200 kids there a week now, and allowing us this opportunity to build this new state-of-the-art facility will more than double our reach and reaching hopefully about 500 kids a week there each week.
Great. And do you, in that, how do you work? Is it just completely separate from Toronto Community Housing, or what's your interface?
Yes, it's separate from Toronto Community Housing, but we definitely work with Toronto Community Housing in the Regent Park neighborhood. And in Jane Finch, it's basically, it works by referral, but people come in as well. It's a different model in that sense, but we have criteria for making sure that those who need our support the most are getting it.
And the skill sets that you're delivering at Regent Park for the kids start when they're young and keep going?
Yeah,
just tell us a little bit.
The curriculum goes age 3 all the way to 18, and it's working with everything from piano, private piano lessons, to harp, to beat making. We recently were featured on a Taylor Swift song in 1999. We had our students do the backing music for the song "It's Nice to Have a Friend," and she made a donation to our school. So it's putting our kids on a world-class stage and having their creative voices and self-expression really in the foreground of what we do.
And did Mustafa go to your school?
Mustafa the poet persisted to become a student at our school. Charlotte Siegel, who also works with the Canadian Opera Company, started with us like as a young child at the age of 6, went all the way to the age of 18. So we work with kids for over like basically generations at this point. We've been doing it for 25 years.
So it's transformative.
I would say so.
Great. Thank you very much for that. That's exciting to hear. And you're now move that Fuller model with moving to is 500 students your maximum, or do you have more capacity?
We think so, because it's a comprehensive model that sees them coming more than once a week. So they'd come for a private lesson, but then they'd also become part of a choir or, you know, a community band or a multi-generational steel pan ensemble. So yes, 1.5 times per week, 500 would be our capacity to reach. 500 to 600 in a 5,000 square foot facility is what we.
And your presentations with all of that, is it at the Spectrum, or do you have other places that you present all the talent?
Spectrum, and also this would be at the Yorkwoods Library. So right in the heart of Jane Finch, we would partner with our neighbors at the Yorkwoods Library.
And then what's the size that you need for theater to be able to?
The theater is already existent there. It's about 400 seats. So we're more than happy with delivering community events there. And if we need more, we have partners in the neighborhood where we can get bigger if we need it. As well as in Regent Park, we do, you know, larger scale performances as well. We're doing a performance in June with 850 kids on stage. So wish us luck.
Yes.
Invite us.
Okay.
I can't wait. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Okay, any other questions to the deputant? If not, thank you for your amazing work. It just, I've seen kids' life transformed, and I see them at Mendelssohn Choir now.
Yes,
some of them
we heard you.
there.
Couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much.
All right. All right, Councillor Perruzza, I am sure you want to say a few words about this.
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Today is a real milestone. You know, we've been at this for quite some time. I would like to thank Richard and all of the other folks at the Community Schools of Music, formerly the Regent Park School of Music. You know, for working with us to really do something big and something important in the community. You know, music is a transformative skill. It provides kids and young people with opportunities and pathways to a much, much better life. We've seen that through a number of music programs in the community. I saw it, I witnessed it firsthand when this school came up to the neighborhood. I saw it firsthand with Sistema when we brought Sistema some years back to the Oakdale, to one of the schools in the neighborhood as well. I saw the participating kids, their discipline, you know, the attending the program, the retention levels for the programs themselves, and the skills acquired are just absolutely amazing. The excitement amongst the kids who participate, the excitement amongst the families of the kids that participate, the bond that's developed between them is absolutely amazing, and the power of music should never be understated. You know, I look at our neighborhood, Jane Finch community, and some of the folks that have come out of there who have gone on to develop their musical talents, people like Judy Black, Nathan Baya, Kibra, Sisha, and others. It's just, the list goes on and on and on. And the development of this school at this site will be transformative as well. This is a really, really unique place to build this school, mostly with the sweat and ability of the school and the board and the supporters of the school themselves. We, the city, have been nominal players in this, while important, but nominal at best. You know, we have a library we just renovated there, the Yorkwoods Library, wherein we've, you know, included a musical instrument lending program. The library has theater that was built some years ago that is first rate in the neighborhood. It has a considerable seating capacity, was just newly renovated, and will be a companion place for the school going forward. And we all look forward to attending many concerts there with a lot of young people that are honing their talents and their skills. So a big shout out goes out to all of the folks that have had a hand in this, the people in our real estate division, the library board for seeing the benefit of it. And while it's been some time in the making, I can better appreciate now why it is so difficult for us, for example, to build housing and why it takes so long. These agreements get complicated, from soil issues to all of the other things, but we are in a very, very good place today. And I believe that the executive committee's green lighting of this project, this initiative, at no cost to us other than a leasing arrangement, with the school to locate here and to operate on site as a companion partner to the library and to the local community, situated right on Finch Avenue, accessible by the new LRT with a major stop right in front of it, several hundred meters from the corner of Jane Finch, in a very, very kind of neutral corridor in the community that can be accessed and attended by all. It is just a win, 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 win for all of us, and a feather in the cap for the school. Certainly a feather in your cap, Madam Chair, because it's under your watch that all of this is coming together. And I certainly intend to put a couple of feathers in my cap as a result of this. But we go forward. So. Green lighting it today, sending it on to council with strong support from all of us. We are going to do a very, very good thing for generations of young people in the Jane Finch area. Thank you, Madam Chair. That would conclude what I had to say. I'm sure I could think of a few other things if you want me to.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Your enthusiasm and excitement and that big smile is very infectious. So probably some of the councilors saying, oh, we need the music school in our area too. So I'm sure, yes. And you've been tenacious, Councillor Perruzza, in moving this forward. So this is excellent. Great news. Let's get it built and get a concert going. We would love to come and for the grand opening. So I see Councillor Fletcher, do you want to take carriage of this motion, or did you want to speak to it?
I would love to do that. I would just like to say a couple of words before that and congratulate you, Councillor Perruzza, for being tenacious and understanding the transformative power of music and youth involvement, and to thank our deputants and the school for an amazing job and understanding what the Regent Park School of Music meant to Regent Park and its transformation, because in revitalizations, we're not just transforming buildings, we want to transform people and give them the opportunity to grow in their life. And not at this committee, but at the Economic Development and Community Development Committee, we had wonderful deputations about the secondary plan, the revitalization of the area, not a knockdown and revitalize, but just deep, deep, how can we make a better Jane and Finch? And I think what I'm hearing today is that this is actually an important part of that. I didn't hear about this when everybody came from Jane and Finch for the social development plan that has been approved by City Council. But I would say now that this is obviously a foundational piece of the social development plan in being able to offer this for this community and performance space as well. What's the use of just learning something when you can't now be part of you're performing and letting others see what a fantastic job you've done. So I just want to really thank you for that, and thank everybody who's been involved, and happily move this on your behalf, Councillor Perruzza, at Executive. Mayor, I'm moving this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, all those in
Thank you for your
favor
comment.
with delight that we are approving this item. Opposed, carry. Thank you very much for coming to our committee today. I have seen other councillors said that they have items they want to release. Is that true? Okay, Councillor Ainsley, you have an item that you want to release. Is that 1924?
Mayor, I can release item number 24.
Tell us what it is so that
It is.
This is Human Resource Management and Ethical Framework for Member Staff?
Exactly.
Okay. All those in favor of receipt? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Anybody else have anything else? Councillor Carroll.
That motion is now ready and can be moved here.
What number is it?
Item number 20.
Okay. St. Lawrence Center for the Arts, Enhanced State of Good Repair Strategy. Councillor Carroll, here is the recommendation. Do you want to tell us about? It's pretty complicated.
Unless you want me to take this one.
I'm hoping I can consider it read.
I'm not in the mood.
This is a major piece of state of good repair work. So all this does is put CREM in the driver's seat to ensure that it happens. You'll recall when we worked with St. Lawrence Center, they would still like to fundraise so that they can, principally beautify the front, but if there's any enhancement to state of good repair, they have to raise the funds. This gives them till June 30th to do so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Folks are okay with this? All those in favor of Councillor Carroll's amendment item as amended? Oh, that's it. That is the item. All opposed, carry. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. That's 20. Anybody else have any items to release? No. Okay. Miguel, this is item 25, updating the code of conduct for public members of City Council's Advisory Board. Hello, Miguel. You have 3 minutes when you're ready. Okay, go for it.
Good morning. I am here and to speak on this important item that my councilor Chris Moise is supporting it. I just want to recommend the following, that support mechanisms are in place when there's a discrepancy, disagreement. Sometimes, among us, we have strong voice, strong opinions. As a seasoned street protester for the last 14 years, I can tell you that I have experienced that and removal of these chambers many times in the past for raising my voice in support of social justice issues. So yes, I support the creation of a code of conduct. It's important. As a director member of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association, I had to also behave in a good manner. And again, we had to provide those mediation and conflict when it happens. It's important. I also want to ensure that the democracy is alive and well, that our freedom of expression and freedom of speech is always considered, and don't be offended by sometimes what we said to. Councilor Myers here, one time he came to me after a TCIC board meeting and asked me, Miguel, if we can speak respectfully, we can all agree together. And I remember that. Councilor Chris Moise, I spoke to him on January when we have a meeting with in Ward 13, and the same. I asked, he asked me, can we work together in peace, in harmony, and everything else? I say, yes, we can do that, but just be willing to accept comments, feedback, constructive criticism. That's important, I mean, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just trying to make sure that unintended consequences, sometimes it happens, has to be brought forward. For instance, at our Regional Affairs Advisory Committee, we are proposing a working plan to include a member of the Indigenous community at the Toronto Police Services Board. Councilor McKelvey is aware of that. Also, we're trying to encourage the creation of an anti-Indigenous racism strategy that is so missing in the city of Toronto. So those things is one of the things that we are working on. And last and not least, I want to say that the Civic Appointments Committee really needs to be improved. For instance, I have applied like 5 times to the Toronto Police Services Board. I have applied to the Toronto Zoo, to the TCAC Board, so many boards and committees, but they seem to have a problem with me. I don't know, it's my look or it's just my Spanish.
Could be the hat. No, just kidding. You're at three minutes. Miguel, thank you for coming. And this is great. So, on the updating the code of conduct, Councilor Carroll, you have a question?
I just have a quick question of staff.
I have a motion.
Okay?
Yeah.
Question to staff.
I was kind of surprised when I read this because my mind goes back to when we did made the hybrid board for the TTC. I understood at that time that what we said was at the very least, if you could be appointed by the city, but if you were being compensated in your role, you were subject to the same code of conduct as councillors. Is that still the case? I'm only asking because I want to know the scope of what we're going to change here. I take on board exactly the input that Miguel is giving, but I just wanted to be clear about that.
Through the chair, we'll have to get back to you. I don't want to give a guess answer, so I'll have to get back to you on that.
So you know what, I'm not going to hold it down then. We can go ahead and adopt the recommendations with that caveat that staff look into that to be clear, because I remember doing that very deliberately at the time with respect to appointees that are going to be compensated so that they were in the same parameters with respect to conflict of interest and fiduciary responsibilities, et cetera, et cetera. So if that's something
we'll find the answer
covered in the upcoming report.
Yep,
yeah.
We'll find the answer for you. Okay.
Sure.
Any other questions on this item? Councilor Carroll, are you okay to just adopt this one? Okay. Thank you for moving it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. We have 19.26, Gill Park and Gardens Revenue New Source. Tyler Seguin and John P. Mason, Friends of Gill Park. Are you here? Are you online? They are online. Tyler Seguin? There you are. You have 3 minutes, Tyler.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Tyler Seguin. I'm one of the co-artistic directors of Guild Festival Theatre, Scarborough's only professional theatre company. Every summer, we welcome thousands of visitors, such as yourself, Mayor Chow, to Guild Park to experience our plays, concerts, and special events at the city's most beautiful performance venue, the Greek Theatre. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of Councillor Ainsley's proposal. This elegant solution addresses the urgent need to invest in an historically underfunded part of the city and aligns with Toronto's vision as a dynamic, inclusive, and sustainable cultural hub. Scarborough is home to a vibrant, diverse community, but we often face barriers when it comes to accessing cultural opportunities. As an example, in 2023, Scarborough received just 3.62% of the total funding allocated by the Toronto Arts Council, despite being home to 21% of the city's residents. This reveals a painful reality. Scarborough has been left behind when it comes to cultural investment. That is why this proposal to reinvest the revenue generated by Guild and Estate back into the park that makes those profits possible is critical for ensuring that the arts can thrive all across the city. My colleague John Mason from Friends of Guild Park will, I'm sure, discuss with how this proposal affects it as a green space, but my expertise is in the performing arts, and so that's what I'll focus on. This proposal means that we could reinvest in the Greek Theater. The theater itself is host to 100 performances that connect the community, that celebrate our diversity and bring joy to tens of thousands. However, the theater is in desperate need of repair. The concrete stage deck is crumbling. The monument itself requires maintenance to preserve its historical significance and usefulness to the community. In addition to basic repairs, this cultural gem needs facilities that can properly support the performances. Facilities such as equipment installations, on-site storage, dressing rooms that can support the highest caliber of presentations and performers. We also need to support audiences with upgrades, such as a paved path that goes all the way to the theater, accessible washrooms on site, and tiered seating to assist patrons with mobility issues. And these aren't original ideas. In 2010, there was a redevelopment plan for the Greek Theater prepared by the architect Philip Goldsmith that outlined much of this. But like so many great ideas, this plan was shelved due to lack of funds. So Councillor Ainsley's proposal will create a sustainable funding source to ensure the theatre can remain operational year after year, offering high-quality programming and arts experiences for Scarborough residents and beyond. A recent Ontario Arts Council report demonstrates the outsized impact culture has on economic growth, that arts tourism in particular generates triple the economic impact as other sectors, and how every dollar invested in the arts returns many times over in job creation and boosts to local businesses. And we've seen the positive impact of similar investments in other parts of the city. High Park, for example, benefits from the Dream in High Park Amphitheatre, which enjoys permanent infrastructure like stages, storage, and change rooms. Scarborough deserves the same kind of support and investment.
Thank
you. I urge this committee.
Yeah, thank you so much. John Mason, Friends of Gilwood Park. Are you here physically? Are you online?
I had questions for the deputy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Ainsley, you have a question to Tyler Sagan.
Yeah. Thank you, Tyler, for taking your time this morning to make your submission. It's very much appreciated. So you're running a very successful outdoor theater production company on the amphitheater at the Guild Park and Gardens. Can you talk a bit about, so when you just made a comparison to High Park, can you talk a bit about the facilities that your employees or artists are using to change, and lighting and washrooms a bit?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Currently, what we're using are they're called pods. They're a temporary storage solution that people sort of rent and put in their driveways right now when they're doing moves and renos and the like. We install a couple of those for a couple of months, and they are they're everything to us. They are storage, they are offices, they are change rooms, and it's functional. But I think the issue that we run into is that it's frankly, lacking in finesse. I think back to one of the press reviews we received this summer from Intermission Magazine that mentioned, how with a little polish, quote unquote, Guild Festival Theatre could be as great a destination as High Park. And things like our lack of facilities has a major impact on what we can accomplish in the park, and on the caliber of artists that we can invite. Not everyone can have their change room be a storage closet. So in order to take sort of that next leap forward and make the Greek Theatre, the incredible place that it can be, it needs more support.
Okay, and currently, so we have a stakeholder group called the Guild Resource Group, which is one of the members is the Guild Hospitality Group that runs the Guild banquet facilities. So they're paying a lease, and we've had a lot of discussions about the 5 and 10-year capital plan at the City of Toronto. So you think an appropriate mechanism that would help deal with a lot of the deficiencies in the park was an increase in that revenue that I'm asking for in my motion?
Well, exactly. It seems that Gildan Estate, is generating a significant amount of revenue, primarily because of the park and because the Guild Park itself is a destination, because Guild Park is beautiful. And the ways in which they're generating that revenue are reliant on the fact that Guild Park, remains a cultural gem and is in fact improved. And so it seems that the organizations and the work that goes into making Guild Park such a great place benefit from the profits that Gildan Estates generates. It is, as a municipal capital facility, there is an expectation that there will be a community benefit from Gildan Estates, and so this allocation of some of their profit seems to be a way to meet those responsibilities.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those are my questions.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask a couple of these questions of staff, but I'm wondering what is your understanding of your lease arrangement? You sublease from Parks, Forestry, and Recreation?
Oh, sorry. Yes. We sublease from Parks, Forestry, and Recreation to use the Greek Theater for the summer months.
And is that a below market rent lease? Was it negotiated out in that fashion?
It's calculated based on current park permit rates. So it's market. We pay market rates to lease that facility.
Oh, okay. So they're permit rates. If you were renting a theater, that it would be in that same sort of rate structure. And
that's right.
So I'm trying to understand if it's a permit or a lease. Then are there capital considerations in your agreement with the city? Is there any requirement for you to charge a capital infrastructure amount on tickets or anything like that?
At this point, so what we have is a lease agreement. The fees themselves are calculated based on the permit rates.
Okay.
But there is no requirement for us to have a capital charge on ticket prices.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Anyone to speak or question to staff? Question. John Mason, are you here? I called on you earlier. I didn't see John Mason. Are you online? No? Okay, Councillor Carroll, question to staff.
So can I just ask, so this is a lease arrangement?
Chair, I'm going to ask my colleague from Corporate Real Estate to respond.
So this is a lease arrangement. Do we have a...
Through the
do we
chair.
have parallels here? This is a lease arrangement. Do we have a number of lease arrangements on Parks facilities?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Carroll, yes, we do.
Okay. And so, how does the revenue end up back in our hands? If a group is leasing, do they have an arrangement whereby the revenue does come back to us? Is that how this works?
Through Madam Mayor, it comes to the city's budget, or CREM's budget in this case.
So it all comes back to the city's budget.
It does.
Because the Guild is really a sort of a multi-facility property. And then if they want to do capital work, they have to request it and it sort of joins a queue. Is that the issue here?
Madam Mayor, to you, Councillor Carroll, Parks would have a capital budget, and depending on the state of good repair, they would earmark funds based on what would be required for the park maintenance or for building maintenance, which is our standard practice across the city.
Oh, it is standard practice. So, for instance, he used the High Park example. They basically they came up in line and reached the front of the queue and got some capital work done. Is that what happened there?
Through the mayor, and I'll help supplement the answers. Yes, that would be the approach. We would consider both operating and capital costs as part of our budget. In fact, when you look at this location in particular, while we do receive about $220,000 in lease revenue, we actually spend about $1 million annually, both in the operating budget in support of CREM's budget, PFNR's budget, and ACDEV's budget. We also have just under $6.5 million budgeted for within our capital program across those various programs as well.
Okay, and that's all just in the area of the Guild?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Any other question to the staff? If not, Councillor Ainsley to speak or question?
Just a quick question.
Okay.
Yep, sorry, just to clarify, so the deputant, the first deputant, he's under the impression that High Park is keeping some of their revenue within the park, but that's not true. That's all, it's going through the 5-year, 10-year capital plan?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
And do we have any parks facilities that have a leasing like Gildan Estates within the bounds of the park that the revenue stays within the park other than outside of the 5 and 10-year capital plan, operating plans?
Through the mayor, none that come to mind. We'd have to do a deeper dive to see if there's any unique arrangements around capital obligations, but generally speaking, all of the lease revenue that we generate goes into general revenues, and then we take responsibility to capitalize those assets. There's some requirement for organizations to cover basic operating costs as part of those lease arrangements that they generate, they recover through, direct operating revenues. But other than that, the capital program sits with the city.
Okay, and sorry, Mr. Conforti, can you so the numbers that you just gave to the budget chair, can I hear those again?
Yes, absolutely. Through the mayor. So based on an initial review of some direct expenditures, both within Guild Park and the garden area, we noticed that there's about 6.335 million in capital expenditures planned within our capital program. Additionally, there's 935,000, so just under $1 million after you net out the impact of the lease revenue that is funded annually within our operating budget between Parks Maintenance, Clark Center for the Arts, Clark Center Facility Maintenance, and Guild Public Art Maintenance.
Okay, and the 6.33 capital, I believe a large chunk of that is for a public washroom in the 5-year plan or 10-year capital. I think it's in the 5-year now that has been in the works for 7 or 8 years now.
Through the mayor, the largest chunks would be washrooms as well as parking lot restoration or rehabilitation.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to go first to be clear about this. With great respect, I'm going to move receipt of this item. Councillor Ainsley knows how much I respect the Guild. I have lots of great memories of finally being able to fix it up. Years ago when my grandfather was at the Guild Seniors Care, we used to drive the car over and walk through the park before it was restored, but it was still beautiful. And look at the old artist cottage and all of that. I love the whole thing. But here's the thing, as much as we love the Guild, this is a major departure from parks and real estate policy. One we really can't walk down the road on without council taking a really good hard look at how we finance parks, forestry, and recreation facilities. If you have not looked at the operating and capital variance reports on this division specifically, if you skimmed over that, hoping I would read it all, I did, but you should too. Because when we start to take the approach of one-ofs, unique situations, et cetera, especially in something as near and dear to us as parks and recreation facilities, you're going down a road that you really don't want to go down. We spent a lot of years cleaning this up and getting good standard practice in place and a good capital program that we could actually enact. We went from a 35% spend rate to what we now enjoy, really efficiently getting the work done that we've promised our residents. And this represents a departure from all the financial practices that made that possible. So I know it's only one, but it is the definition of a slippery slope. And then you'd look back and say, why can't I get one single playground done? Why can't I get this one thing I want done? Why am I 10 years or 12 years out in the plan? It would be the result of hiving off the revenues in this way instead of accumulating them and earning on them and being able to spend them. at a really coordinated capital approach. And so we may have to sit down and talk about how do we deal with the Guild, but I implore you, I hope you'll support my motion to receive, because this one-of way is not the way we're going to get there. Thank you. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Ainsley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I brought this motion forward. I want to thank staff for all their hard work and dedication, ongoing support for the Guild Park and Gardens. This is on top of the Guild Park and Gardens is on top of the Scarborough Bluffs in the south end of my ward. It has the Guild Inn Estates banquet hall and facility in it, which is part of the Bickford House, which was originally built in the 1920s and has now become a banquet facility, and we're hoping to get a restaurant reopened in it. The increase in attendees on the grounds, with also including the Clark Center for the Arts, has been increasing each and every year. We have the Guild Theatre, which Tyler Seguin, the first deputant, Mayor, you've been at it. It's an amazing theater company, bigger and better every year. I think they get frustrated. You know, they talk about pods behind the amphitheater that they use for change rooms. Well, they're really shipping containers that they bring in. You know, we're using porta potties as we're working with Parks and Recreation to have more washroom facilities put in on the grounds. We have a number of strategic plans on the site around pathways, and walkways in and are connecting with the waterfront trail, the conservation authorities building along the bottom of the deck or the bluffs. So I brought this forward looking at more creative ways that we can bring funding to the park, because the users in the park are kind of overwhelming the facilities that are there, and we're looking for different avenues of revenue. So that's why I brought this forward. I welcome the conversation, as Councillor Carroll said, about looking at other alternatives or means for financing our parks. And that's why I brought this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It is truly beautiful park, beautiful space, and a good theater too. Councillor Carroll's motion to receive. All those in favor?
Sorry, can I have a recorded vote?
Recorded vote. Councillor Perks, Councillor Bravo. Yes, there are more. The people are running back in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4.
And I'm
sorry, Councillor Perks, Councillor Malik, Bravo, Deputy Mayor, okay, Councillor Carroll, and Fletcher, and myself. And those opposed, Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Deputy Mayor Jennifer McAuliffe. Thank you. Next item, I now heard that Mark Richardson is online. This is item 1, strengthening the City of Toronto's housing development capacity to deliver housing faster. Mark Richardson.
Can you hear me okay?
Mark Richardson, are you online?
Can you hear me okay?
I can't see you. I can barely hear you.
Okay, give me 1 second.
While you're fixing it, I'm going to
now?
ask Peter Martin, who is here, to speak first, and then I'll get to you, okay? Mark Richardson? Peter Martin, on Housing Solutions Manager at the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, on this item.
Good morning, Mayor. The Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness is really happy to support the proposal with this agenda item to create a new housing development office co-equal to the other departments under Development and Growth Services. We think it's a natural development from the changes that happened with the generational transformation plan and the pivot the city has made towards city-led affordable and supportive housing projects. And also with the city's recognition that increasingly, without support from the city, either in general or in specific partnerships, affordable and supportive housing cannot be generated by the nonprofit sector on its own. So we think that this is an excellent development. Likewise, just as the same ethos and rationale for the Development Review Department, we think it's important that the new office have a multidisciplinary capacity because of the range of things it's required to do. So we need to make sure that there's enough people in there who have expertise in planning and buildings and bylaws and all of those types of things, as well as what we would expect in terms of supporting these types of projects. In terms of specifics, one of the things we want to point out is that in the transfer of functions and responsibilities to the new office, it might be prudent not to have a certain date for all of those transfers to take place. In particular, we're looking at the RFP rollouts in the future. While they may originally be spread out in a nice pattern, the vicissitudes of the reality of developing sites means that sometimes they can bunch up. The rollout of RFPs is a really important part of the job of the new Housing Development Office, and I think it's really important that the transfer of those responsibilities take place when there's not a bunching of RFPs, so that the office can get its sea legs under it and make sure that their ability to do effective and efficient rollouts is done. Tied in with that, we in the sector are doing our part to rationalize our application process in response to your RFPs. And the more information we have moving forward as to where those RFPs are coming down the pipeline, the easier it is for us to allocate projects internally within the sector. So we're strongly recommending that the work we've already started doing with the Housing Secretariat around an RFP calendar continue. This is a key component of the work that we can do in allocating efficiently these RFPs. And finally, the sector as a whole, TAH, the Cooperative Housing Federation of Toronto, and others strongly recommend that we participate in the co-design of the functions and operations of this department for maximum efficiency. I see I'm at 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Co-designing always works better. Thank you for your offer. Any questions to deputants? No? I have Mark Richardson.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you a lot better. Go for it.
Perfect. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead of Housing Now TO. Last week was the 6th anniversary of the city announcing the Housing Now program in December of 2018. Since that time, we've been tracking the affordable housing projects that have been managed by the Housing Secretariat and Create TO and Toronto Community Housing. Generally, we think that there may be some good outcomes from reshuffling the org chart within Development and Growth Services, in the same way that we've seen positive outcomes from splitting the city planning role and the development review role in the last year. Splitting out some of the housing development content from Housing Secretariat will also likely be useful. The focus on this, though, definitely has to be on delivering housing faster. And our key concern today is that the act of doing this reorg at the same time as we expect a federal government election in 2025 may not make things go faster. By the time you get this organization stood up, you may have totally different players on the other side of the table in Ottawa. So it's important that you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. The projects that are underway with TCH at Regent Park 4 and 5, for example, the projects and the RFPs that are in play right now within the Housing Secretariat for sites like 405 Sherbourne, the work that Create TO is doing on getting sites out like the sites near the Scarborough Civic Center and the Scarborough Subway Extension. We need to be full steam ahead on all of those while you're standing up this new organization. In addition, when you're standing up this organization, you have to be looking at how these organizations will work with private sector partners. If there is going to be a change in Ottawa, the change is not going to be about providing more grants and loans to the not-for-profit world. It is going to be about incentivizing private sector partnerships. So we want to make sure that, as it says at the end of your report here, that the tasks that are being undertaken are in line with the work that's already being done with Create.to and TCH, and that the work is underway to establish the new Housing Development Office. It is critical that housing projects continue to move forward under the current project leadership to ensure no delay in the delivery of housing. We really want you to focus on delivery rather than political purity. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions to deputants? No? Okay, thank you. Questions to staff. Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, my first question is to the city manager. I'm looking at the recommendations, particularly recommendation 3, which establishes what Create.to's role is going to be. Could you just sort of quickly summarize what the change we're seeking there is?
So the change is really because of all the work that we're trying to do as a city. The city is going to take on much more of the role of identifying these opportunities and then talking about what part of Team Toronto is best to deliver on that. We're delivering more through the City of Toronto. We want Create.to to play the strong role it has in the past when that makes sense, and the Toronto Community Housing Corporation to do the same. So what's different is that we are going to have more of a lens into all of the opportunities that take place first, and then decide how best to deliver. The last deputant said this is about execution. I couldn't agree more. However, that execution is about what are the opportunities. Generating opportunities is wonderful. Look at who is the best delivery agent to do that and move forward from there.
So if I can try to summarize, make sure I've understood. Right now, we have 3 different entities that can generate and lead projects, but we don't have a single point where someone is reviewing the project, setting priorities, seeing which ones are ready to go, and if there's a problem, maybe moving it down the priority list and somewhere else. So what this recommendation and the other ones do together is say that single point is the new position that we're creating in Development Growth Services. Am I correct?
So through the mayor, yes, it builds on some collaborative work we've started. This structuralizes it, which I think is important moving forward.
And you've had discussions, I assume, with TCHC and Create.to, and they both understand their new role?
Through the mayor, yes, they do, and we'll continue to refine what that means on a daily basis. And I do want to articulate, jump off that question to say this is not about slowing down existing projects. This is about how we look forward. So the fear that for some reason something that's happening today would suddenly be delayed by 6 months or a year, not the intent. This is about moving forward in a more structuralized way.
And I imagine you've done some transition planning to make sure that all projects currently in flight will continue as the leadership within the city crystallizes and starts going.
Absolutely, and really this is about finding someone who will get up every day and think about this important work of the development, not dissimilar to how we created the position to get up every day and think about how we can move faster through development review. This is not about creating large bureaucracy. In fact, at the beginning stages, we're really talking about an individual, not a whole team of people yet. It may grow over time and probably will grow as we take on more work, but in the early stages, it's about that single person getting up every day, leading this piece alongside the work of the Housing Secretariat, Development Review, planning, building, and all the other pieces that help us deliver.
So just to put a fine point on it, you're creating a single point of accountability, whereas at present we have diffuse accountabilities.
So through the mayor, that's what can happen, and yes, we're structuralizing that for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, it seems to me it's going to have to grow pretty quickly. But the reason I say that are the comments from the first deputant. When Peter talked about the bunching and of RFPs and things like that, this this one person really is going to have influence unless we're creating, are we talking about creating sort of a separate stream? Because calendarization of all of our capital is a big challenge. We have bunching of RFPs across all the divisions. Just to say, here we have these projects and we need them to flow in a certain way, it's very challenging. So are they going to have, this person, is this housing person going to have their own person in procurement, making sure their documents have a certain workflow, or are they eventually going to have to grow their department such that they can really just draft their own?
So through the mayor, not entirely sure where it will end up, but these are the types of challenges we've already identified, and that's why we're moving down this place. The other big one for us is legal. Legal services Wendy came to me one day and said, yeah, we really need to prioritize these projects. And the answer was, they're all priorities. And so Wendy and I went, okay, so how do we resource it so we can move forward? So I think those are the kinds of conversations we will have procurement-wise, legal services-wise. It doesn't take away from the fact we have to plan these out so that we don't overwhelm the market and our partners in terms of how we deliver. So this person will have a role. It's happening today, but as this grows, we need to, again, figure out how all of this team fits together so that we can have all of this awesome work happening on policy and funding and incentive programs, which is happening through the Housing Secretariat and our service system management role, the development role, the development review, or the development role, the development review role, and all of these pieces. So you raise all of those points. I don't ever want to see the first step being this person will create all those positions. I think as an organization, we have to grow those parts of our organization and then have service level agreements to make sure we can deliver.
So we've had this experience before, and it's around coordination of capital, where we create this one person who's going to remove all these log jams, and then as they go out, I don't want to say politically because I'm talking about the public service here, but it did seem kind of the interdivisional politics. They weren't actually regarded as having that type of influence and that type of, here's the direction right from the top, remove log jams for this person. So is the first step to pull together all of the associated divisions and make clear this person's projects need to move in a queue, et cetera, and this is a priority?
So through the mayor, yes, and this really flows through the previous restructuring that we've done to have a deputy city manager responsible for development and growth, to have the pieces in place so it's very clear. And I would say that the restructuring we did of the players and the people that support the development review process is a good instructive example of how we can do this. It was very clear we needed people to work together differently, and that is working for us, and we're seeing those improvements already. This will follow suit with this. It does report to the Deputy City Manager of Development and Growth. It's very clear that at the senior leadership table, we will ensure that the right people are obviously supporting this. And I use that example of legal services as a good example, where Wendy came and said, how do I help support this? But I need to also talk to you about the resource constraints we have as we do more of this work in housing, which we all want to do.
Okay, I'll go on this ride.
Councilor Fletcher and Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the in-flight projects, because I think we all know that in the past, we're going to, put my mic over, thank you, that we had a plan where for TCH, all of that development sector would move to create, and that was articulated, it was a city council plan. That hasn't worked in the way that life took over, in other words, that real life took over, that's not going to work. We've had C2K running out of, I don't know if you had that out of your office, but it was out of Chris Murray's office and now out of the city manager's office, which I think was not, did not play the function that it was supposed to play. And we have a lot of in-flight projects that aren't being moved. So I just want to know about the ones that are in flight. TCHC has a whole number of in flight, and I think we could ask Mr. Baird what they are. I'd like to ask Mr. Gupta what they are. And That's my first question, because there's probably quite a few of them. And then are we talking about, when we're adding on some of the new, are we talking about assisting nonprofits who generally have a difficult time building because that's not what they do, they operate housing? So I'm just trying to get a better view of making sure we're not transferring, setting up C2K and then figuring out that, oh, now we're going to do something else, because as long as we've done those things, we've had all these in-flight projects.
So through the mayor, I'll start and say that, one of the things we've done is C2K has been absorbed now within our development review work, and we've learned from it, but it no longer exists as a separate entity. We've learned, and we use those learnings now to move things along, and I think it's working better these days. The in-flight projects, part of this report is to say that we're going to lean on Toronto Community Housing to have the right structure in their organization ready, and we're going to lean on them for their projects and help them move those along faster. The goal of this is not to do anything to slow down in-flight projects, and to your point, there are some that are stuck, and we'd like to see them move forward. I'm not sure whether Sean wants to add anything to the types of projects that are in flight, but I can offer that up. Sean?
Yes, I'd like that list from both Mr. Baird and Mr. Gupta, what's in flight currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I can enumerate some of them. So the projects that are in flight at Toronto Community Housing include the end of Regent Park Phase 1 to 3, Regent Park Phase 4 and 5, Lawrence Heights Phase 1, 2, and 3, and our Alexandra Park Phase 2, and Don Somerville. So collectively across all of those, there's just over 6,000 units that are currently in flight across those projects today.
And our 6,000, how many are RGI replacement, how many are market, and how many are new affordable, please?
So for those particular projects, 1,131 are replacement RGI units, 4,913 are new market units, 239 are net new affordable units, and 257 are refurbished units.
239 new affordable in all of that 6,000 units, okay. Can I just hear the same in-flight? So that's 4 big in-flights you have. And there's some that are just sitting, waiting. You've got some other ones that need to get done, right? You've got Swansea and a few others that need to be done.
Through the mayor, there is Swansea. However, there's far more across the other revitalization projects as well. In fact, I'm just eyeballing it, 5, 6, nearly 7,000 additional units that are potential, that are not currently in flight across our revitalization locations today.
So of those 7,000, just break them down again for me, please. RGI, market, and new affordable.
Through the mayor, same category. So RGI, we have 1,026 that are not currently in flight. New affordable units, we have 739. Market units, we have 3,132. And there is, another category in this group that are potential additional density that has not yet been planned for, which is 2,247.
But we don't have them. Okay, thank you. And just to understand, so those are 4 plus non-in-flights. And then from Create?
Through you, Madam Chair, we are, I don't have exact numbers, Councillor, but we are 2444 Eglinton is in flight, 777 Victoria Park is in flight, 50 Wilson Heights was just had the groundbreaking last week. Those are all Housing Now projects. 275 Merton, which is a project on Merton Street with an adjacent landowner, and 610 Bay was recently announced as well with the city, which is going into the zoning process shortly. That's also in flight. Each of those projects are at minimum of 500 units and upwards. In fact, Wilson Heights is over 1,500 units of housing. Each of those is a minimum of 30% affordable at the income-based, a combination of AMR and income-based definition for the newer projects. And then the anticipation is that there will be 2 projects at 158 Borough and Bloor Kipling Block 5 that we anticipate we would take out to market in the latter part of Q1.
So just to be clear, there's development partners on all of those, 2444, 777, 50 Wilson Heights, 275 Merton, 610 Bay. Are there other development partners that you already have in place?
Yeah, and then one other, those all have development partners in place, and then there's one other project at 705 Warden that has a development partner as well in place.
And the total number of units?
I can come back to you with that number.
You can give me that. Thank you.
I think in total, it would be north of 5,000 to 6,000 units of housing.
5,000 to 6,000 units. Okay,
on those
and a
sites.
third. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Questions? More questions, anybody? Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, I'm sort of laughing at the words "in flight" because I think I'm dealing with a lot of crawling and not too many flights. And I'm talking about Lawrence Heights. It's been 17 damn years since we started that project. 17 years, and we haven't even finished phase one. And I just wonder, should we have TCHC still involved in development? Do they have the capacity, given they've got, what, 110,000 residents they've got to take care of? And
80 now.
Is it down to 80?
Well, the seniors have gone.
Well, but they're still our responsibility, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So do we want to keep TCHC involved in something they, I don't think, can handle?
This was, I assume, a question to our city manager?
So through the mayor, so let's just state 17 years, the length of time is too long. And so leaving aside that piece, which we'll all agree to, we do believe that working with TCHC, they can play a role in that development. We do have to think about the resourcing and the capacity across all of the areas that we do our work. This report lays out that we do believe there are roles for all of the partners that currently play that way, but we have to look very seriously at situations like that type of a project with that type of a delay, understand why, and understand why we'll never let that kind of thing happen again.
What role, or does staff ever listen to the local councillor when they're trying to break log jams?
So through the mayor, yes, we do, and I know your frustration on this, but we do listen, to the local councillor and all councillors who may have something to contribute around particular projects. We listen to that, and I think through this we need to do a better job of finding out ways that we don't end up in the situation that you're describing, where it's clearly just too long a process to get to where we need to be.
Just in terms, like, we've had so many reiterations of, all these acronyms that go back and forth, and now we've got some new acronyms. You can't build housing with acronyms. Can we just find a way of stopping with the paper and start with the building?
So through the mayor, our goal in bringing the right people and the right structure is to allow us more time to do that. But I will be clear that the proof is our ability to do it. So I will say, however, there were some that questioned the reorganization of development and growth in the first place, the development review role and how that played in partnership with city planning. And I think what you've seen in short order, and I'm going to give credit to folks like Kyle, who's here today, and Valesa, is they've worked together and they are making progress on development review time length. So this is what we're going to try and do in this area. But we also have to learn about how to deliver capital projects and deliver them well and scope them better so that we can go to the market in stronger ways and deliver them on time. So I get the frustration and I understand what's wrong with this project. We're going to try and get better through this.
I'm dealing with 120 condo warehouses in my ward right now that are private sector condo warehouses, okay? And these are private sector applications. They're all coming in. They used to come in at 10, 12 stories, now come in at 40, 50, 60. So I can turn around a 40 or 50 story condo application and get it through the OLT, everything, back to council. A city project comes in, I can't get any daylight on it. I spent all my time debating with transportation staff, debating with the housing secretariat, You know, like in Lawrence Park, I mean, in Lawrence Heights.
Councilor, question to one of the staff, right? Yeah.
He's getting there.
You know, in
Keep
Lawrence
going.
Heights, in the last phase of phase one, where they wanted to build some townhouses, there were 38 minor variance applications to switch the outdoor electrical outlets. 38 public meetings called for to switch electrical outlets. How can we stop this nonsense with this new approach? I don't know.
Who wants to answer that question?
Through you, Mayor Chow. And Councillor, thank you for the question and the sentiment. Very much agree. This is where we are working with staff. Not only are we looking at improving our development review processes, but also our buildings processes as well, because these often aren't just within, say, development review. This is also part of our buildings process. So the improvement effort that we've made from a development review perspective is now also being taken from a buildings perspective as well. So those types of incidents that you've referred to, I've not only spoken with the chief building official, but we're looking at how we are going to, I'm going to say, move upstream in our process to ensure that we're getting ahead of these types of issues. So not only are we trying to quantify the types of challenges that have happened at Lawrence Heights, but look at how we adjust our processes to deliver a better experience, not only for our developers, but to get faster at accomplishing the housing.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to staff? Speaking on it, oh, sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first question is, do we have the metrics yet on how the transformation and reorganization of development and growth, what the times were for processing applications to what the times are now?
Through you, Mayor Chow, we do. I don't have our staff metrics by memory. However, just recently, Build has released a report where we've identified 7 months off of our timeline for.
Sorry, how many months?
7 months.
7?
7 months reduction in our timeline for development. But we do report regularly through Planning and Housing Committee on our metrics for development approvals, and they are improving substantially.
Deputy Mayor, City Manager has.
So, you know, in site plan applications, we've shaved hundreds of days off that, 900 days in times. We're averaging now, we're getting into those timeframes that were provided by the provincial government, and official plan amendments and zoning bylaws, same thing, getting down to an average of just, over 100 days versus almost 700 days. So we are seeing some of that happen. Some of that was happening before, the good work of our planning department. We're now finding that we're structuralizing that even more so with the new approach on development review. And what I like about the new way we're doing business is we're also allowing planning to spend more of their time on the policy and forward-looking pieces, which is also important. If your planning division is always getting drawn into those, what I'll call the conveyor belt of applications, that takes them away from the very important work of policy. And I just want to stress again, this was never about separating people away from each other. This was about focus on a day-by-day basis, but the partnership of being all part of one service area is what's allowing us to be coordinated in our work.
Okay, great. That's good news. And I think we need to tell that story more broadly, especially to other levels of government as we head into elections and they want to punch the city instead of punching each other. Similarly, how many new planning staff have we added? And are those replacement hires, new hires? What is our complement grown? And you can send me that afterwards as well. So the reason I ask is, I guess, leads to my last question, which is, how much money have we been given for the Housing Accelerator Fund? And how much money have we been giving for the BFF, Building Faster Fund? And how do we show those dollars have contributed to housing in the City of Toronto?
Through the mayor, we are tracking our deliverables from a Housing Accelerator Fund perspective, and we are progressing very well. As well, outside of the Housing Accelerator Fund, there's been the Purpose-Built Rental Incentive Program, which is responding specifically to some of the industry challenges. So not only are we doing well to our Housing Accelerator Fund deliverables, but we're also going beyond that and trying to help address some of the challenges that are happening from an industry perspective as well. The take-up, I can say, is very solid as far as what we've received. And as far as the numbers of what, I don't have them now, but I can certainly send them to you to say, here's how not only are we progressing, but what it's translating into as far as units.
And will that information be publicly available? Because again, I think it's important that going into an election, both the province and the federal government see how we're using those dollars and what it actually means on the ground in terms of units. So will that be publicly available?
Through the mayor, we can certainly ensure that it is, but I'm sure it's embedded in some of the reports that we bring back to planning and housing, but I'll work with the Housing Secretary and the balance of the team to ensure that it is.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, a good example of that was the report that came in June, I believe. And, you know, there's about 470 million or so from the Housing Accelerator Fund, and I think around 114 million in the Building Faster Fund. And we articulated, how that was going to be invested to help move forward on over 6,000 units into the market immediately from that piece. And then we've continued to build. What you're seeing in the consecutive reports, and I think you raise a good point about how we consolidate that number so we get a global view of it, is about every 2 months, and I'm sure the Planning and Housing Chair would agree with this. We're seeing yet another tranche of 6,000 or 7,000 units come forward, and that's sort of the way we're taking it. Every way that we can learn how to invest differently, we're bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you. I just think we need to make sure
we have
that
the portal
we're
that shows that as well, and
publicly telling that story very strongly, especially through the first few months of next year. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other question to staff? Okay, seeing none, speaker on the item. What? On, pardon, Councillor? Okay. Folks, are there okay. Councillor Fletcher, Deputy Mayor Cole. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just want to thank the city manager, yourself, and with the new development and growth wing, because when I look at what was stuck in the past, and we're calling it stuck, it really has been at the city side. C2K was there. That was a reporting mechanism. It wasn't an unsticking factory. So now we have an unsticking factory through the Housing Secretariat in creating that new body and trying to solve issues like Councillor Cole is talking about with so many small committee of adjustment requirements on these projects for Toronto community housing. And also unsticking, so that's Lawrence Heights with its little problems, or big problems, because it has been a long time and it's complicated, Councillor. And then 50 Wilson Heights with the sewer main that took, I don't know, 2 years in order to fix that. That's wrong. That should never take that long when it's internal. It's not that the developer is folded, it's that we were having internal issues in making sure we could move a file through the city, and now absolutely they are moving. The log jam got broken, and that is first and foremost a very big deal. Tried many ways to do that, and now with this new model that was introduced, that is happening. I just want to make sure that in a new model, we're not cutting off any of the current successes or in-flights, and that we're using our fixing model that we have through under DCM Sharma and Housing Secretariat to make sure things continue moving. I asked those questions for how many are in-flight projects for Create 6,000, that's 2,000 new affordable AMR, and I know all of us had wanted to make sure it's more than just 80% AMR, mixing that up I think that's also the job of a new person who's looking at that, or the Housing Secretariat. How do we mix those up so it's multi-incomes rather than just all 80% AMR? I think that's possible to do. And also, there's a couple of more that were mentioned, Burrow, which is the Civic Center, and another one out for Kipling that are ready to go out to market. I would not want to see those held back for a brand new plan. For TCHC, and remember, I have been there from the beginning, as was the mayor for Regent Park. Both of us were for the beginning of that, starting that. But hearing, and I just want to flag this because the Auditor General did have a report around Toronto community housing and use of lands. And I'll just use Lawrence Heights as one of them. 100 acres. The original zoning had one new affordable home on it, one new affordable apartment. The Auditor General, not our current, but previous, said, you are not using your lands well enough, you should be creating more affordable. And we do have two different models here, in three actually, because the city has always been in the forefront of assisting and building and developing nonprofits, helping Wood Green, helping St. Clair Multi-Faith get in the ground, get that built, and they're mostly all affordable. They're not usually using a model of breakup, although the new mainstay on Danforth, 100 new units, that will be multi up to market, low end of market, and RGI, a mix. So we know how to do that. But that's where the city is really in the driver's seat to make sure that's happening. I'm just going to go back to Toronto Community Housing, which, you know, I all love very much because I spent many years on that board. But when I'm hearing that and Toronto Community Housing, this model was always about replacement of rent geared to income. The fact is that it's very hard to replace housing. How can we replace Regent Park in a prime real estate area? The developer will replace that as long as they can build so many markets. That's been our model. And the AG said, add new affordable. So I'm assuming that on that list of 239 new affordable, 1131 RGI, and whatever the number was for market, which is paying for the RGI, that our goal will also be to add new market affordable units, but I don't see that. I also just want to say that there's ones that are, I'll just call them stuck, how to unstick Lawrence Heights, how to move that, how to get Swansea moving so we're not paying for security on that site, how to just get things going. I thank the city manager because C2K was a good idea, but it wasn't working. As many people as you had there working on reporting where things are at, they were reporting. When TCHC does its building, there's people there, they go out, they actually see the site. Nobody was going out to those sites. They were looking at something online or just getting an application or looking at paper. It's driving. It's a hard case to drive things. I'm finished with what I'm saying, but I think everybody hears what I've had to say. Let's fine tune, but let's not break it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Coe.
Yes, anyways, Councillor Fletcher certainly has her track record of being very passionate about building and effective, she said, in building affordable housing. I just think that, you know, the one dilemma we have is that the provincial government has unleashed so many changes to the planning process. Unprecedented. You know, 10 major pieces of legislation. It's revamped everything. It's causing so much confusion for everybody in our city staff, in the private sector. So that kind of mayhem they have created has really caused a lot of extra work for everybody. And the strange thing is the public has never been told what these changes are. They've been keeping all those changes secret. I mean, it's incredible this day and age where you can change something like planning all over the province and the public is not aware of the changes. I mean, it's mind-boggling. But anyways, so I have some sympathy for staff and trying to spend all their time at the Ontario Land Tribunal, trying to keep up with the latest legislative change which affects everything we do in this place. But I do think that we've got to do something drastic here, because what we have now here is not working, especially when it comes to us building in our own property that we own, like, as I said, 100 acres right in the middle of the city. And we're stuck in mud. 100 acres in the middle of Toronto, we can't build anything. 17 years, go figure. How is that possible? Well, it's possible because we have these archaic rules of zoning, secondary plans, official plan amendments, committee of adjustment hearings, reviews. It is a dog's breakfast of useless rules that get in the way of building housing for people. And then we have, on top of it, we've got all these talking head experts from around the world. They say, oh, build affordable housing like they do in Copenhagen. That's always a favorite place. Oh, they're doing it in Vancouver. Oh, let's copy Vancouver. Let's do what Calgary is doing. Every second day I see some idiot expert telling us how we should build housing in Toronto. Let's do it the Toronto way. Forget these talking head experts of the week and just stick to a plan. Have the resources in place. You're going to need people that have decision-making powers. You've got to have someone that can say, stop the idiocy about the bike lanes through Lawrence Heights.
Are there there?
Yeah, because people in Lawrence Heights, believe it or not, people sometimes who are working poor need to drive to go to Brampton to work. So they want a place to park too. And they're not going to go to Brampton in a bike. So they're saying, listen, you don't have to have all bike lanes everywhere. Have them in certain places. But they want parking too. Anyways, that's just one little example. So I just think the one thing I would say is I would get TCHC out of the development business altogether. Get them out of there. They've got too many people, vulnerable people, so many needs to take care of. And they're, unfortunately, the work that they do is taken for granted, and it's extremely taxing work that our TCHC people do. And so they don't have the resources, the time, the bandwidth to deal with taking care of all these families, at the same time trying to be developers. Get them out of the development business. Let Create TO, I don't know, whatever entity, get them to do the development side in partnership with the private sector, because the private sector is willing to partner. And we've had some good private sector partners in Lawrence Heights, but they are frustrated. Everybody's frustrated. I'm frustrated. I just get, anyways, that's it.
You're not alone, Deputy Mayor.
I'm here to call
Okay,
him.
we'll get frustrated together, which is why this is in front of us.
I'm good. I'm ready.
Other speaker, Councillor Parks.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. Okay, guys, everyone calm down. Let's try to feel a little bit good about ourselves for a minute, okay? Cast your mind back to, say, April 2023, where there was a debate about whether the program should be called Housing Now or Housing Never. You remember that?
Give it to me later.
Remember that? In the prior to the most recent mayoral election, citizens in Toronto were incredibly upset because when asked, what's your housing program doing? We'd say, oh, something will happen soon, don't worry. That was literally what the government of the City of Toronto was saying until we had the change in leadership. In the first meeting after that change of leadership, Council approved a report called the Transformational Generational Housing Plan. I didn't pick the name. I wouldn't have picked that name, but nevertheless, stuff started to happen. We had 5 projects that were sitting out there, waiting. They're all in the ground now. Then this council approved a list of another 18 projects less than a year ago, and more than half of them are currently shovels in the ground. Wilson Heights was mentioned. It was sitting there and sitting there and sitting there. The city manager and staff reorganized how we do approvals through the development review group, and guess what? It's unstuck and moving now. By reorganizing how buildings talk to engineering service, talk to plan review, we've started moving things. This is the next piece. A frustration some of us had is some people who were building housing reported to one board of directors. Some people who were building housing reported to another board of directors, and some people who were building housing reported through the Toronto Public Service. What this does is it says from now on, the main decision-making place is going to be through the Toronto Public Service. In other words, somebody who works for this council will be held accountable for how projects are moving. Yes, Create.to does some things well, and when we need their expertise, the report in front of you says, we'll hire that, we'll get that expertise, and we're setting up a memorandum of how that works. TCHC has a whole lot of properties. They come to us and say, we're ready to go here. This council decides, yes, that property goes here in the queue. And then we tell TCH, you're ready to go on this one, go do the thing you're good at. For the first time since I got elected 18 years ago, I will be able to tell you the name of the individual who reports to City Council and is responsible for getting housing built. That's what you're being asked to do here today. We have already been trying to get that done informally. The city manager set up a table with all the leaders of this, and they've been meeting regularly on the 5 projects, the 18 projects, and the other 70 properties we own that we would like to get going too. And it's been good, and there's been a good spirit of cooperation. But what we need to do as a government is to cement the spirit of cooperation into an institutional structure where everyone knows who's responsible, where there's a final phone call you make saying, get this one going. And our report in front of us today does that, so that we will never have to deal, as the previous administration did, with the label housing never. And instead, as we have been showing over the last year, we will be able to tell the people we represent and other governments that this government is housing fast, fast, fast. Thank you.
Is there another speaker? Deputy Mayor McAfee asked some questions, and I thought I could take a few minutes to answer it. You asked how much money it's on the provincial side. The dollar that was given to us on the Building Faster Fund was $114 million. On the federal side, the rapid housing initiatives, we received to date, all of it, because it went through 3 or 4 phases, about $610 million, and it created 1,504 units. I can go on to every levels of government, how much they've given us and how many units are being created. Actually, not planned, but actually created, i.e. people moving in. The reason why I do know that there are people moving in, because I get invited to both the shuffle in the ground, like on Wilson Heights, that was 5 years in the making. We were able to have the shuffle in the ground. But I also get invited to those wonderful places where you're actually moving in, whether it's Councillor Perks riding a ward on Dunn, or Councillor Fletcher, the Riverdale Co-ops, and many, many different locations that people are actually moving in. You might have heard it this morning on Metro Morning that people were moving into a place on supportive housing and how it changed their lives. And there were quite a few of those, like one of it is Namirez on Carlton. So yes, can we be a lot faster? Absolutely. Can we streamline it? Yes, we can. That is what we are doing, Councillor Cole, because when you came to me and said, oh my God, 17 years, Lawrence Heights, still stuck in mud, you and I were pulling our hair out together, and I said to you that we need to do something because we can't just continue to go around in circles and nothing happening. So what I did was then, earlier on, together with the staff, was to say that we have to really get things approved a lot faster. So on site plan, we took over 900 days off the average approval time versus 5 years in the past. In official plan amendment, it took another 600 days off the average time to decision. Rather than 5 years on average, is now 115 days on average. Okay, so you're seeing that when we streamline, when we are pushing everyone into one-stop shop, so to speak, the approval process is much faster. We've done that piece. What we're doing right here is to say, all right, let's consolidate the building piece, right? Because right now it's a bit not clear who is in charge of what. Let us at least have one place where things are going to come together. It wouldn't stop any of the housing units that are being built now, all the projects that Councillor Fletcher have asked, all the number of TCHC buildings that the CEO just mentioned, but hopefully it could speed it up. And Creatio are doing very good work, and they will continue to do it, and et cetera. But at least there'll be someone that said, okay, this morning, when I'm out, I'm going to go through these lists, point by point by point, and working with Councillor to push it forward and get it done. So, so let's give this a try. I have some faith that it would happen, that we can actually deliver those buildings. So between Creatio and TCH, they have just named 11,000 units of housing. There are also a lot of housing, other units that we are pushing forward. So let us keep track of them. Let us make sure the portal make it as transparent as we can so that we can say, these are the ones that are shuffled on the ground, these are the ones that people are moving in, and these are the ones that's just been approved. And these are the ones that we are putting our financial support in. So lots of work to do, and let's do that together. Any other speaker on this? Councillor Perks, I assume you are moving all of the motions, the recommendations in front of us?
With excitement.
With excitement, okay.
We record this one? It's kind of important.
Oh, okay, all right. On recorded votes, Perks, Morley, McAuliffe, Matlow, Ainsley, Bravo, Carroll, Cole, not
Cole
sure
said
about
no.
Cole, and Fletcher.
And online.
And, okay.
And Malik.
And Malik. Okay, Councillor Cole is Deputy Cole against because it's a bit cynical. we'll hopefully we will prove you wrong. Okay. It's carried. I hope we can prove you wrong. And myself is supportive. Okay, thank you so much for this. Let me just ask folks if you have any items that you could release before lunch.
We go to item 20. Councillor Carroll needs to reopen and move a slight amendment.
Councillor Carroll, you want to reopen?
Okay.
I can.
Okay.
I can.
Any items? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I think.
What item?
I'm just finding it there, Mayor. It was the, what am I holding, operating variance?
Number 8.
Pardon me?
Number 8, the 2025 tax. And
Yes, I have to, I'm letting that go. I was hoping to do something, Mr. Conforti's told me, not allowed. So I will back off. Yes, I'm taking his advice. So that's fine, thank you.
Okay. Good try. Didn't quite make it, but that's okay. On that item, all those in favor of the tax and rate-supported interim operating capital spending authorities? Okay, opposed, carry. Any other items that you've held? Anyone else that want to release anything? Okay. Let us then tackle the last one before the Scarborough Rapid Transit Adaptive Reuse and Next Step. That's 19.6.
So, Madam Chair, just so you're aware, on that one, I'm going to need to go in camera.
Oh, that has to go in camera. Okay.
There might be in camera.
There
for
are
the
1,
others,
2,
too.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 speakers. Why don't we have 25 minutes. I don't have any other items in front of us. Okay, we will start hearing.
for this afternoon.
Yeah. 2024, the review of the, no, sorry, rapid transit, okay? Speaker number 1, Jim Fault. There you are. Councillor Ainsley.
Good morning. My name is Jim Fott. I'm a board member of the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, also known as SCRO. It's a multi-stakeholder group of community volunteers seeking to renew Scarborough. The Scarborough Walk of Fame at Scarborough Town Centre is also part of our portfolio. The SRT is gone. History, sadly missed by many. Thank you to the Mayor and Council for the funding and the ongoing work by TTC to create the Scarborough Busway to address the transit needs in Scarborough. Once the Scarborough subway extension is open after 2030, the busway will no longer be needed. This now creates a world-class opportunity for Toronto to create a spectacular linear park from Kennedy Station to Scarborough Town Centre, which we would tentatively call the Scarborough Skyway. A similar linear park in a dense urban environment in New York Highline is a Highline, 15 years old, currently has an annual visitor level between 8 and 9 million people. SCRO's vision for the Scarborough Skyway is to reach a similar level of interest and number of visitors some 15 to 20 years after it would potentially open. This is entirely possible given that the Scarborough Skyway is twice as wide as the Highline and will allow for both a walking and a bike trail, along with the parks, water features, green space, food, world-class art, culture, and all the connections to the different parts of Scarborough, such as the Scarborough Meadowway, connected to the Don River Trails, Toronto Zoo, and the Rouge Urban National Park. Let's not miss this opportunity. So I have 3 key points to make today. 1, slow down on the demolition theme of the Next Step report. Seems to be a very heavy demolition theme in that thing, and we want to slow down on that because there's a lot of discussions happening on this topic in Scarborough that I don't think the city's aware of, so we're going to make you aware of that today. This elevated section from Ellesmere over to the Scarborough Town Centre needs to stay in place for the Skyway to work. For a linear park like this, we need to have a connection from end to end, from Kennedy Station to Scarborough Town Centre. In the report, the first recommendation is that the TTC report to the board in Q1 of 2025 on a number of items. We're suggesting you push that back to Q4. I think that gives us some time to do some additional study and work on this. Second point I want to make is others such as University of Toronto Scarborough and the Design Industry Council are intensely studying this potential. The UOT master's students, and there is one who will be here deputing today, Sabina, has done case study review across North America of similar things on all aspects of governance, users, all that sort of thing, housing. I'll let her speak to that. A UST Scarborough survey will be conducted shortly and determine the level of community support and agreement for a Skyway. SCRO will then host a town hall meeting with not only the Design Industry Council's charrette results and the survey results to find out what the people of Scarborough. So we will do a community engagement exercise ourselves. The second thing, the last thing I want to say, and I'm just over, Scarborough needs its green space, a connected green space. It's the best kind of green space we can create. We see this as a very active tourism draw and a sense of community pride for many years to come. What a legacy this would be if we could make this happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Questions in the mover. I'm going to start with outside councilors. Councilor Myers.
Through you, Chair. So one of the things I'd like you to talk about is just, you mentioned that your city staff might not be aware of just how much work is happening in the community on making this project happen. And I'm wondering if you could just better illustrate that, because I think it's important that staff realize just the level of excitement and support this initiative has that is not captured in this report.
That's true, that the City of Toronto hasn't reached out to us through this development, this report, and the amount of work that's happening is substantial, and we have a lot of understanding through the University of Toronto Scarborough. Dr. Ontario has sent in a letter to you to this regard today as well, saying, we believe the city must seriously consider the potential of this project to become a new transformational iconic space for Scarborough, given Scarborough's historical underinvestment in transportation and community spaces. So, Dr. Montario, we have students who have produced a very massive report called Re-examining the Scarborough RT, Insights from North American Transit Repurposing Projects. These are master's and PhD level students at the University of Toronto Scarborough through the Institute for Inclusive Economics and Sustainable Livelihoods. So there's a lot of work done at the university, with the community, with SCRO, with a number of other organizations in Scarborough have been talking about this for actually not just months, but a couple of years. So why isn't the city talking to us about what should happen here? They're not. So we're kind of don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but we should be talked to.
And SCRO has a very good relationship with Oxford Properties, which owns the Scarborough Town Centre, through your work on the Scarborough Walk of Fame. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I'm not at liberty to say the results of our discussion, but we had a discussion with the Vice President of Oxford Property yesterday. And the results of that discussion are quite positive towards what we want to look at. He's also suggesting, well, what's the hurry? Let's look at this in a more fulsome way, so because we'd have to get from the subway station to the mall, and we have to get from this to the mall. Let's make sure it all works together. So give us some time to look at that. And Oxford Property has the Hudson Yards next to the High Line in New York. So this vice president visited that place during the summer, and he goes, you can't believe how crowded that High Line is in the summer. He sees that happening for the Scarborough Skyway.
And finally, you raised an excellent point that is not captured anywhere. The fact that the Scarborough station, the new Scarborough station, is being built where McCowan Station is, correct?
Correct.
And currently, there is no way to move the 4,000 to 5,000 people a day who go to the mall. So they're going to get off the station. There's no plan for how they're going to get to the mall other than crossing McCowan Station, which is pretty congested, and then crossing a barren parking lot, which is also pretty inequitable if you think of the people with disabilities, people who do their grocery shopping at the Walmart, people with disabilities who already have a hard time enough traveling in Scarborough. What do you think it would say if we didn't have a solution when that subway opens to how we're going to get those 4,000 to 5,000 people a day to the mall?
If all the billions spent on this subway, if that wasn't a part of the solution to the subway, we would look really dumb. We need to make sure that connection happens, not only for the mall itself, but for all the residential buildings that are part of the development that's going to happen within that space. So there's 15,000 some people going to be living there. They need to get to the subway and to the mall and all through that area. And this elevated green space from Ellesmere over to the mall, and then the at-grade green space, which the tracks are almost gone now from, we can make that connection from Kennedy up to the Scarborough Town Centre, a fabulous place with art, food, green space, fountains, water, cycling, pedestrian use. It could probably a world-class, better than the High Line, because the High Line is only one train track wide. This is 2 train tracks wide, and we could do a lot more with that space. So the Design Industry Council is going to do a charrette at the end of January. We'll certainly provide the results of that to the city staff. The results of our community consultation will provide to the city staff, but we would like that to be a two-way conversation, not just providing information that goes to a shelf.
And if one of the solutions was, let's say, what they have at Yorkdale, where you get off Yorkdale Mall and you walk through a catwalk that's sort of enclosed, similar to what we have there, that might be an option, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely, for sure. There's lots of opportunities for the designers that are going to attend this charrette like this to come up with cool ideas like that, make it a cool space for that connection, yes.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, Josh.
So you're, if I hear you correctly, you are simply asking, rather than us today to say we want to demolish the concrete structure, to allow for some time to do the due diligence, to explore what arrangements we can, make with the adjacent landowner, to explore how to fund it, et cetera. Let's do the work before just pronouncing today that we want to get rid of it.
That's right. When I look at the elevated portion of the SRT, it doesn't look like the Gardner. It's looking in pretty good shape from a layperson's perspective. So the second bullet of your recommendations is to, is substantially remove the Scarborough Rapid Transit Line 3 infrastructure. I understand the reason for that, and I understand that, once transit infrastructure is no longer needed for transit, that it's supposed to be under policy removed. Well, there's other opportunities for this infrastructure that you can override that policy and say, wait a minute here, let's do some more study and work on what this potentially could be. If we could have 2 or 3 or 4 million people visit that, Scarborough will be on the map. And Scarborough's underfunding in transit and other things has continued for years. So this is a time to reverse that and move on that, to not remove something that could be potentially huge.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that in reality, it would still be a transit corridor, not by rail, but by foot, by bike? It would be a transportation corridor for many years to come.
I could see with the connections with the Bentway to the zoo and the Ron Trails, I could see the number of bikers on that requiring an Amsterdam level bike parking lot that has 5,000 double level parking lots at the Scarborough Town Center, with the number of bikes who are going to go to Scarborough Town Center on that rail trail, that trail that would be there.
But demolishing the structure would cost tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars. Could that not be better spent on perhaps even putting together an endowment fund to help maintain the future Skyway, similarly to what they've done with the High Line in Manhattan?
Well, an interesting thing about the High Line is that it's a city park that's licensed to a not-for-profit that has $1 million budget that's 99% raised by private donations. It's not city money that's running the High Line, it's donated money. We could have the same model here, and I would certainly support that because I've run large charities in this province. I know how that can happen quite easily for this sort of a model.
Is that the kind of work that SCRO might be willing or interested in working on in the future, to sort of be a linchpin?
We're pushing for that, and I've put my hand up as a leader for that, pushing that forward, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Yeah,
Mayor Chow.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I got you, Thompson.
Councillor Thompson.
Yep, got it.
Sorry, being an outside member, I was waiting for an opportunity to ask.
Councillor Thompson, of course. I didn't see you. Okay, Councillor Thompson, go for it.
Thank you very much, Mayor Chow, through you to the speaker. Can you tell me about the number of landowners who own properties along this corridor that are looking to develop at the moment?
I don't have that information.
Great. Can you tell me the number of people who live between Kennedy Subway Station and Ellesmere?
And how far distance back from the SRT are you talking about? Within a block or within?
Well, sir, I'm simply asking you to provide us with information regarding the number of people that live within the corridor between Kennedy Station and Ellesmere.
So the question would be better answered by the University of Toronto Scarborough, the Institute for Inclusive.
Okay, so you don't have an answer.
I don't have that answer. The University of Toronto Scarborough has done that research and works.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can you tell me how many factories or businesses, employment businesses that are located within that corridor?
There are quite a few, just as there are in the High Line in New York. There's quite a few.
Do you
factories
have
and
the
businesses.
number, sir? I'm asking you for a number.
I don't
you
have
that information.
We haven't done that
Okay,
research.
thank you. Okay, but you've indicated here to us as part of your presentation that SCRO, your organization, and other members of the community has done a lot of work. Did you say that?
We've done a lot of work in discussing the potential for this, not done the homework that you're talking about of how many people. That'll come in the further months
So
if this
can
motion
you tell me,
is
sir, how many people
not
you've
carried.
actually met with in Scarborough Center specifically as part of your organization to discuss this issue? Which community organization have you met with in Scarborough Center?
So we've met with the next speaker on the deputation list is the Agincourt group. We've met with
Right.
Sun.
So
we've met with Scarborough.
Agincourt is not in Scarborough.
Sorry, Madam
Center,
Mayor,
sir.
on a point of
Thank you very
order.
much.
United Neighborhoods.
Just
Does-
hang on,
my
folks.
question, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Ainsley has a point of order.
Yeah, sorry, my colleague's asking the deputy in questions, and the deputant's not being allowed to finish. I'd like to hear his complete answers.
Okay, let's, it could be because of distance, but why don't we hear the answer right now from the deputy, Mr.
Just repeat the question, please. So which question
The
was?
question is the number of residents living in that area, I think.
So we've met with
Well, no,
Councillor
I think I was
Thompson?
beyond that, Madam Chair. I had gone beyond that because the speaker didn't have an answer. I was simply asking the speaker how many community associations within Scarborough Center he and his organization has met with. He has indicated that he has met with an organization that is in Scarborough Agincourt, which is not in Scarborough Center. That's what I was
Okay,
responding
gotcha.
to. Thank
Okay,
you.
may I, let's have an
I have no
answer on
further
that
question
one.
for the speaker.
Gotcha. Answer, sir?
So we have plans to meet with a number of stakeholders within Scarborough Center. We are just starting that work now, and we will meet with them as well as involve them with the discussions quite extensively. So that work is ongoing. We have a list. We will work on that, and we certainly would be interested in your ability to help us with who we should talk to.
Okay. Councillor Thompson?
And finally, yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a final question. The speaker indicated that he has met with, I believe it was the Vice President of Oxford Properties. Can you tell us the name of that Vice President, please?
I was not at liberty to disclose that, but it's a senior member of Oxford Properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Any other questions? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, we keep using the High Line as an example. It took them a long time to form their consortium and raise $150 million in the beginning. Is that work already underway? Are we talking about developing a consortium to pay for this park?
But none of that work has started because, first of all, we have to make sure that there is a corridor. So right now, with this motion, that's recommendations, there won't be a corridor. So we need to make sure there is a corridor protected by the city so that we can start that work. Yes, you're right. And the work that the deputation from the University of Toronto Scarborough, looking at the Atlanta Beltline and all these sort of linear parks around North America can speak more to that.
Right. But you did discuss in some of your answers to the questions that there's a lot of engagement going on in this. So in evoking the High Line, do people understand that model and that that's probably the only model that we could afford?
That's a good question, and so this is up to, we have to develop that for a town hall we will do for community engagement. What are we going to present? We hope to present, of course, the charrette results from the Design Industry Council from Ontario, as well as the survey results completed by the University of Toronto Scarborough on what concept people want to see in such a linear park.
I just wonder if the charrette looks at business models as well, because the High Line costs $11.5 million a year, of which the city only funds $5 million.
Yes, and the
and the capital costs, the upfront capital costs, were all borne by the private sector.
Right, and the charrette will look at all, a number of themes, including those themes of governance, funding, not just the... Not just the fancy stuff of the park and the trees and the fountains and the beaver tail stations, but also how it's going to be governed and funded.
Right, okay, thank you. That puts my mind at ease. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley first, and then Deputy Mayor McAuliffe.
Mayors, Jim, thanks for coming in this morning. Thank you for all your work with SCRO. You mentioned earlier, sir, was it yourself or others that met with people from Oxford Properties that own the Scarborough Town Centre?
We have a list of people that are certainly very close to the potential Skyway that we want to meet with, and we have met with Oxford, and we have plans to meet with others as well.
Did they say anything about having any discussions about so-called Scarborough High Line with city staff?
Absolutely not. This is in reality, this is kind of news to them that this is even a potential, but they're still trying to figure out how to get from the subway station over to the mall as well. So Oxford Property has a lot of design work to think about around Scarborough Town Centre with what's going to happen there, and not just with residential development, but also additional commercial development. So there's a lot of play there. So this is on their table to make sure that it's there to be talked about and thought about.
Okay. Did they express an interest in partnering or being involved in it?
They want to be kept informed and in the loop as we progress. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And I guess one of the benefits for them, they have a number of residential development proposals around the Scarborough Town Centre. And when at the city, when we talk about creating or building a walkable community, a Scarborough High Line would be a key component of that for them, I would think.
Correct, including the Scarborough Civic Center, which is right there, which this will lead right to. So connections to the Scarborough Civic Center are also included in the discussions.
Okay, and then your goal, my understand from your previous comments, was you're trying to figure out who the other landowners are along the corridor so that you can engage them.
Yes, to the premature questions from Councillor Thompson, we're trying to make that list and make sure that we can talk to those people and engage with not only the community, but with all the stakeholders who are going to be impacted by such a deal.
Okay, and to obtain that list, have you reached out to Councillor Thompson or city staff to see if you could acquire that list of owners?
First, we need to get through today, and then we will get that. We'll talk to the city staff, we'll talk to Councillor Thompson, we'll talk to others. We're just getting going on this, so it's a matter of getting that list together and make sure we have consultations with stakeholders, community, city staff, everybody who wants to talk to us.
And then going back to your two chief concerns that you brought this morning, was the first one is you think this is moving too quickly and the city should slow it down so that you can try and engage property owners and see what their concerns are or what needs to be done.
Exactly. We don't need to have a report from TTC in Q1 of 2024. Let's move that back to Q4 and give us some time to get our act together and get some more consultation happening. Design charrette's not happening till the end of January. So let's get surveys happening in the Q1 as well. So let's get some work done, and then we can report that back, and it'll feed more information to that report back from TTC to the EU in Q4 of 2024.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have two other questioner to this speaker, and on this item there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more speaker. I did promise earlier on. The other thing is that this item needs to be in camera. We are at 12:30 and we have to take a break. I did promise at the beginning of the meeting that we would come to the waterfront, which takes one speaker and that'll be fast, and then the two big items. Given this item has to be in camera, I am very reluctant to have it immediately after lunch. I'm asking indulgence of the committee that we would come back to this item after we finished the big ones, because we did promise them, okay? And given that it is in camera, we'll have to clear the room anyway. So we'll come back to this much later in the afternoon. Apologies for that, okay? And we will then carry on the questioning. I have the two questioner.
You did promise 1:30.
I did promise 1:30 earlier on, okay?
Yeah.
To finish this deputant's questions, though?
Okay, sure. And then I have two quick motions on two items that would take less than a
So
minute.
that and
okay?
quick releases.
And the two
Okay.
quick items. Okay. Deputy, all those in favor of extending to finish these two questioners, hang tight, don't go. Deputy Mayor McAfee.
Hi.
And then Fletcher.
Thank you for joining us. So on the recommendation 1, you think that it shouldn't come in Q1, you'd like to see it come in Q4. But I'm just wondering, because it will give us information that will be needed for those public consultations, I think. So I'm just wondering, like, I think it's good to get that information out and publicly available in Q1. So I'm just wondering if there's another reason, like, what was the intent behind delaying that?
It's basically to give us more time, but you're right that the information they are going to provide will be useful to us as well. The second recommendation is more important, that we don't talk about removal only. We talk about what options are available. Yes.
Okay, and so on that, because I think I'm struggling a bit here, because recommendation 2 and 3, they're kind of counteracting each other a little bit, because recommendation 3 does say to identify portions of the infrastructure that could remain for future uses. So on one hand, you're saying take it down, and that we endorse in principle globally this, and then on the other, you're saying, well, but identify these. Okay, yeah. So I understand kind of your conflict between those two. Yeah. So I just want to make sure, though, and this is why I think that Q1 could be important that report comes, because there is a section, I just want to make sure you're aware of this, in the report where it says that there are some initial assessments that indicate we don't have property ownership in some areas, that we have legal obligations to third parties, and then other considerations. So I think that's part of why I think it's important we get that information in Q1. So I just want to make sure you recognize, like, are you comfortable with us? We need to get that information out there and available.
I think when putting it that way, you're absolutely right, that there are some agreements that have to be clearer. We have to have some more information. So this information will provide information to the city as well as us that we need to go forward with. So yeah, that's the main point, is that we, the 2 and 3, what is it? Is he going to tear it down? Or are you going to leave it up? Leave it up so that we can have these discussions.
Right, okay. And then my last question is, we have seen that our provincial government is bringing forward legislation that does not allow removal of lanes of traffic for bike lanes. So in your mind, is this an important potential corridor for cycling infrastructure in Scarborough?
Unbelievably important because of the Bentway, because of the connection from the Bentway down to the
Meadowway, yeah.
The Meadowway, I mean, it's not the Bentway, the Meadowway, and down to the Dawn Trails, up to the Rouge Park and to the zoo. So this is incredibly important for us to get off the streets with the active transportation safely, and there be able to go from 2 major subway stations, from Kennedy Station right up to the Scarborough Town Center Station. So it's amazing.
And I think through these consultations, are you ready to have conversations about prioritization and how we prioritize? Because, you know, we do have limited costs. I think we have to have money and funding. We have to have conversations about that. But I think, you know, having a conversation about, you know, where things prioritize with, well, firstly, we want transit through there until the subway opens, so priority. And then how does that interact with all our goals of, we want affordable housing, we want cycling, we want park space, we want green space. So how do we prioritize within there? So you're willing to have those hard conversations around all of that.
I think the work of the case studies really shows us how the other similar examples staged it in little stages, so that you can't do this all at once. What are the most important stages? The first more important stage is they're doing the vinyl design on the busway. They haven't talked to us. We've asked to talk to them. We may need access through the stations and some other adaptive reuse of that, of the busway for this to be easily transformed into a linear park. So we need, that's the first stage, is we need TTC to talk to us about the design of the busway.
Right, and that's what I just wanted to ask about too, is that I will ask later about the design of the busway, but what if the busway requires parts to come down? Like, that's another important conversation I think we have to have, right?
True.
Right, so, and that's why I'm saying it's prioritization of things, and you're comfortable with that, and it's more just about trying to remain open-minded until at least we understand the lay of the land and where we're at.
In the University of Toronto Scarborough, the students have done an amazing amount of work on all these case studies to look at how they were put in place, the staging that happened for them. You can't do it all at once, so how do you do it? How do you do it forward? You know, we always aren't going to turn to the High Line as the be-all and end-all. There's other examples. The Beltway in Atlanta is an amazing example. What's happening in Mexico City is an amazing example. So there's some really good North American examples of what other cities have done that we don't want to miss the opportunity on here.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Councillor Fletcher.
I'm fine. In the interest of time, I'm just happy to
thank you.
Thank the deputy.
Yep.
Just a quick point of order, just to correct something or to clarify something Deputy Mayor McKelvey just said. So the TTC is building the busway from Kennedy to Ellesmere. They've already confirmed that they can't use Ellesmere to McCowan because the buses cannot make the turns because the turns are too sharp. So exactly. So Ellesmere to Kennedy is already, that is TTC.
That's technically not a point of order. It's a
point of clarification.
But I think we'll leave it for you when you make a speech later on, okay? There's no such thing as point of information.
Would you like a quick release before we leave?
Yes, a bunch of quick releases. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm going to quick release EX 19.27, 311 Toronto Framework for Reporting and Dashboards.
Okay, you're satisfied with it?
That's it, yeah.
Okay, I move adoption. Okay, all those opposed, carry.
And I will move EX 19.22. I've had my questions answered to that. Basin Street ground lease amendments and strengthening Toronto Portland's company mandate.
Excellent. Councillor Fletcher moved adoption. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Anything else?
That's all I'm holding.
I have two. 19.10, which is the waste bins. It's just asking us to support. This is, it's not a public education campaign. Anyway, it's a bit more than a public education campaign because right now people have big bins. If they, especially for seniors, they don't know if they switch to smaller bins because their kids have grown older. I've moved out. They are empty nester. Reducing their bins will cost them less money. So it's a bit more than just a public education campaign to assist these seniors to make smaller bins. All those in favor of that amendment, item as amended, approved, carry, thank you. 1919 is First Nation procurement. Basically is to say that accelerate the work plan. Right now the work plan starts next year, 2025. It doesn't finish till 2027. It's 3 years long. So we are just asking them a possibility to make these. This one is 19, First Nation procurement policy. Do you want me to hold on to this one?
Yeah.
The motion is in front of you. That
faster.
in consultation with the Chief Procurement Officer and the Procurement Advisory Circle to work to accelerate the work plan where possible. Right now, they are asking the consultation start in 2025, report 2026, and then adoption, and then something may happen in 2027. So it's 3 years long.
Thank you. The only question I was going to ask, so maybe they can send it to me offline, was in the interim, what are we doing to make it better while we're waiting on the full report? Yeah, but they can send that. That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
Okay.
Okay, we'll hold it.
It's, okay, why don't we hold it? Yeah, we have time. Okay, so we will take a break. Coming back, we're at 19.2, which is waterfront revitalization, and then the the vehicle for hire 2 items. And then we only have left 19.6, which is assessment of Scarborough Rapid Transit, okay? The rest of the agenda is done. Thank you so much. See you back at 1:30.
Item 2, we'll do that at council. We'll talk to Joe today.
Oh, okay.
Nothing here. It'll get moved to
Excuse me, everyone. We just need everybody to vacate the room because we need to lock it up during the lunch recess, but we'll reopen it around 1:20 p.m. Thank you.
On the waterfront one, next phase of waterfront revitalization. Folks, our meeting is now in order, and may I trouble you folks to have a seat? I see Brian Idler here, and therefore we could proceed with one speaker, or actually two speakers, the waterfront revitalization, Brian Idler and Max Moore, and then we'll deal with this item very quickly, and then we'll move straight into the vehicles for hire industry. Mr. Idler, we are all ears. Is your mic on?
Looks like it. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you consider the next phase of waterfront revitalization, I urge you to reflect on this. Why would we sacrifice our city's most valuable asset, a natural treasure that money cannot replace, for just 5% of Toronto's air traffic, when a solution already exists at Pearson? This isn't just about reclaiming land, it's about unlocking a bold vision for Toronto's future. A vision that transforms the Island Airport lands into a world-class park, a vibrant community space, and an economic engine that benefits everyone. Last week, Waterfront for All presented the 15th edition of its speaker series, entitled Dare We Imagine the Island Without an Airport? Speaker Mark Ryan, a founder of the landscape architect firm Public Space, presented his firm's thoughts on what could happen once the airport closes. This is, he said, a chance for Toronto to dream its own dreams. He emphasized how important it is for our city to dream about the future. You don't often get a chance to add another 210-acre park to a city. Ryan's presentation was based on the concepts his team generated for the story by Alex Bozakovic in the Globe last October, titled Airport to Park, a bold vision for the Toronto Island. In the article, Ryan says the islands are Toronto's defining public space. Almost anything can happen there. The question is, what do you want it to be? As Bozakovic writes, the key point is that this is an enormous blank slate. Think of Rail Deck Park, the billion-dollar dream project of the John Tory era. It would have been 8.5 hectares. The airport lands are 10 times the size, not far away and ready to be occupied. The opportunity here is to demonstrate that the city isn't static, Mr. Ryan argues. The city can take action. It can regain parks and public realm from other infrastructure as the city grows and changes. It can, but will it, asked Bozakovic. Why now? It is by no means clear that Ports Toronto can build any compliant RISA, or runway and safety area, by 2027. We have requested that the federal government designate the runway and safety area project for a federal impact assessment, and just yesterday learned that our request has been approved for consideration by the Impact Assessment Agency. We have asked that not building the necessary RISA be included as one of the alternatives to be considered. We also know that business at the airport is stagnant. It ceased growing in 2012.
Mr. Idler, maybe after you left, there was a motion to move the time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes.
I was not aware of that.
My apology. If you can just conclude, because Deputy Mayor moved a motion because there's 54 deputants. Not on this item, but if you can wrap up, I will let people know. That's my fault. I did not let folks know. If you can conclude.
I will attempt to do that. I looked in vain in your materials today for any mention of the opportunity the potential development of the airport lands presents. I did find some helpful words that should form part of your vision for our waterfront and for those airport lands that are such a significant part of them from the KPMG 2021 report. And I'll skip down. Several government interviewees noted that the pace of revitalization could be accelerated, and there remained a need for a globally recognized destination like Sydney Opera House or London's Tate Modern to draw activity and interest to the waterfront. The magnificently located island airport lands would be just ideal for that. Let's seize this moment. Let's get it right.
Thank you so much for your time. Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, is Mr. Moore here, Max Moore?
He may be online.
Ah, he's online, okay. Oh, here he is. All yours, 3 minutes. My apology, we had a motion that have moved it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Go for it.
All right, and I wonder if I can share my screen.
You should be able to.
Yeah, I can share content, and can you all see this picture of Garden World Park? Is the graphic showing up?
No, it has not.
I'm trying to get it to show.
Try again.
All right, share content, and there it is. So share.
Okay,
so,
yep, we see it. You ready?
Okay,
3 minutes, I'm gonna start.
Okay, thank you. Brian Eiler referred to the presentation by Mark Ryan of Public Work. This is a schematic that Mark Ryan has produced for what the island airport land could become if it were developed as a park. Now, I know there's a lot of people who say, well, a park doesn't, what is the value of a park? Well, this is starting to become more obvious as time goes on. But the real question is, do we want an airport on that land, or do we want something more valuable? Because the point is, this is the most valuable land in the city because of its location, as they say, location, location, location. And from the view from the city, looking at this land and the view of the city from this land is spectacular. And as Brian mentioned, it has the potential to do the same thing for Toronto that the Sydney Opera House location has done for Sydney. It has been in Sydney. It's just astounding how that one building has become a symbol of prosperity of the whole state of Australia, and it draws a lot of tourism. Well, this point of land has that same potential. And the question is, if we wanted to replace the island airport with something along the lines of a park, what could it be that would be spectacular? What can we do with it that would interest the world and make the world want to visit? I'm only suggesting a name, Garden World Park. It's a nice name, but it allows for many things to be done. I see it as an eco-theme park with demonstrations and exhibits of solar heating, climate change solutions, maybe an experimental farm. There's so many things that we could do with this land to demonstrate to the world how committed Toronto is to resisting climate change and solving the problems that future cities will have. That's really all I have to say. Think about the potential, think about the value. This is the most valuable land in the entire city. Let's do something valuable with it. And reason we're making this presentation is because you're considering the future of the waterfront. What better things could we do with the waterfront than focus on this land and all that it can present to the world? Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that vision. Any questions to the deputants? If not, I think Councillor Fletcher, are you here? You, a big part of the waterfront is in your ward. Did you want to ask questions to the staff, or did you want to send this forward or do something with the report?
I have some questions for staff.
I'm sorry? Oh, Deputy Mayor Malik, sorry. Did you have a question to staff, or did you want to speak?
I have questions for staff, and then I wanted to speak.
Okay. A question to staff. Deputy Mayor Malik. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions to staff?
Three questions. First of all, thank you for the work that has gone into what's in front of us. And just wanted to hear a little bit more about the economic benefits that have come from the first phase of the waterfront revitalization.
Good afternoon. It's David Stonehouse from the Waterfront Secretariat and through the Mayor. According to Waterfront Toronto's 2023-24 Integrated Annual Report, the work associated with waterfront revitalization has generated approximately 28,000 years of construction employment, added approximately $3.7 billion to the Canadian economy in terms of GDP, generated approximately $1.4 billion in tax revenues, largely federal and provincial taxes, and generated over $10 billion of completed private sector investment in the waterfront.
Thank you for that. And with the recommendations in the package that's in front of us, what are the anticipated benefits, I guess with a particular emphasis on housing? Can you outline that for us?
Thank you for the question, and through the Mayor. For Esquimalt-Minising, the island, infrastructure will enable approximately 4,500 new total housing units on 5 blocks, with a council-approved target of 30% to be affordable rental housing. And those blocks will add up to approximately half of the total housing that is anticipated for the island at full build-out. And then for Quayside, the enabling infrastructure will enable about 4,700 new housing units total, and 869 affordable rental housing units that are proposed for phases 1 and 2.
Thank you very much. And my final question is just on public transit, and a key component of unlocking the continued growth and revitalization of the waterfront has been the East Waterfront LRT. Can you describe the opportunity for the dedicated bus lanes on Queens Quay East in the interim before the LRT is implemented, and how that would operate and support the package that we have in front of us?
Can you put your mic on?
Hi, Richard Borbridge from Transit Expansion. The bus lanes would be part of, or the BRT solution would be part of work that we would be bringing forward next year as we continue to evaluate the LRT. So this will be part of our phasing and design that we'll be studying next year.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you're at 3 minutes. You have 5, 2 more minutes.
Yeah, no, those are all my questions.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Deputy Mayor McCarthy.
Thank you. There's some really great stuff and projects in here. I just wanted to clarify, when you're asking City Council to endorse projects as the first set of priorities, is that within the waterfront, or how does that affect other city priorities? This doesn't prioritize any above anything else or shift anything else. Like, this is just within the package, you're identifying projects to proceed with first.
Through the Mayor, thanks for the question. So the priorities are focused on the waterfront, on the central waterfront in particular. And however, there is a lot of overlap between the city's main priorities, which of course are transit and housing. And so the priorities will address both the shared goals of the waterfront as well as the city's priorities corporately.
By moving these up as priorities, are you moving anything else down?
So through the Mayor, nothing in the broader sense of other capital projects is moving down the list. These have this will have a discrete funding source through 3 levels of government, so they may proceed at a different pace, but in terms of pushing things below the line from a broader city perspective, no.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other questioners. Who is moving? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Deputy Mayor Malik. Sorry, I keep missing you because you're sort of behind me here.
Sorry, I don't want to make anyone else sick by being here in person. So, thank you very much for. Just going to take a few brief moments. First of all, to thank city staff for all the work that's been done to bring the recommended package forward for this next phase of waterfront revitalization, building on the incredible work that we've seen so far. And thank you to all the community stakeholders and business stakeholders who have continued to support these efforts all along the waterfront. And I've been proud to work closely with staff at the Board of Waterfront Toronto to ensure that we're setting up the leadership structure and funding to achieve our shared goals for a new and vibrant waterfront as we move forward. And through these recommendations, we're setting out our intent for what waterfront looks like for all of us, for all Torontonians, as well as one that invests in the future of our city in the best way possible. And as was shared just, in the discussion, it is also an invitation to other levels of government to help and support us to get us there. We've demonstrated what's possible when 3 levels of government work together on ambitious projects that continue to unlock our capability to meet our priorities as a city when it comes to housing, when it comes to transit, when it comes to public and green spaces, and when it comes to continuing to build out a place that will attract visitors from far and wide, as well as be a place of enjoyment and refuge for Torontonians as well. I'm looking forward to what the next few decades allow us to do and to set another example for what waterfront revitalization could be, and to continue to move these efforts forward with thanks.
Okay. Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have an amendment that I would like to move. The City Council requests the Deputy City Manager, Development and Growth Services to report back to the second quarter of 2025 on opportunities to advance wider waterfront initiatives outside of the central waterfront and designated waterfront area projects listed in the report from the Deputy City Manager, including City and Toronto and Region Conservation Authority joint projects on the Scarborough and Etobicoke portions of Lake Ontario waterfront that could benefit from funding from senior levels of government, so to inform intergovernmental discussions and funding requests and 2026 budget deliberations. I just want to thank staff for all of the work that they've been doing on the waterfront. I'm moving this partially in my role, not only as a city councillor, but also as the chair of the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, as the TRCA continues in this work with city staff, building up our waterfront, and also advocating to other levels of government for money to achieve that work. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask a question of the mover?
Sure.
Carol, so is that question to? It's just
question of the mover.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just two things. My first question is, you've asked for a report in the second quarter. Is that aligned with the report that's coming back anyway, or are we going to end up with a report that's a little out of sync here?
No, I believe they're aligned.
So there is a waterfront report coming then anyway?
Yes,
okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and this is your motion is pretty general, whereas this is speaking to, my understanding of the report anyway, is speaking to a particular phase, particular sections. But what you want is a more general report.
Yes. Yep. And we're also looking for, I guess, more fuel to add to the fire as we advocate to the federal and provincial governments for money for our waterfront development right across the city.
Okay. That helps inform my vote. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. This is probably one of the most exciting things we're going to do because it's a long-awaited waterfront plan. And I think when we're talking about the whole waterfront, this is about building, I don't know how many thousand new homes on the waterfront. And it really is about the Waterfront 2.0, which is that relationship with Waterfront Toronto. So while I appreciate Councillor Ainsley you bringing that forward, I don't think that the Waterfront Toronto role expands beyond the central waterfront. So that would be kind of a supplementary report about how to move other things happening, such as that great area out that Councillor Deputy Mayor has out at the Rouge, and anything else going along with the Humber, but it's just not in exactly the same character or exactly what we're doing here. Because the first phase of waterfront development was basically flood-proofing the waterfront, flood-proofing the east end of the city, to go along with, excuse me, Councillor.
Sorry, I'm supporting, I'm saying that then it's not in order.
Well, you're going to have to talk to the clerk about that. But this is, the 2.0 is with Waterfront Toronto. A 1.0 was the flood-proofing, the river, getting everything ready for development. But the part that's not ready for development, and we've always known that what has to happen to get ready for development is all the infrastructure for development. And that includes all of the sewers, all of the hydro, everything that would require to basically build a small new city on Oquamin-Minising, which is the new island. So I do appreciate what you're doing, Councillor Ainsley, because I do love our entire waterfront. I think we just have to segment them a little bit, as Councillor Carroll is saying. The fact that we are now prepared to move to the next stage of the infrastructure build in order to support the housing is pretty critical. And that we're making that commitment. We're asking the other levels of government to also make that commitment. I'll just remind everybody here that the only way we have the flood-proofing, the new river, and everything else is by the long-standing project called Portland's Flood Protection. That was funded 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, and that is the model of Waterfront Toronto. And to pay tribute, Councillor Ainsley, to TRCA, all of the environmental assessment, in order to achieve that, one of the really important partners was Toronto Regional Conservation Authority at every step. And they do play a special role in all the development here. So I think it's a great moment that we're at, because there was a moment when we didn't know if there'd be a Waterfront 2.0, that there'd just be a Waterfront 1.0, and we would have this great new island and not be able to build any housing. And with the support of the City Council, we have now indicated we would like to have 40% affordable housing on these lands, because as you well know, the city, through Toronto Portlands Corporation, owns the majority, or 60 to 70% of lands on our new island. This is a very special moment where we're saying done with 1.0. Let's move on to 2.0. Let's make our commitment to 2.0 waterfront, so Waterfront Toronto knows what they're doing, knows who they're going to talk to, knows that the other levels of government will be available, and hopefully we will have announcements very shortly that we will be able to advance this new project, which has captured the imagination of so many Torontonians, and I mean that very seriously. When you see the new bridges, when you see the river, when you see the river flow, the Don River, not in a concrete box, flowing to the inner harbor, it's a very exciting moment in our city. So I will move these recommendations, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yeah, my concerns are similar to Councillor Fletcher's. My concern is this: right? We try to be specific and purposeful with each of these waterfront reports, but then we add in more general motions, and we never get down to what are we talking about today, because we always add something that broadens it back out again. And what happens is, we all want to track what's happening at the waterfront. We all want to care about it, but it then takes on a level of complexity such that people start to just gloss over these reports. And so I really think we're better off making sure the report back on this item is about the things in this item, which are very specific to the phase we're talking about. And so I'm going to have a problem to support the other motion.
Mayor Chow, on a point of order?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm wondering, I've just been reading through the report, and it's very much about the revitalization that comes through Waterfront Toronto and the three governments working together. And Councillor Ainsley's motion, while it does talk about the city's connection with the water, doesn't talk about this report in any way. I'm wondering if you'd be better served to maybe put a letter on the committee agenda on a separate piece of work altogether than to try to connect these two.
What I could do, because I do have an item that is being added, that we could put that in. Oh, it's not being added. We could do that separately as going to council. We could do that.
I just think in
terms of. Is that okay? All right.
Yep.
Thank you for that. All right, so. I think I need a motion to withdraw my motion. Yep, please. May I? Thank you so much, Councillor Ainsley. We love the concept. It just may not fit right here. Thank you for pointing that out. Both of you are pointing it out. I just want to speak very briefly. This report actually said that we are doing phase 2 of Waterfront Toronto. It's exciting. It will lead to almost 100,000 residents moving into the area. There will be a park, a very big park. There would be trails, destination, places people want to come to, and even canoe and kayak. And it was very specific that it talks about that Okinawan-Minising, which is that island, the old Vili Island, will have new infrastructure. And there's quayside infrastructure. There will be a park that would be completed by next summer. And then there will be a program of early activation and the study of waterfront destination attractions and advancing the marine use strategy and wider waterfront initiatives, okay? So lots of things happening here. The deal is being finalized in terms of intergovernmental because it requires both the federal and the provincial government to join in. And hopefully all of that negotiation will be done by council so that it will be an early holiday present for the people of Toronto because it is a huge initiative. It'll be exciting if we get it done. Councillor Fletcher is agreeing very much so.
I'm wondering if you have a conflict because of your kayaking love.
There might be, yes, yes, probably there would be, because that's the only thing that I'm thinking about. No, not really. On Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor, opposed, thank you. All right, we are now coming to something that everybody's waiting for. Thank you for your patience. This is the analysis of the driver wages in the vehicle for hire industry. We have a good number of speakers, starting from Sajid Mangal, and then Eli Krimen, George Wedge, Ikram Fried, and J.J. Fuller. So starting with Sajid. You have 3 minutes. Are you able to turn on your mic?
I did.
Button.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Sajid Mughal, and I'm a former chair of Taxi Cab Advisory Committee and driving taxi cabs since 1992. It's an honor for me to speak to this committee. Madam Chair, even though the staff report in front of you and the committee members regarding drivers' wages in the vehicle for hire is comprehensive and very well articulated. But unfortunately, one key factor is missing from the report, the Toronto population in 2016, when the PTC were regulated, and in 2024. This information may help this committee to learn why PTC drivers are making barely $5 to $6 per hour. Madam Chair, according to this report, in 2016, there were 29,051 PTC drivers, and Toronto population was 2.87 million. In 2024, there are 80,429 PTC drivers, and Toronto population is approximately 3.1 million. There was barely a 10% growth in the population, but 180% growth in the PTC drivers. In 2016, there was one PTC driver for 93 citizens, whereas in 2024, there is one PTC driver only for 39 citizens. Let's take a look what's happening in the New York. New York City population is approximately 19 million, and the number of ride-sharing drivers is same like Toronto, 80,000. It means there is one Uber driver for 238 citizens. Madam Chair and the committee members, this information may help you to understand why Uber drivers are making this much, $5 to $6 per hour. It clearly shows that there is an oversupply of PTC drivers. The staff report elaborates that 50%, which is 40,000 of PTC drivers are part-timers. It means 40,000 PTC drivers have their other jobs which is not fair to the ones whose primary job is working as a PTC driver. If you eliminate part-timers, it may help the ones working full-time as a PTC driver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any question to the deputants? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, Crimin.
Ilya.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm not here as a driver, I'm not here as an employee of a rideshare company, and I'm not here as a lobbyist. I'm here as a rider, as a regular person who lives in this city and sees that people are being abused and taken advantage of in my city. You should know that I care, that all my friends who use rideshare care, and that we're on the side of the drivers in this conversation, and that we expect and are watching for you to fight for the people who we trust with our lives on a daily basis and not the companies that suck them dry. I would now like to take advantage of my background in basic arithmetic and ethics, both of which I picked up circa 4th grade, to make what I hope are obvious points and show you why I and others like me are enraged. 1, $6 as a median wage is not a wage, it's indentured servitude. Canada's official poverty line for living in Toronto is an income of $2,131 a month. At $6 an hour, you should have to work about 79 hours a week, every week, for the right to be at the poverty line at this wage. That should be illegal. Any claims that they have a choice in this circumstance is coming from people who have never experienced poverty and willfully ignore cycles of poverty. When your wage is this low, you can't look for other jobs, you can't get an education, you can't advance your life, you can't live with dignity. We're watching. Change it. 2, this industry is preying on new Canadians. The public letter from Uber that was attached to this item said that rideshare is a common job for new immigrants. They are saying the quiet part out loud. Their business model takes new immigrants and traps them in a cycle of poverty where they cannot then advance or better their life. Moreover, we all know that many of these people aren't citizens and so cannot vote in your next election. This does not mean that they don't deserve to be treated like people. We're watching. Change it. 3, drivers are an essential service and should be treated as such. Uber's letter also said that they are a critical, essential service. I agree, and it's the only essential service without guaranteed wages or employment standards, owned by a largely unprofitable, yet for-profit, foreign organization. I don't worry whether my bus driver will eat tonight, but my Uber driver, I do. We're watching. Change it. 4, the laws of supply and demand exist and are being weaponized to screw drivers over. They are looking to increase the number of drivers from $50,000 to $80,000 in a year. That's a 60% increase in supply. The demand for rides is not going to go up by 60% in a year. So what goes down? The price. And who will that screw? The drivers. The vast majority of rides are delivered by full-time drivers. We all know it, and the companies know it. This is not a side gig, this is their livelihood. And in front of all of our eyes, it is being further gouged. We're watching. Change it. 5, what these companies do is not that hard. Putting drivers on an app and connecting them with riders is not difficult and is something the city and domestic competitors like Hover can do. Don't let them convince you otherwise. Don't let them convince you that they are the only God-given arbiters of applications. We know you can act. We're watching. Change it. I'm not an expert on policy. I'm an expert on what it's like to live in a city where worker abuse is legal and pervasive, and I know this is something we are currently choosing. If you take nothing else away from this, we know the barbarians have breached the gate. Protect the people who live in this city. We're watching. Please change it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions to the deputant? Thank you for taking time.
Thank you.
George Wedge, President of Rideshare Drivers Association of Ontario.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, committee. Attached with my submission today is a copy of the peer-reviewed legislated poverty report, as well as the new RDAO upfront AI pricing report. It has been more than a year since City Council discovered that rideshare drivers' wages are far below any acceptable minimum wage, contrary to the rideshare company's self-serving rhetoric and marketing. Well, that was then. On October 8th this year, Uber has stepped up their driver ATM withdrawals by unleashing their new pricing scheme referred to as upfront fares. With this new pricing scheme, there is no rate card, no per kilometer fee or time fee, just a black box that secretly sizes up a rider and decides what maximum amount the app can charge for the trip, and then looks at the driver and does exactly the opposite, driving the earnings further below the grossly unacceptable amounts of last year. RDAO speculates that some level of government will step in and put an end to such outrageous violations of public trust, and the use of AI for these purposes will be outlawed. But drivers can't wait that long. We are looking to the City of Toronto, who is the corporate partner of this bad corporate actor, to solve this issue. The city cannot deny their culpability on this violation of public trust. After all, they too have profited from the partnership. Last year alone, the city netted more than $15 million in fees through their agreement with Uber and paid by drivers. The RDAO recommends in the strongest terms that bylaws be drafted to prohibit such gross misconduct, explicitly prohibiting the use of AI for pricing purposes, and take it the all-important next step to mandate a city-approved rate card be used. RDAO also recommends that the city, to whatever extent is permissible under bylaws, put a cap on commissions. There's not much more to say about wages because, let's all face it, it's disgusting that blue-collar workers are subject to such abhorrent wages here in our city in 2024. I apologize if I sound disgusted today. This is a disgusting issue. It's been known for more than a year, confirmed by academia, and the study is complete. Now it's time to take the test. Drivers are praying that you pass with flying colors. Please don't let us down, and thank you for your time.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone have any question? I do have one. So when surge pricing happens, it's really AI controlled. It's not clear who gets what and how much the driver gets. Is that how it works?
That's correct, Mayor Chow. As of last year, pre-October 8th, a driver for Uber, for example, would understand that if a surge pricing were to happen and he was able to get a trip offered on surge, he would get his 75%. But now with AI pricing, there is absolutely no determination on what the splits look like.
So when Taylor Swift was in town, a trip that would be $10 could then be $50 or something like that. I don't know. As a rider, we just pay, but the driver wouldn't know precisely how much they would make all of that. Or as a rider, I would have no idea how much money the rider is going to make.
That's absolutely correct. What you know is what you're paying, and what we know is what we're being offered. It's not until, on the new system with AI upfront pricing, until the conclusion of the week's business where a driver has an opportunity to look and see what percentage of the gross revenue stream actually went to him.
So I'll be charged $50. I don't know how much you, the driver, will get. You have no idea how much you will get. It's only at the end of the week or whenever that period ends, then you would find out. On average then, when there's surge pricing going on, do drivers, some driver will make 10%, 40%? Is this the percentage different?
So with the new system, drivers have no idea. All they know is what they're being offered for the ride. They have no idea what the rider has been charged. So for an example, I could pick someone up in Pickering and drive them to the airport. And whatever is the pricing that's happening at the time, I've seen, because we've shared screens, the rider paid $75 and Uber paid me $32. So we're looking at upwares, and with AI pricing, we've already been able to determine that on long trips, that the wages that are paid to drivers trail off down towards 30%.
How many percent again?
30.
30%. So 70% per $10 that I make, $7 go to the company, $3 go to the driver, and then the driver will also have to pay expenses.
That's correct, Mayor.
Including the gas and et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Every expense that's required to keep your car fit and ready and on the road.
So really it's not $3, you may get $2 out of it.
So if we had to pick a number, we would pick one that was per kilometer. What would be the expense to run a car on the road? No different than taxi or any other transport service. And 35 cents per kilometer is probably a low number, but we don't want to overinflate numbers just to make our situation look worse.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that information.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, committee.
We have the next speaker, Ikram Freed.
Good afternoon. My name is Ikram Freed, and I've been a taxi driver in City of Toronto for the last 39 years. This report, the staff recommends to receive it only, but I believe that this report should be integral part of next item, because when you are recommending the cap, you should be considering at the same time what PTC drivers are making currently. This report is not conclusive either, because it does not give us a comparison with other North American jurisdictions, how they have balanced the PTC service and the taxi service in those jurisdictions. Also, there should have been comparison for the wages for every year from 2016 to 2024. They only gave us comparison for 1 year. In 2023, the driver was making $5.97. In 2023, the driver was making, PTC driver was making $7.94 per hour, whereas in 2024, he was making only $5.97. The number of PTC drivers in 2023 were 61,906, and there was a sharp jump in 2024 to 80,429 drivers. It clearly gave you a relationship between their earnings and the number of PTC drivers available to work. So the cap should be rolled back so that the driver can make more money or whatever they were making in 2023 are 2021 at least. And that number probably should also be taking into account other jurisdictions, especially City of New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you very much. Last speaker on this item, JJ Fugger. There you are.
I don't have too much to add to what the previous deputant said. Just wanted to touch briefly on what all of this might mean for council. The reports we have before us, really the staff reports and the consultant reports are very high quality, valuable reports that really extend our understanding of what's happening in the industry and shed some light on why it is. In October, we saw 2 wildcat strikes break out at Pearson Airport among PTC drivers, and why we hear more and more stories like customers being stranded. This was a recent Global News report. 3 a.m. Being accosted by a driver saying, "Look, I'm being offered $62, or you have to pay $62 for this fare. I'm being offered 18. Let's make a deal." The passenger, a woman, felt a bit nervous about this, understandably, and was stranded. So, you know, this is a consumer safety issue. When work is this precarious, it spills over into, it affects passengers. And that is why I think in 1998, in 2014, in other cities, city after city has decided to limit the amount of taxis, and that's relevant for this conversation. But going back to the surveillance pay, I think the authors of the city study note that it's going to be a lot harder to figure out what people earn now based on the fare data that we collect, because they're completely disconnected, as George very eloquently explained. This is not only an issue of customer safety and driver welfare, it affects the city's ability to flow through payments and subsidies via the platforms. Because I don't think we can be confident any longer if we're, say, providing a $1 subsidy per trip through the platforms, that driver pay won't be adjusted accordingly. We can't know. I'm not saying that's happened, but we can't be confident that it's not happening. And I think that's something the city should take very seriously. And as to what we can do, you know, we know the city can regulate through the Act fares, licenses, numbers of licenses. The other thing the city can do is make sure that if there is a predatory, if we can't improve driver pay through regulating customer fares, that drivers at least have other options. Other companies, if they're the subject of predatory behavior, they don't have to work at that particular company. And that's where we have started to talk about the importance of city control, city-issued licenses, single-issue city-issued licenses for PTC drivers, so that they have some choice over where to work, and then passengers have some choice over where to get their next ride. And that's it for me.
Thank you. A question, Councillor Bravo and Fletcher.
Thank you for the deputation, and for all of the deputations, really. The question of rider choice and a single issued license, is that the approach that's been taken in other cities? And
yeah, I think the approach we have here is somewhat unusual. Definitely in other big markets like New York and London, there's this PTC drivers or ride-hail drivers will get a single license that they can use with any licensed company. And that really gives them, it makes it easier for their platforms to enter. It makes it easier for drivers to exercise agency.
So presently, by having a single a license with one company, yes, I know. I'm going there. So what you're saying is that the way to drive up to increase wages is to allow competition, so that the driver can choose where to work, and there would be competition generated?
That is one way to help, for sure. I think, you know, regulating fares, regulating license numbers are important. But this is also important. You know, everybody is sort of hostage because the market has become so concentrated here.
And the last question is around regulating fares. How do you imagine that regulating fares would have an impact on driver compensation when there's no transparency to drivers or to riders?
That's only the case with two companies. So there are definitely, like taxis have regulated fares. And I think at least one of the new entrants purporting to come into the market would use a rate card. And a minimum rate card will at least make it harder for companies with a lot of market power to undercut new entrants.
Thank you.
Or gouge customers.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher? Yeah, she asked the question. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay, if not, that is for this item. On this item, any questions to the staff? On this item, Councillor Bravo?
The question of the single license, which is, it would be a huge departure for the City of Toronto, correct? Which what kind of resourcing would that require in terms of staffing?
So thank you for the question, and through the mayor. We have 41 staff who administer and enforce this particular bylaw. The comparison that I will make is to New York City, because they do it this way. They have a staff of 600.
And what's their cost recovery model to be able to fund the staffing of that workforce?
I don't know that specifically. What I do know, and what's important to note, is that while the cap is similar to the cap that we're proposing at 80,000, they have a total of 179,000 vehicles, which includes taxis, which is a significant number of vehicles, and which is important for the context of this discussion.
Right. So the difference would be their proportionality of taxis to the other companies, the private transportation companies, is very different there.
That's correct.
And is it more expensive for a private transportation company to operate within New York, for example? Are they funding their workforce to govern through the increasing of fees to the companies, or is it just a strategy for transportation in the city?
Yeah, I can't speak to their model or their user fee policy. I'm very familiar with the city's user fee policy, that it has to, and you can identify a user, we can recover those costs.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, the deputants actually generated another question for me, because there's a lot of talk about, we just barely, it seems like we were just barely getting to the point where there was going to be the amount of sharing of information that we wanted. So you can do this type of analysis, but there are still pieces that you're never going to have, it seems to me, because there's the calculation of while engaged in a ride, here you're making $15 an hour, isn't that great, at a minimum. But for the time on platform, we're never going to get to the point where we know what's going on during those times. And for instance, I would expect to have to wait a longer amount of time for an Uber living in the suburbs, and yet I tend not to. But you can see on the map, for me, when I call an Uber, especially if it's early in the morning for a flight or whatever, if it's early in the morning, I can see where it's coming from. It's coming from a townhouse development I lived in when I was a little kid, just up the street. So do we have the information of how many people just leave the platform engaged, but in fact they're actually at home and choosing when they're going to hit the road? Oh, that's an airport fare. I'm in. And now they're on. How do we calculate for that? We really can't, can we?
Yeah. So it's a fair point, and it's a fair question. There are a number of variables in this industry. What I can say is that a lot of it is part-time. 45% of the drivers drive less than 3 hours per day. So it is work where the person can choose when they choose to work, unlike myself, for example. So those early mornings, looking, maybe on their way to, maybe someone works in Mississauga and the airport is on the way, and they would look for those. So there are a number of variables, a number of nuances in this industry.
So they might be part-time, but they might be engaging in the app because they're just sort of monitoring what's the traffic on the app right now, what's going on in my neighborhood, but they're still, I'm not going to answer one of these till after my kid goes to school. We can't account for that.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's so challenging.
Councilor Myers?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. Was there any breakdown between how much drivers that were specifically driving accessible vehicles made versus regular drivers?
That was not part of the wage report.
Okay. Got the answer? Thank you. Any other questions to speak on this item? I have a motion. I have two motions in front of you. Just trying to imagine, the first one is asking the city manager to initiate communications and intergovernmental campaigns. Pardon? Oh, it is a bit small. I can't see it either. I will read it out. Can we not make this a bit bigger? They're working on it. Okay. In the meantime, let me try to, I won't be able to read it, but it said that City Council requests the city manager to initiate a communications and intergovernmental campaign focusing on raising the floor for gig workers, including vehicle for hire drivers, ensuring they are able to make a living wage. We do not license, we do not have any control over minimum wage. Employment standard is provincial mandate, so we really can't do a whole lot to mandate the drivers earn bare minimum and minimum wage. The province can. The province can through the bill that is already there passed, but it is coming into effect in July. It said that it should be minimum wage, okay? Except that bill is fatally flawed because it includes the wait times. If you've seen the other report, it said that they, on average, if it's downtown, a third of the time, the car is empty. So they're waiting a third of the time. They only get paid 2/3 of the time. And then after you deduct the expenses, you only get $6 an hour, which I cannot imagine anyone in this city being able to survive in this city for $6 an hour. If you work 12 hours, because sometimes, you see a driver, you ask them, how long have you been driving? I've been driving 12 hours. You know how much they make? Well, it's easy to calculate. $72 the entire day after working 12 hours. If they decide to work the entire 30 days of the entire month, how much would they make? $2,160, which is hardly anything. By the time you pay rent, there's not a whole lot left. If you have a kid, forget it. It's not going to work. So I think it's important that we focus on asking the provincial government to do the right thing, to actually amend the bill that they have passed, to include not just engaged time. It should include the time that they are waiting. So it's a net earning, not the gross, right, amount, because it doesn't work. So that's the first recommendation. The second recommendation really is there's a confidential report in this item. We're asking that remain confidential in its entirety as it contains advice which is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Okay, that's a standard motion. Okay, Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Chow, and thank you for your motion and also the letter that I understood you wrote to the province earlier. This, as you said, this isn't an area where we have regulatory authority, but it certainly is an area that is going to be one of the things that determines the quality of life and the level of economic fairness in the city of Toronto for years and possibly generations to come. People talk about this as gig work. Like when I was younger, a gig was something fun. This is clearly not something fun. It's not something exciting, but also the term gig work masks the fact that there's actually nothing new being done here. This is a form of exploitation of workers that is as old as the Industrial Revolution. It is literally this idea of getting paid for each piece you do rather than getting a minimum wage is literally what caused the social upheavals during the Industrial Revolution. It is literally where the term sweating shop, or what we now say sweatshop, comes from. It is workers being forced to be paid by the piece, having to work faster and faster and faster in worse and worse and worse conditions, and with no legislative protections from exploitive employers. It is also where the term Luddite comes from. The Luddites were a social movement in England who went around smashing sewing factories where people were being put into these sweating work conditions and paid by the piece. Our entire history of fighting for people who work for a living to be paid fair enough that they can participate fully in society comes down to this argument about whether we have labor standards, about whether we have minimum wages, about whether we have employment protections, or what we do as gig work. It's actually nothing new. It is an old exploitive model, and if you care about the futures of the people you represent who work for a living, you'll endorse Mayor Chow's request that the city launch a campaign to make folks aware of the horrible long-term consequences of this kind of economy, and join us in a fight for a fairer economy and better labor standards.
I'm very pleased to support the mayor's motion. I also want to thank staff for putting this report before us, because this clarifies some really important basic facts. We've heard a number of messages, and there's a lot of a big budget out there to put messages out that drivers are making $35 an hour. To find out that conclusively that it can be $6 an hour, that's intolerable. Intolerable in a society which ensures that there's a minimum wage. This is a kind of exception for certain kinds of people who are not classified as workers, but are in fact, their work, their labor is producing profits elsewhere. And that is by definition an extractive relationship which should define the worker-employer relationship. And right now that's misclassified. The Employment Standards Act has misclassified many workers, but this is even more urgent when we think that the regulatory gap that exists in this country is so massive, where an app, a platform, which is not transparent, we don't know how they work, is, so prevalent in the world of both work and housing. We really need to grapple with this if we're going to have fair outcomes for people. And I think that an hour's worth of work there has to be a floor to that. We lose our sense of civilization and humanity when we can't guarantee that. And I think it's really important that this is made transparent because I think that what riders need to know as well. There is a relationship here between the rider and the driver. And I think that the best way to find a place to fairness is to put daylight on situations. And I regret that to tell people and that, this is a provincial area of responsibility when it comes to compensation. But we do have a role to play here in the work that our public service has done to bring forth this report with important information. And secondly, to raise our voices to say that it's intolerable and it's a threat to our economic well-being, our social cohesion, and the outcomes of all the people that are dependent on that $6 an hour wage. Even if it's 3 hours a day, there still has to be a floor. And it's a threat to society when we can't guarantee some of the things that are available to workers in law elsewhere. So I thank you for that motion, and I think it's really important that we proceed.
Thank you. Any other speaker on this item? Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, I remember when this came up last year, I think it was. It's amazing the number of people that contacted me and said, it's very convenient for me to get an Uber. What do you got against Ubers? I said, it's not about your convenience. It's about the fact that, the people that are driving you to wherever you're going are making, $6-7 an hour. Don't you care about that? Yeah, but that's not my problem. So, I got a lot of people really angry because I raised the issue about Uber not being fair to workers. But I just want to say that, what's happening in the city, and I think it's happening in many other cities, is there's really the creation of a real worker underclass that's happening. These are people that are on their bikes delivering food to everybody. You can see them every night. They try and get the TTC to go back to Brampton every night. They can't afford to live in Toronto, so they live all over the place. And you ask Uber drivers, and none of them live in Toronto because they can't afford to live in Toronto. And so this is what is happening underneath your eyes. And then if you look at real net income of people in Toronto, it's probably the biggest decline in net income in the last 30 years. Because if you take into account the money lost by people during COVID and inflationary pressures, people's real income has, I don't know the exact numbers, but there's been a dramatic decline in people's real income. And then if you, just add on people's rent as part of the inflationary pressures in Toronto. And then the other thing that's really worrisome is that many of these people have to work because we've got historic high unemployment. Unemployment in Ontario is 7.8%. You see all these glowing ads by Premier Ford about how great Ontario is, and they're spending $44 billion on car batteries. Meanwhile, 7.8% are unemployed, and look at the ones that are employed. When you compare what their income is to what their cost of living is, not only in Toronto, all over the GTA and Ontario. So these are the untold stories that I think we are trying to tell with this motion the mayor has moved, and what this report talks about is the worker underclass that is mounting and getting larger in the city, that has a lot of people making a great deal of money, but there's very little appreciation of those that are really working for $6 an hour. And so I think it's up to us as councillors to tell that story about this worker underclass and what is happening to people that essentially have nowhere to go because they can't get another job because, again, jobs aren't there now. So I just think that this is something we are obliged to do. We have to take a stand here and tell the real story about these Uber drivers that are desperately trying to pay bills, coming into Toronto every day and circling the city, causing congestion, losing money, and a lot of them have to have 2 or 3 jobs. And I'm not a frequent Uber guy, I'm more of a TDC guy, but I just can't believe the number of Uber people that have 2 or 3 jobs. They're chefs, they're cooks, they're waiters, they're cleaners, and they drive Uber. So I think we have to do something on their behalf and not just think of the convenience of people that are doing just fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker? Okay. Motion in front of you on this item. All those in favor? Approved. Opposed? Carry. Thank you. And on the confidential item, being stayed confidential. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. On item 4, 2024 review of the vehicle for hire bylaw and industry. We have quite a lot of speaker, starting with Sajid Mangal again. Mangal Sajid, are you still here? You're back here. Okay. 3 minutes. Good afternoon again. We are ready for you.
Madam Chair, before you hit the clock, I have a few words to say about the previous item. I'm impressed from the motion from this committee about this Uber issue and the driver wages. I'm really thankful to the committee. And I know there are some restrictions that you can make a decision about this employment issue. It's not in your privacy, and it's a provincial matter. But what barely this committee or this council can do is to look at the number of the Uber PTC drivers. If you ask the staff to make a comparative study between the population and the number of Uber drivers, I think you can look after indirectly this issue of driver wages and also the Uber issue in the city. That may help.
Okay, please start.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This is the first report since 2016 when city regulated vehicle for hire bylaw. This report was long waited by the industry. In 2016, City Council directed the Executive Director to bring forward few reports within 24 months. Taxi industry was waiting for those reports directed by the City Council in 2016. In 2016, Council passed following recommendation. Number 1, City Council directed the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standard to procure a consultant to undertake a supply and demand study that assesses and measures the impact of the volume of PTC vehicles and driver as it relates to full-time working the existing taxi cab labor market before and on regular basis after implementation in 1 year and every 2 years thereafter. Number 2, City Council directed the Municipal Licensing and Standard to report on the feasibility of the following: the feasibility of lowering the fee of standard plate owners' renewals by 75%. Number 2, the feasibility of establishing a transition fund for taxi cab plate owners whose investment have been negatively impacted by the new market entrants. Madam Chair, we were waiting for the reports mentioned above, but unfortunately, not even a single word on those reports. To cap the PTC drivers when they already have reached to 80,429 will not have any significant impact, though, Madam Chair, your intent is highly commendable and admirable. In Toronto, one PTC driver is available for 39 citizens, whereas in New York City, the population is 6 times more than the number of drivers, and the number of drivers is same. In New York City, one driver is available for 238 citizens. City of Toronto spent a hefty amount of money to conduct a third-party study by James Cooper. The staff should bring their report in front of this committee to determine the right number of PTC drivers needed in City of Toronto. To collect data from taxi industry, staff is recommending digital taximeters. Instead of putting an extra burden on the taxi industry to buy new meters, the staff should explore to find software which can work with the existing taximeters. Madam Chair, the last, it's needed your immediate attention, your and this committee attention. There are 1,472 vehicles are due to replaced, and those vehicles are between 2013 and 17 by March 31st, 2025. Since everyone will not be able to make a replacement, so there will be a huge shortfall of taxis in next few months. I request this committee to give 1 and 2 years extension to vehicle 2016 and 2017 respectively. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Can you leave your, I have it on screen, your recommendations. If you're reading it from something, would you like to just leave it behind so we could use it as reference?
The last?
Your notes, your recommendations. Yes. Oh, we have it in front of us.
The last one, which needs your immediate attention, because about 1,500 vehicles are about to replace in next few months. Those vehicles are expiring their lives. Oh, I gave it to them.
Please do.
I did. Yes, I gave you both of them.
Okay.
You have them?
Yep, thank you.
I received the, also.
Yeah, we'll get a copy of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you grab it for me? Next speaker, any questions to the deputants? If not, next speaker, Vincent Picara. I believe you're online.
Yes, I am
PTC
online.
Riders, we could hear you. Go ahead.
Am I audible? Oh,
yes, you are.
Wow, you can see me. Excellent. Yep. All right. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Over the course of the next few minutes, I'm going to outline why the proposed cap on PTC company licenses is mostly a good idea from the perspective of supporting public transportation and from the perspective of rideshare drivers. So to begin with, I think it's very important to outline my own experience with PTC companies like Uber and Lyft. Ever since they arrived in Toronto, I've been really among these platforms' target demographic, and it's become common for people in my social circle to take Uber and Lyft for a lot of different trips. Crucially, these are trips that would not have been taken with a traditional taxi company. They were ones that would have been done by transit, walking, or cycling. And the hard numbers that are out there, RideFair has done a lot of good research into this, match my personal experience and show that rideshare really takes people from transit as opposed to folks driving their own cars. There are exceptions, of course. There's a lot of reasons for this, from the ease of booking rides by app to the relatively more affordable cost of these rideshare companies back when they came on the scene. However, I did also notice that TTC service was becoming progressively more unreliable during the exact time that rideshare use exploded, which drove people into the waiting arms of the rideshare companies. You've heard me rant before with the lack of public funding for transit service, but increasing congestion from all those Ubers and Lyfts driving around isn't really helping TTC service routes stay on time. And this vast growth in ride sharing isn't just my experience. We know that there's now about 1 vehicle for hire for every 45 residents, which is a big increase from before they came on the scene. So you might be thinking, why is this guy up here complaining about the number of ride shares? He just says he uses them from time to time. Well, fair enough, but unlimited expansion of ride shares is not good for anyone other than the platforms themselves. I already mentioned the congestion issue, and to build on that, the city's own numbers suggest that around 14% of vehicles in the downtown core are ride shares. But at certain times of the day, this, I think, is a dramatic undercount. And because of what the nature of rideshare is, these are vehicles that aren't just parked for one person waiting around. They'll be in motion constantly. And Toronto streetcars and buses are battling more and more congestion. Rideshare is actively and absolutely contributing to declining TTC service and driving even more people to give up on transit in favor of rideshare, which is kind of a deadly circle. And this flood of rideshares isn't particularly good for drivers themselves. We know that the more rideshare drivers signed into the app at any one time, the less opportunity there is to pick up a ride and actually make money. And given the ever-increasing cost of car ownership and the level of use one's car gets, put to driving to and fro, these drivers are making less than minimum wage in many cases. The previous item had a few debitants on this issue, but it's important to point out. And the platforms themselves are taking a higher and higher percentage of fares for their own profit. A friend of mine drives Uber in her spare time, and there's days that she can barely cover her gas, and we aren't even discussing.
To wrap up, please. 3
Yeah,
minutes.
of course.
Yeah.
So basically, in summary, what I'm going to say is that rideshare and vehicle for hire industry as a whole has its uses. There's trips that are better made with these methods, but as I've been explaining, unlimited expansion of rideshare is a negative from a public transportation perspective and a driver perspective. So I'm supporting the cap that's on issue today. I do think there should not really be an exemption for EVs because this negative cycle for transit and for drivers would still be in play. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Thank you. Next speaker, Angelica Buha, University of Toronto.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelica Buha, and I'm a Master of Information student at the University of Toronto. My research focuses on digital labor platforms and policy, and my thesis is on the City of Toronto's approach to electrifying private transportation company vehicles. I want to congratulate the committee for taking decisive action to limit the significant oversupply of PTCs in the city. However, the loophole for zero emissions vehicles obviates the cap on licensing, and the recommendations proposed fail to meet the objectives of mitigating congestion, decreasing emissions, and protecting TTC ridership. Furthermore, the recommendations fail to account for driver equity concerns. Allowing unlimited licenses for zero emissions vehicles will absolutely contribute to increased congestion in the city, especially in the downtown core where PTCs amount to 14.2% of vehicle kilometers traveled. This lack of cap, in conjunction with the Net Zero 2030 plan, where all vehicle for hire trips will be delivered by zero emissions vehicles by 2031, means that in less than 7 years, there will once again be a completely unlimited number of PTCs on the road. Despite zero emissions vehicles being a cleaner alternative to traditional gas cars, they still contribute to congestion by helping to gridlock emissions producing vehicles and increasing the amount of time they spend on the streets. This ultimately contributes to the overall emissions of greenhouse gases. The goal should be to reduce the number of vehicles on the road overall, not to replace them with zero emissions vehicles. Additionally, staff findings show that private transportation company vehicles appropriate 79,000 to 118,000 trips from public transit every day. These are trips that would generate revenue for the TTC, reduce congestion in the city, and would have significantly less negative environmental impact than taking a private vehicle. Importantly, we must consider driver equity when regulating private transportation companies. PTC drivers are gig workers and often precarious employment relationships with digital platforms. Drivers lack workplace protections and benefits and are responsible for their own costs. The report commissioned by MLS to analyze driver earnings found that drivers were making a median of $5.97 an hour. As more drivers are licensed, existing drivers will complete less trips, spend more time driving empty, and continue to see their wages drop. I ask that committee remove the loophole for zero emissions vehicles and make them subject to the same cap as other PTC vehicles in the city. In order to promote emissions reduction, as PTC driver's licenses are canceled, new licenses should be issued with priority given to drivers of zero emissions vehicles. As the cost of a zero emissions or electric vehicle is significantly higher than the cost of a gas-powered vehicle, I ask that the committee consider options for subsidizing the cost of zero emissions vehicles for drivers to encourage the healthy integration of PTCs with the TTC. I also ask that committee assess holes in TTC coverage to find ways to make the TTC the better option for riders so that PTCs can continue to connect riders with the TTC. While the proposed policy changes take positive steps towards limiting the oversupply of drivers, they fail to meet the stated objectives, and there is still a ways to go to ensure that workers are treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you for your research. Christine Hubbard of Beck Taxi.
Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak today. 10 years ago, prior to this city allowing Uber to take over its for-hire vehicle industry, a different report commissioned by this city was before us. A report that 5,000 for-hire vehicles plus an increased number of wheelchair-accessible vehicles would serve this city equitably for 5 to 10-minute service without increasing traffic and congestion. Because there was a 5,000 standard vehicle limit, these workers were able to buy homes, put their kids through post-secondary school, providing a service that was complementary to, rather than siphoning from, the TTC. 500 wheelchair accessible licenses were issued, requiring these workers to purchase vehicles in excess of $75,000 to achieve what the city is mandated to provide, according to the AODA. According to this report that we look at today, members of the disabled community enjoyed 5 to 10-minute service. All of the objectives you're trying to achieve today were being achieved then. All of this in contradiction to what Uber tells you. Instead of acting to maintain and improve what was working, this city handed over control to this company, one that lies about the benefits of their existence, one that builds software to evade regulation and enforcement, and now has introduced a surveillance-based pay system. The only one benefiting from this report is Uber, being handed the reins again. What we see here is a continued stifling of taxi operations that, due to the higher operating costs, have been cut in half. Taxis are insured 24 hours a day. Uber cars aren't, which makes everyone less protected. This report recommends no new taxis unless they are wheelchair accessible, and they count toward the maximum number of 5,500 as compared to more than 80,000, with no opportunity for standard taxis in favor of the exponential growth of Uber cars. This report does nothing to increase public transit use, and by its own numbers, right now, 40 to 60% of PTC trips would have been TTC trips. Increased public transit use is a key focus of Transform Toronto's net zero strategy. The 40 to 60% counts for up to 118,000 trips a day in private cars rather than on transit, cars that drive around empty 50% of the time. This so-called cap is like inviting the entire population of Newmarket to get in their cars and come into the city of Toronto. Pre-COVID, there were hundreds more wheelchair-accessible vehicles available for on-demand services. Those vehicles disappeared because they were falling apart and it wasn't worth it to replace them. This report points to the high cost of purchase, but it's only too high if the business is not sustainable, with 80,000 people fighting for fares. Investment happens when there's a return. The grant is meaningless. Here, EVs are approved for the grant program, but not plug-in hybrids, even though both vehicles qualify for the 2030 zero emissions rules. Taxi drivers are already buying plug-in hybrids and should benefit from that grant.
May I ask you to summarize?
In summary, driving for Uber is not an opportunity. A cap could risk increased waiting times right out of the Uber playbook, and the $15 million the city collected does nothing to touch yesterday's report that announced $45 billion in costs that the city and the GTA faces as a result of traffic and congestion.
Thank you for that. Any question to the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you so much. The next speaker Shajit Dillon, General Manager of Toronto Taxi, Toronto One Taxi. And then Glenn DeBearmaker at Co-op. Okay, we'll come to you in a minute. Mr. Dillon first.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Gulab Dillon. I'm the manager of Scarborough City Cab and Toronto One Taxi, or a family business that's been in service since 1994, providing taxi and Wheel-Trans service. I just wanted to quickly, to go through the report for action, go through the points and just kind of give our input on each recommendation. The first recommendation, implementing a cap on private transportation company drivers with an exception with zero emission and wheelchair accessible vehicles. I think it's already been stated that Uber is considered a bad corporate partner. You know, their unethical business practices have led to 80,000 vehicles jamming City of Toronto. But I would suggest that we leave that number up to you. If the drivers are making $6 an hour, it's going to hurt their business model. And I would recommend that the City of Toronto find a way to see if we can have someone work with Uber to see how many vehicles are working at one time, where they're clustered, and what sort of traffic interference they're causing. If I go to the second point, which was to create a centralized dispatch service for wheelchair accessible vehicles for hire, nowhere in the report did it present any evidence of why that's required or what the benefit of that is. It also asks for amend the wait time standard for accessible service requested to be less than 15 minutes. That doesn't seem that that would be realistic. They asked to extend the model year age limit for accessible vehicles. We are in support of that. They're asking to clarify the number of standard taxi cab owners licenses to 5,000. There's 80,000 Uber licenses, but 5,000 taxi licenses. I guess we're below that number. I'll leave that with you guys. The issue of permit private taxi companies to dispatch accessible taxi cabs. We don't understand why that is being asked for by Uber, that they would want the ability to dispatch taxi cabs. Is it that they don't have the fleet and they need our vehicles to build their fleet? There is mention in the report of providing $50,000 as a grant to assist PTC vehicles to get accessible vehicles. The only issue that the city needs to consider is that's not a practical idea. The wheelchair accessible vans have a ramp that's in the middle. It would have to be deployed every time regular Uber customers use that service. So in conclusion, I feel this report has not been thought through, and the city should be very considerate before taking any actions on this report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Okay, thank you. Glenn de Bearmaker, how are you?
Very good, Madam Mayor. Thank you. And Madam Mayor, members of the committee, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to all of us who are trying to help you make this industry sustainable and equitable at the same time. And as a former TTC member of some 13 years and a member of the licensing committee of 8 years, I certainly heard about taxis over my tenure at City Hall. I'm here today on behalf of Co-op Cabs. Like our name implies, we are a cooperative. We are representing 900 people, 900 families who are members of our cooperative. And just like a housing co-op or a credit union, we exist solely to help those people make a decent living. Our money doesn't go off to Wall Street down in the US or to Saudi Arabian hedge fund managers. If we make a profit, we're there solely for the drivers that we represent here today. I'd like to say as well, we agree with the cap, but the cap that the staff have given you of 82,000 is just wrong. The rationale in the report is, well, that's what it is today. Councillor Cole moved a motion about a year ago, it was 52,000.
That's right.
So I suppose if they'd written the staff report a year ago, the cap would have been 52,000. But they wrote the report now and they said as of December 1st, it's 82,000. That's not a real rationale. What is a real rationale is the City of Toronto commissioned report from 2014 that identified that 5,000 cabs, taxis, vehicles we're sufficient to meet all the needs of the City of Toronto in a sustainable way. We support that number. The city has grown since then, 10 years ago, by 11%. Number of vehicles on the road in this industry have grown by 400%. So we believe the number should be 16,650 based on the report that you commissioned about a decade ago. There should be no exemptions for EVs. EV, that's a poison pill or a loophole from my perspective, because I support EVs. But what you want to do is you want to have a cap. And within that cap, within that family, EVs, if you come in with the door with an EV and I come in with an internal combustion engine, the EV goes first. So EVs should be first in line. The second thing we think you should do is regulate fares to protect passengers. It's very important that the city's taxi cab and tariff fare rates shall apply to all riders on all platforms. You've been doing it for 50 years. If Co-op picks up you or a member of your family or one of the families that we support at the Autism Center that I help in Scarborough, we pay you a set rate. We can't cheat you. We can't rip you off. We don't care if you're a vulnerable person or an uneducated or uninformed person. We pay a flat rate. Uber rips you off every time they pick you up because we have a regulated fare. They don't. And I'm at 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have submitted our letter to staff as well.
Question to you. So how would the city regulate fares? Because Uber is a platform.
Yes.
It can charge whatever the market can bear.
You allow it to charge whatever the market bears. You could allow you could allow Co-op cabs, or Beck just spoken before me, you could allow other companies to charge whatever they want too, but you don't. Because part of your mandate is to protect the public. If you read the staff report, well, when you go through the staff report, public protection of the public from predatory pricing has always been a core value, a foundational element of your regulations. And for the last 50 years, every human being who has got into a taxi cab has been protected by the City of Toronto because you regulated the fares. Our 900 drivers, we can't charge you more because we think you're a tourist to the city. Whether it's raining, snowing, windy, cold, or on a Taylor Swift concert night, we can't charge you anymore. We can't surge price. Surge pricing is predatory pricing, and it rips people off, and it's unfair, and it attacks the most vulnerable. If you're a 70-year-old senior citizen coming down an apartment building in my community in Scarborough Centre, guess what? They're going to charge you more because you know the least. So the people who are the weakest, who know the least, get hurt the most. So it's very simple. You allow Uber to charge whatever it wants. You can just say, all rides picked up from here to there can be regulated. Same as every other business that provides the exact same service.
And the staff report that is in front of us does not address that issue.
No.
Okay.
Consumer protection, which is part of the MLS mandate, I was on the committee for 8 years. If you ask your staff, is consumer protection part of our core mandate? They're going to tell you yes. And unfortunately, this component is not in the staff report.
Right. I hear you. What about the aspect of centralized dispatch service?
Two quick things. One, speaking right after me is Abdul Mohammed, who's the CEO of Co-op Cabs, who's going to speak specifically about accessible transit.
Okay.
But we believe there should be one central dispatch, and that should be the Wheel-Trans dispatch. You already have a dispatch. Why do you want to reinvent the wheel? Why do you want to spend an extra $1 million a year for nothing extra? You already have the infrastructure. You already have the knowledge. That call center operates 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. And the staff are recommending that you create another one. We think it would be better handled, maybe referred back to staff to talk to TTC staff to come up with a model that will save taxpayers money and provide people with better service. You already have, I'll give you a quick example. You already have today, right now, you have a few hundred Wheel-Trans vehicles operated by the TTC scattered all through the city, North York, Scarborough, Etobicoke, downtown. Well, if you had an accessible service and you called the existing dispatch, they could dispatch automatically. They've already got vehicles, they already have drivers, they're set up for the open payment system, everything already exists. And it's, again, as a former TTC commissioner, it was one of the things I was very proud of, the level of service we provided people who had mobility issues, and now, of course, that's been expanded to people who have cognitive issues. So the TTC has a successful model. You don't need to reinvent the wheel.
One of the recommendations, number 9, 10, which is 9, 10, 11, all of that is on taxi cab owner license. Do you have an opinion on that?
So I'm just flipping my page
It basically, maximum number of standard taxi owner, taxi cab license, transition, first come, first serve, all of those recommendations.
Yes, we believe that there's some discussion in terms of the existing taxi plates that are out there that people own. So many of them now are on the shelf because you just can't make any money to operate them. And again, I have some history as a former councillor. The City of Toronto, for the last 50 years, created the market for those plates. Yep. The City of Toronto allowed those to be bought and sold on the open market. They allowed, and I think it was a mistake, they allowed one individual like me to buy 10 plates, 20 plates, 30 plates. That's where the exploitation happened, in my opinion. You have one person owning 30 plates and all the drivers have to come and beg to drive through that person. Mm-hmm. And in my opinion, there was some exploitation. It shouldn't have happened that way. They should have allowed one person, one plate, but that's history. I can't change the past.
Yeah, maybe you can finalize.
Sure. What we're going to do now is say what we're asking the city to do is buy back the plates and charge $1.50 per ride, so that it's not coming from the taxpayer, it's coming from Uber, and that those plates that are out there now that are being unused, they're owned by 70-year-old people who were told by the TTC to purchase those plates for a pension plan, and they've been wiped out to purchase those plates back and then give them out to another driver, but no ability to sell them on an open market.
And you're supportive of that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so the recommendation that is in front of us, I think 10, you're okay with that?
Yes.
One? Okay, 10, 11, okay.
In terms of the, we just don't want, there's the part of the report implies that the city is going to take them back I'll call it confiscate them, take them back from people who aren't driving them. And if you do that, you're wiping out the meager life savings of people who've worked in the industry for 40 years. They're now 70 years old. That was supposed to be their pension. So they're, quote, put them on the shelf because they're not using them. But at the end of the day, the city told immigrants, wave after wave of immigrants, from the first Jewish Canadian refugees that came to this country after the war, and onwards. So we're saying, buy the plates back, let them retire in dignity, and then reissue those plates, as the provinces of Quebec has purchased plates.
Thank you so much. Thank you for answering those questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions to our former councillor? No. Thank you for that. The next speaker, Abdul Kadar Mohammed. Where are you? Are you online?
Can you hear me? Abdul Qadir Mohammed. Not here. Not here.
He's not here. Oh, he's online. There. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Chow. Thanks for the committee for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. This so-called artificial cap without hysteria and statistics behind it. A lot of people spoke about that, but I want to focus and speak about the accessible taxi on demand. And we all know that the accessible taxi on demand died because of the oversupply of vehicle for hire. This accessible recommendation sets up the drivers for failure and bankruptcies, and it will lead to waste unless the root cause of the problem is addressed, which is basically oversupply vehicles. And that is the elephant in the room. Knowing the drivers, they will accept the $50,000 subsidy for the conversion, and they will go into debt for another $50,000. The total cost of the vehicle is about $96,000, plus the finance. We know for a fact that accessible orders, we have a call center 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days a week call center. Accessible orders are far apart, and that's not enough to support the drivers. The drivers may get 1 or 2 trips of accessible a day, but they need the additional trips to support them to stay afloat and to cover their daily shift and to make a living. With them competing with 85,000 vehicles, of vehicle for hire, and you're hearing those drivers telling you that we're making $6 an hour. How do you think these accessible drivers will be able to survive? They quit before. The city were giving them a $5,000 a year subsidy, which is work out to the same on a 10-year contract that the city wants them to sign. Disaster. When the drivers realize that they can make money, and they will come, they will take the money, they'll start the work, they'll realize they'll get 1 or 2 trips because, we know the rights only of accessible is not enough. They will quit again. And then now you'll have your city suing cab drivers that was set up for failure, and if they don't provide the service for 10 years. There are 3 ways, I think, in my opinion, in my experience, that you can fix this. Our first option is to have a proper optimized vehicle for hire limit for this city. 85,000 is not the solution. Same level as New York City, which has what, 9 million compared to 3 million in Toronto. Second, the city can use their centralized dispatch and smart meters and pay the drivers a guaranteed minimum rate to make sure that they make their ends meet. And the third option is the drivers to basically, have WorldTrans. The right doesn't know what the left is doing. You have a call center, WorldTrans, which is optimized and already connected to the taxi industry, 450, and any order that comes in can be fit into the WorldTrans system. And all the vehicles are connected through AVL, accessible vehicle locations, automatic vehicle locations. And that is called an add-on. So the vehicles have open payment. They have a Presto machines, which is basically takes credit and debit. And we use that. Our accessible WorldTrans fleet are about 150. They're on the road. And when we get on demand, we actually fit into a vehicle clearing in that area. And it's basically. So also WorldTrans has all of the quality assurances in place, vulnerable sectors check, driver's training, annual refresher, vehicle inspection, annual inspections. All of that is in place. So I think the way that this is being approached, and I think that the council could connect the right and the left and have these 2 departments maybe talk to each other and get it right. And I recommend maybe the accessible on demand, which is very, very minimum, should be implemented and added to WorldTrans.
To the deputant. If not, thank you so much. Next deputant on the list is Andrew Retty. Is there an Andrew Retty? Are you here? You're not here. Okay. Charles Komanoff of Komanoff Energy Associates. Are you here? Are you online? Yes, he's online.
I am.
Yep.
And I'm in New York City. How are you?
We could hear you.
So I should proceed?
Yep, please.
I almost, I can say, or I don't need to say very much because several previous speakers have said most of what I have to say, which is that adding electric ride-hail vehicles, though well-meaning, will be a disastrously expensive policy if these new electric ride-hail vehicles are in addition to, rather than substitutes for existing ride-hail vehicles. I believe much earlier this year, I spoke to this committee. I submitted a brief statement in which I reported on an analysis I had done for my hometown of New York City, in which I found that adding new electric ride-hail vehicles, in other words, no tailpipe emissions, and ignoring the indirect emissions from the electricity generating plants that would recharge the batteries would, in New York City, impose additional costs almost entirely due to exacerbated traffic congestion, additional costs per additional electric ride-hail vehicle of approximately $60,000 per year. Now, I cautioned that my quantification should not automatically be extrapolated to Toronto or any other city. One would have to do an analysis that would take into account existing levels of traffic congestion and of vehicle use in Toronto, which would not be identical to those in New York. But my finding of a $60,000 per additional vehicle cost was sobering, and I offered that as a cautionary tale to the city of Toronto. I think that's all I need to say.
I have a question for you. Recommendation 29 said that the companies Uber, who last year, well, actually October of this year, their revenue grew by 20%. The October, the revenue alone is $11.2 billion. Is there any specific reason why they should get extra dollar to buy from the City of Toronto, hard-working taxpayers, to subsidize a grant for them to purchase electric vehicles?
Oh, goodness, Madam Mayor, that sounds like a
It's a bit of a loaded
question.
question, yes.
Well, you know, here I'm speaking not as a so-called expert at this moment, but as a citizen, and I see no reason for any public funds to be provided to such a profitable corporation, especially when the public purpose is dubious.
Is there such a program in New York? Because New York have done fairly good work on dealing with, there's a balance between, the driver in New York actually earns more than minimum wage because of various actions taken in the last 10 years. Is there a drive to encourage more zero emissions cars on the street?
Important question, and the answer is mixed. A year ago, the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission moved to waive, W-A-I-V-E, its cap on the number of permitted ride-hail vehicles in the city of New York. And the advocates for taxi drivers in New York, a very prominent and scrappy union called the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, retained me to do some quantification, and which I submitted in the form of an affidavit that argued, this $60,000 problem, and that my affidavit and the Taxi Workers Alliance lawsuit succeeded in having a New York State Supreme Court judge impose a temporary restraining order on the waiving of the cap, i.e. on the issuance of new additional ride-hail permits, provided that the vehicles were electric. That's the good news. The bad news is that during the week or so prior to the judges issuing the TRO, temporary restraining order, some 10,000 applications by drivers for electric ride-hail vehicle permits were approved under the waiving that had been granted by the city's Taxi and Limousine Commission. So, that's a classic case, I guess, of the barn door being closed after much of the animals inside had been allowed to escape. And so right now, New York City is suffering under the congestion burden of the additional 10,000 ride hails, even though they are electric. That has nothing to do, of course, with mitigating congestion. And it is no coincidence that the monthly reports by the New York City Department of Transportation that are based on taxi automatic GPS reported vehicle speeds are now showing, this fall, the slowest Midtown Manhattan travel speeds in, I hate to say recorded history, it sounds sort of ponderous, but in the several decades in which these kinds of data have been collected. And it seems that that is a clear result of these additional 10,000 ride-hail vehicles.
I'm glad that congestion is a big problem for New York City also, but I only have 15 more seconds, but did New York City actually grant funds to Uber or Lyft to buy electric vehicles?
No.
Yes, no, they have not, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, Nick's deputant, thank you, Charles, for coming off for phoning in. The next speaker is Saraf Samhaldana. Hope I can pronounce the name correctly. Sarif? Nope. Not here. Asia Butt, the Toronto Limo Drivers Association, iTaxi Workers Association, Uber Black Car Driver. Ah, there you are.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 3 minutes, have a seat.
I request you, see I have 3 positions in all 3 sectors.
Yes, do you want to get closer to the mic so we can hear you better? Okay. That's right, have a seat.
So I need more time because I cover everything and you got more information.
We agree with you. 3 minutes, I'm so sorry. We can't, just go for it. We'll take it where you, yeah, just go for it. Okay, ready?
So the recommendation, which is 80,429, taxi, limo, Uber, all 3 is rejected that. Why? We need clean, less congestions, future, unsafe environment if done like that. We must follow New York. New York have a 25 million population. They put 90,000 cab. We have less than 3 million. We are looking for 80,000 more. If we are honest with this city for future clean environment, we must look past taxi have only 6,000 on that time. Select three time, like 18,000 ride-sharing companies, but put accountability of plate, which New York done. Why? Because Uber using tricks. Student bound to serve 24 hours. They are giving to them 80 hours a day, like week. Where is accountability? PTC license required for City of Toronto to work for the Uber drivers. Other cities, people are coming, dropping customer here and picking up from there. Where's PTC license? So this is accountability. That is why I am requesting that we have to accountability, select 18,000 vehicles and then put accountability. And also we require same set of rule, same insurance. If they have a private, please allow us for liability insurance also. And at least taxi and limo drivers save $300, $400 for that. And same thing singing. Thirdly, 2016 after, city never boost up fair list of taxi and limousine. GTA had done already three times on that period. Gas price up. Carbon tax is here, and we are charging $58 from here to airport. And airport companies minimum charging $80. We have to boost up at least 20% on fare list as soon as possible. Extension of vehicle, already Executive Director recommended about wheel transit 10 years. What is about others? We need 8 years at least, particularly the COVID time up to 17, 18, 19, and 20. They not work 1.5 years. So at least these vehicles must be get eight years.
So may I ask you to wrap up, please? You are at 4 minutes.
And my last point about the parking 4 minutes. We have a law. If taxi and limo driver have engaged in picking up and drop off customer, they must be waived before from ticket. But now they are issuing tickets. We want that law reinstated, and must be customer services must be not get any ticket when they involve in picking and drop off customers.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Question to deputants? If not, I'm going to move ahead. Thank you very much. Vitaly Goodman. There you are.
Thank you. I'm upset because they lied to me. The wealthy can understand the struggles of the poor. How can Uber CEO, who gets 24 million a year in bonus alone, possibly understand me, a full-time Uber driver, who worked the whole last year and earned only $8,900 after expenses? They simply can't. I moved to Canada 23 years ago, and I settled in Toronto, a city I truly love and proudly call home. When I arrived, my friends and I started a business. We didn't have much money, so we brought an investor. He fixed up his office, invited his friends over, and kept talking about how great he was. Meanwhile, we worked day and night building the business from nothing. We shared the same business, but our goals were very different. This is what's happening today. Companies like Uber call drivers and couriers their partners. But in reality, we are both in the same business of ride or food delivery services, but with completely different interests. Before Canada minimum wage law in 1920, workers were exploited with long hours and low pay, lacking legal protection. Gig workers today face a similar ugly situation. The difference now is that with the modern propaganda, misinformation, fax manipulation, and unlimited access to the top lawyers, it's harder than ever to see the truth clearly. Right and wrong have become blurred. On December 17, you have the chance to create real change. If you will allow unlimited PTC licenses as suggested in the draft resolution, it will only help companies continue to exploit workers. In November 2023, we were told there will be a big problem with the ride availability if the number of licenses was limited to 52,000. Now they are using the same argument, but pushing to 80,000 drivers, even though the number of trips hasn't increased significantly. Of course, nothing happened, pure misinformation and blackmail. The only changes that really happened is the driver's income went even further down. We are now doing the same amount of work, but by splitting it among roughly twice as many drivers on the road. I encourage you to take action. We are not New York City. Let drivers work with the pride for their families, their city, and their country. If you are uncertain, start with the pilot project for 6 months or a year. see the results, and adjust if needed. Exactly the same way, like have you done with the bike lanes pilot project on the Bloor Street, and when it was successful, you extended it. Why we always speculating about numbers? You have all the tools to do it as a pilot and keep going from there. Don't let these companies mislead you and fool you. Listen to the people who elected you. You have the power to make a difference. The decision is in your hands. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions to the deputant? Driving full-time, that's hard work. Next speaker, Pankaj here. Am I pronouncing you here? Are you here? Pankaj here. Okay. Steve Sullivan, Mother Against Drunk Driving Canada. Oh, you're online, okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. My name's Steve Sullivan, and I am the CEO of MAD Canada. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about your consideration of a cap on the number of rideshare licenses. MAD Canada's mission is to stop impaired driving and support victims and survivors of this violent crime. I'm here today to bring a different perspective to the committee about the role that ride-sharing can play in the battle against impaired driving, and to express our concern about the potential impact this could have with respect to public safety. The staff report noted, in particular, vehicle for hire services play a key role in enabling residents to avoid impaired driving, and that will be what I speak to today. I want to first say that MAD Canada has 100 or so chapters across the country, including here in the GTA in Toronto, and thousands of volunteers who take time away from their families to help raise awareness and make their communities safer, many of whom have lost loved ones or been injured in impaired driving-related crashes themselves. We're celebrating our 37th annual Project Red Ribbon campaign, and our volunteers are active with community events and sobriety checks with local police services. And I would ask that if you see our volunteers, that please to thank them for the work that they do. We recognize there is no one single solution to impaired driving. We focus on education, public awareness, high-profile and proactive law enforcement, effective laws and policies, and ensuring people have safe and reliable options to get home. I do want to say that MAD Canada has been a proud partner of Uber Canada for almost a decade, and we're pleased to continue that partnership. We believe ride-sharing services are a crucial transportation option to help prevent impaired driving. They provide a safe, convenient, and accessible transportation, often when needed most, like the holidays and New Year's Eve, which may be the busiest time of the year. We want people to have access to a variety of options for a safe roam, whatever they choose to get home safely. We want to make sure when they make those choices to get a safe ride home, those options are reliable and safe. The additional transportation options are especially important at peak times when taxis may be very busy and public transportation may be limited or stopped, such as when bars and restaurants let out at night. Police services in the province are reporting increasing number of drivers being caught driving impaired. A Toronto Police Service report prepared for the Police Services Board in 2023 found that alcohol and/or drugs were contributing factors in almost 800 fatalities between 2018 and 2022. And I would suggest that number is probably a little higher. There is research that shows ride-sharing services help prevent impaired driving. A study in July 2021 by the National Bureau of Economic Research, another study by the Journal of American Medical Association, and research from Temple University all speak to the role that ride-sharing can play in reducing impaired driving deaths and road fatalities in general. While the holiday season is busy, we know that impaired driving is a significant public safety issue 365 days a year. The good news is most of us get it. They plan ahead, they have a sober driver, they stay over, or they take a safe ride home, including ride-shared services. Thank you for your time.
Your question, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. If memory serves, Uber Canada and you run a partnership where they give you $1 out of every ride in December, and it's about $100,000 a year. Is that still ongoing?
We get they are a partner. We get a set amount every year from Uber Canada.
How much is that?
It's around $100,000, but it's not based on how many rides that they may have.
Oh, it's just a straight $100,000 a year. Thank you.
It's a straight, and it's been that way for a number of years, and we are proud to continue that partnership moving forward.
Thank you. So it doesn't matter how many trips or how much is the price, straight grant or donation?
It's a straight sponsorship that we get from Uber Canada. It doesn't depend on the number of Uber rides.
Got it. And yours is a charitable foundation, I assume? Charitable organization?
We're a charitable foundation, and we don't get any government funding unless it's a project-based funding, and most of our funding comes from the hardworking Canadians.
I would assume the donation they provide to you is also tax deductible.
Yeah, I would think so, yes.
Thank you.
As do many other corporations.
Of course. Any other questions? If not, our next deputant, Mr. Khan, Walaya Khan. There you are.
Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Khan Walad. I was a member of the Taxi Advisory Committee. One time we have a Taxi Advisory Committee. He was elected, same like you. And they never called the election again. You know why? Because the 7 members elected is the minority community. Staff recommend to the city council to don't call the election again. Howard Bosco told me they don't need you. I say, who don't need me? From that day to today, we are waiting. Why they don't call the election? It was the David Miller with the left wing. I don't know if the left wing or the right wing or middle. They don't want us because we are the color people. In 1857, they called slave worker. Today they call gig worker. Same people sitting on the top and same color people working. They don't put us on the chain. I'm 67-year-old. My pension is $2,200. Every day I work 10 hours a day to make a living. It's not Uber's fault. It's your fault. The last previous mayor never worked. He always be a CEO or director or own the big territory law firm. He gave the Uber free hand. There's not even a single labor law in the ride sharing. Why? We are not human beings. 67-year-old, senior. That's why you treat us? What, we are criminal? Stand up. We need a leadership. We don't need any prime minister, president, mayor. We need a leadership. Stand up for the people. You bring the immigrant in, abuse them. You, not Uber. You give them Uber free hand. Not even single labor law. I know it's not you. Here, I can show you after I finish. The traffic crisis. Yesterday, there is a study come out. Traffic crisis. Economic, social impact of congested cost Ontario more than $50 billion in 2024. That's a report. Jody Wilson, write this report. It's a study. It's not a study for the bureaucrats. We don't believe them. Not me. Even single. We elect the people here to work. Everything report go to the staff. Why? Why don't you work? Why we elect you? Why every report go, staff reports? What the staff gonna do? They have no experience. I'm in 30 years. I was a cab driver, ambassador. The city took my taxi cab license, which I earned. I went to school. I passed CPR, defense driver, IDOC, management. Every course I passed, I paid $1,700. They took my license. They gave me driver for hire. I'm not driver for hire. I'm the cab driver, trained cab driver. It's not my fault. They took my license. They hate me. And this is the problem here.
Sir,
Look, the
you
cost of
passed
loss,
3 minutes.
but I am
Wrap up
here in
your,
the 5 minutes.
over your time.
I
It's
was-
3 minutes only, sorry.
This one here, this report. And
Thank,
I can show you and read it.
it's okay, we got it, we got it. We know it's hard. Yeah. You can pass it to our clerk. Thank you so much. We know life is difficult. Thank you for being here today. Our next, Samir Patel, he's online. Samir Patel, you're on. Can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, my name is Samir Patel. Thank you for giving an opportunity to hear about our lifestyle and journey destroyed by Uber lives day by day. Now I'm like introducing my earning from last month, like November 2024, after upfront system came. I'm a full-time Uber driver, and I work like 80 hours per week. But for experiment, I did 40 hours, like a full work from last month. So first week of November 4 to November 11, I earned $679 in 42 hours and 15 minutes from total ride fare of $1,232. Second week, November 11 to November 18, I earned $561 in 40 hours and 51 minutes from total ride fare Uber charged to the rider $1,010. Third week, November 18 to November 25, I earned total $840 in 45 hours and 58 minutes from total ride fare earned by Uber is $1,403. And the fourth week of November 25 to December 2, I total earned like $752 in 47 hours and 31 minutes from total ride fare, which is charged Uber by rider is $1,376. So which is total like $2,833 in 175 hours in 4 weeks, which is divided by is like $16 per hour. I drove my car like 8,000 kilometers total. So there I have to deducted gas. Is minimum is like $900 to $1,000 plus car insurance is $400, and the car installment, final installment is $700 per month. So I am not like, this is the this is my main expense from the car, and the wear and tear and the oil change is separate from them. Can you imagine how I can survive the month? And Uber is giving us like $2, $3 trips, and which is a 20 to 25 minutes take. And Uber charge to the rider $15 to $20. And like, which is nearby, they are taking almost like more than 50%. And then this is the Uber giving us seat like $5, $6.
Sorry, your time's up. It's 3 minutes and 35 seconds. So I'm going to wrap up, and why don't we hear the next speaker? Any questions to the deputants? If not, our next speaker is Roger Hernandez Lopez. Roger, are you here? Shah? Ali Shah, are you here? I don't see you online. Ali Shah, no? Chris Stigas, video conference request. Chris Stigas, are you here, Chris Stigas? No? George Wedge, President, I think we heard you before, you're back. President of Rideshare Driver Association of Ontario, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, committee, for indulging me on this other item. I'm going to, because I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way back up to some other points later. So found within the city manager's report are 2 of the 3 pillars that the Rideshare Drivers Association of Ontario considered to be critical for the rideshare industry to be sustainable here in the Greater Toronto Area. Clearly, there are 3 pillars to uphold a sustainable VHF industry in the City of Toronto. The first pillar is wage equity. The wage study speaks for itself, and we just aren't there yet. The second pillar is a fleet that represents a supply equal to the demand. Once again, given that the rideshare apps have no repercussions in oversupplying the demand and no inherent regulatory or social responsibility in fleet management, we once again look to the City of Toronto, who are partnered with them to be accountable and do the right thing. The third pillar is a driver-centric licensing system that removes, that removes the ability to manipulate the PTC licenses from the tech giants and puts it back in the hands of ML&S where it should have been all along. This third pillar is the most critical aspect of the road to success because it will require the tech giants to compete for the fleet. That one pillar alone will increase the earnings for drivers, and coupled with the customer protections the city inevitably will build into the bylaws, will help to sustain the industry for generations to come, help level the playing field for taxi, and will also help to reduce one of the primary costs for drivers, which is the cost of a safety certificate for their vehicle, increased this year up to 4 times the traditional annual cost, which takes me to the top of my presentation. In 2009, Uber created a community consisting of riders and drivers utilized today by several rideshare app companies transporting 3 generations of citizens in the City of Toronto. What we know now that we didn't know then was their entire business strategy was based on exploitation of the very community they created. Rideshare app companies are horrible stewards of this wonderful system. They have created systemic, discriminatory, and pervasive poverty affecting thousands of families within our city boundaries, all the while destroying the legacy taxi industry. It is very important to understand that without the aid and corporate partnership of the City of Toronto, this would not have been possible. Therefore, it is incumbent on this committee to look through the recommendations provided within the city manager's report, including the wage study, and help pave a way forward that's found to be equitable for all stakeholders. Thank you for your time.
I have a few questions. So the 3 pillars, I'm hearing the wage piece.
Yes.
The City of Toronto, of course, is not provincial government. We said it's $6 an hour, right? So we did the study. It's up to the province. On the driver-centered approach, how does one license? Like in taxis, we could license drivers, but in terms of, in the case of Uber, Lyft, it's the platform.
So the bylaws currently
is it through regulating fares, or how does one regulate that piece?
So before we get to the fares part, when we talk about a driver-centric licensing,
right?
It's right now what you've done is in the bylaws. There's a framework for what is required to have a rideshare driver licensed on a PTC and his vehicle accepted for use in the City of Toronto for the purposes of driving rideshare. But effectively, with that framework in place, there's been an agreement with the rideshare app companies to collect all of that information and swear an oath that it's all good enough or accurate enough.
How would you change that? I know how it's working now.
Yes.
It's not working, so how would one change that?
The same function, but simply done by ML&S. So the framework is there. It's just you take it out of the hands of the apps and you handle it within ML&S.
So that MLS, just like the licensing taxi drivers, would license
very similar
any other kind of drivers. So you're a driver, whether you drive taxis or Uber or Lyft or any number of companies, you're a driver, you're driving on the road, and you are transporting people.
Correct.
I see. And that's not what we're doing now, obviously.
No, the framework is there. It's very similar in approach, but you're allowing the PTC companies like Uber and Lyft, Hover, and soon to be Hop. They handle it all on their end, and then they simply submit you the names and the vehicle information for the drivers that drive in the city.
I understand that piece. And how does the regulating fares, which is not what we do now, how does that work? That's the fourth pillar. You only mentioned three pillars because of the number of drivers.
Yeah, under wages. The fourth would be, so I would believe, I'm not a legal expert, and certainly the city has lawyers that are in a position to give you advice on that, but certainly AI is not an approach to giving pricing to citizens and then figuring out what's the lowest amount it could pay a rider, or a driver rather. So certainly I would consider it's in your purview to eliminate AI and institute by bylaw the use of a rate card. At least then we're in the known territory.
Right. The City of Toronto asked taxi drivers to have a digital trip meter, and I guess the digital trip meter could also work on other platforms.
I would suggest to this council that Uber and Lyft and the other apps are actually your trip meter. They do accurately measure. It's in their best interest to know how far you go and how long you drive, because that's how they base their fees.
So they do it, but it's not transparent. You don't know what it is. And the city, the driver doesn't know, or the driver knows, but the people riding it. So how would regulating that work?
So from the rider's side, I do believe that Uber is going to tell them how many kilometers they're going in the time. So they have the same information as we do. And if there's a rate card in play, just looking at the rate card and the simple math, they would know what their fees should be, and the driver would know what their earnings should be.
I see. It's more of the transparency.
Correct. It's a known thing. That's right. It's not continually moving the goalpost on earnings and fees charged to a rider.
Right. One could still use AI, but make it transparent so it's clear. But, well, yes. but regulate it.
Absolutely. I think it's in the best interest of Torontonians that the city has a major stake and oversight on how that works.
Right. That would make search pricing a lot harder.
Well, in my opinion, Madam Mayor, is surge pricing with a correct rate card would not exist, the same as taxi.
Right. Okay. Got you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions to the deputants? Seeing none. Thank you. Harrison Amit, a different rideshare company.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Chow, councillors, and executive committee. Thank you for the time to speak. On behalf of Hover, a Canadian-founded company dedicated to serving Toronto's transportation needs. Toronto's private transportation market involves over currently 80,000 drivers, many of them struggling to earn a fair wage. Currently, there are too many drivers chasing too few rides, resulting in reduced pay and unnecessary congestion. Simply maintaining a driver cap at around 80,000 preserves a broken status quo, one that forces drivers below minimum wage and crowds the streets, which slows down our city. We propose setting a meaningful driver cap between 30 and 40,000 drivers. Our research shows that would ensure that drivers earn a sustainable income while reducing congestion as well as emissions. With fewer vehicles on the road, pickup times may actually improve, and thanks to less gridlock. Riders would also enjoy more affordable trips due to shorter travel times as a result of reduced congestion. Everyone benefits. Fair wages for drivers, cleaner air for everybody, and a smoother ride experience for the riders. Hover also recommends adopting a one driver, one license policy. Currently, we are the only licensed industry where an independent contractor is required to have multiple licenses to work for multiple companies or multiple platforms, creating unnecessary costs to the drivers and layers of bureaucracy. A single license would simply be administered and save drivers hundreds of dollars a year. And as mentioned, there are 3 companies in the space. There could be more to come. So the same types of licensing requirements are for each individual platform. Lots of redundancy, hundreds of dollars on the driver's back, and would foster a more stable professional workforce, one that reliably meets Toronto's high standard for on-demand private transport. Hover is ready and eager to work with you and the city as a trusted local partner. Unlike foreign players who have leveraged their size, global reach to create unfavorable conditions for drivers, we are committed to building a transparent and equitable system that represents the communities we serve. By capping the number of drivers at the level that will actually achieve what your professional staff is recommending, moving to one driver, one license, Toronto can elevate working conditions, ease congestion, and offer better service to the Torontonians that you all represent. These practical, data-driven reforms align with the city's long-term goals, benefiting drivers, riders, and our city's environment. Thank you for considering these recommendations, and together we can set a higher standard for Toronto's private transportation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a question for
Please.
you. The previous speaker talked about having drivers licensed by the city, just like
Yes, a common theme, one driver, one license.
That's right.
Yeah.
How would that approach assist wages or assist the whole situation?
So it'll save drivers hundreds of dollars a year because they're required to submit the same types of documentation to be approved for individual company licenses.
So if I'm a driver, if I work for your company or to Lyft or to Uber, I would have to submit it 3 times.
Yes, absolutely. And so one thing that kind of sets us apart from the other companies is that Hover doesn't take new drivers. We only work with drivers who have experience, a minimum of 3 months, which means that they have all of the licensing and documents already done for the other platforms. So when they come to us and we ask them to submit all these documents, we can send them over to MLS, which they already have. It seems like a very redundant process, and it just adds costs and downtime to drivers who are clearly working extensive hours to make less than minimum wage as it stands.
So can the driver that drive with you also drive with other companies?
Of course, yeah.
But do they need to apply 3 times?
Sorry?
Do they have to apply several times, or they just apply 1 time?
Well, with us, like I mentioned, we don't take new drivers. So what that means is they'll have to already be, they'll have to gain experience from taxi, limo, or another PTC company before they come to us. And that's also in an effort for us to not add new drivers to the road, which adds to congestion, adds to emissions, and adds to the overall lower wages that are seen by these drivers.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Any other questions? No?
Anybody else?
Anyone else? No?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. Next speaker, Ikram Freed.
My name is Ikram Freed, and I've been accessible driver for 25 years. I was the graduate from the very first batch. I have no problem with all the people getting ride at the same time. Doesn't matter if you are able, so-called able-bodied or disabled, but the recommendation coming from the staff is throwing money into garbage. They are recommending $55,000 grant for accessible vehicles. You can buy the vehicles, you pay for the entire cost of the vehicles, you will not achieve your goals. You already have one of the best accessible service provider in the city, and that is Wheel-Trans. All this money should go to Wheel-Trans, and they have wonderful dispatch system. They have come long way. From several days to 1 day, you can book ride with them. They have ability and capacity. And the driver who work with the Wheel-Trans, they are not subsidized, by the way. They never get a single penny from city coffers. And now, if you give $55,000, first of all, I don't think you still be able to bring the drivers on board, because if you get the data from the staff, they will tell you how many accessible licenses are sitting on shelf. The drivers are not replacing their vehicles. This $55,000 recommendation actually come from one of the manufacturer. So that, because he hasn't been able to sell any TTL for last 3 years. And they are looking for this funding and probably they will be able to get some vehicles on the road. When city issued the licenses, accessible, we were not allowed to pick up any able body. We were not allowed to sit on the taxi stand. That was exclusively for wheelchair accessible. But we were not making any money. There was very little demand, and even today it's very little demand. Before the staff make this recommendation, they should have given you the data collected from there are more than 600 accessible which are available for demand ride. Did they collect that data from those brokerage? No, they didn't. They just throw the number. And I think you should not be giving any subsidy at all to any of these accessible vehicles. All the money should go TTC, and they are doing wonderful job without any subsidy. Thank you.
Thank you.
We just had a question.
Any questions, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Cole?
Good to hear your positive comments about Wheel-Trans. Good to hear that. Did you say that the city does not subsidize Wheel-Trans at all?
Sorry? Oh, no, no. So if you work for Wheel-Trans, you don't get any subsidy.
But who pays their salary?
No, sir. I own the vehicle.
Oh, I see. You're talking.
Pay.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about the Wheel-Trans cabs.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant the whole.
But no, sir. If I'm working under TTC, Wheel-Trans, I don't get any subsidy.
Yeah.
These are the drivers who are working with the brokerage to provide service on demand.
Yeah.
They get that subsidy.
Yeah,
and that is also waste of money because there is not much demand.
No, I just wanted to make sure you understand that the Toronto taxpayers provide about $100 million a year to operate the Wheel-Trans system.
Yeah, they do a wonderful job.
Thank you, and I appreciate that positive comment because they do a wonderful job.
No question about that.
Because you can go across, you can go to the zoo, you can go anywhere for one ticket. It is a great system.
And the staff is recommending one point dispatch system. Wheel-Trans already have it.
Anyways, thank you so much, sir.
Very good. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is Torben Wisdisi, Right Fair Toronto.
Read it.
Read it, sorry. It is.
Good afternoon, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Torben Wieditz. I'm a member of Right Fair Toronto. We have been working at establishing a fair regulatory system for rideshare drivers in Toronto for a number of years, and I just want to leave you with one observation and one recommendation. The observation is that in 2021, when Council passed a number of motions to direct staff to come up with a fleet optimization framework, we were hoping that the research and the staff reports that would be put forward for today would actually entail a fleet optimization framework. We are very pleased with the research. There are excellent results in these reports. They provide an absolute clear picture of the industry, of what's happening to drivers' wages, to congestion, to transport, to transit, traffic, et cetera, but we do not have a clear link between that research and what a cap should be in order to optimize the fleet and optimize the entire system that is the City of Toronto in ways that supports all the other policy objectives. So, you know, having said that, Right Fair Toronto obviously supports a cap, but 80,000 is way too high. It's, you know, the status quo that doesn't work. That is being proposed here to, you know, keep it at that level. So, you know, I just want to leave it at that. But the one recommendations I want to make, I heard, you know, Glenn Burmaker earlier say that we should close the EV loophole, which I think is very important because we do not want to add additional vehicles, additional cars to those, you know, 80,000 cars that are already, that we are already looking at, because we are dealing with limited geography and geometry in the City of Toronto, and we do not want to slow down traffic any further. You know, the recommendations was to prioritize EVs so that you know, we green the fleet over time. But I would want to say that existing drivers that already have PTC licenses should not be penalized. They should be exempt from you know, being required to have an EV upon renewal or upgrade of their license until 2030. But I think it makes complete sense to have, you know, once you reach a cap through attrition, to have a priority lane or line for EVs to bring them online, but not to add to the traffic, but only to replace the vehicles, if that makes sense. And I just want to make sure that we should not penalize existing drivers, forcing them into EVs that, you know, if they cannot afford it, if they have to renew their license. That's all I wanted to say.
So allow the existing drivers to renew their license even if it's not EV, but
That's
the
right.
new ones coming in
Until
should be
2030,
EVs.
yes.
I get it. Okay, thank you. But you said that cap is fine, but 80,000 is too high.
Oh, yeah, way too high. I mean, we have seen the reports, we have seen the results. We know that things have gotten worse, that we have slowed down traffic. Congestion is, you know, Uber cars and PTC cars contribute significantly to congestion in the downtown core. If we want to address traffic in the City of Toronto meaningfully, congestion, emissions, impact on transit, we have to reduce the number of PTC cars on city streets. There's no question about it. 80,000 will not make a difference. In fact, the research was based on 77,000 active drivers, so 80,000 actually increases that number and will, you know, most likely make things worse. So, you know, I would strongly suggest to lower the cap significantly to have any meaningful impact on reducing traffic, congestion, emissions, impact on transit, and impact on drivers' wages.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Coe?
You just got my interest here. As you know, the counter argument is that if you reduce the number of Uber drivers, Uber vehicles out there, then people will drive more. So
I don't know. I don't think that's a counter argument. Like, why would that be?
because people have to get from A to B. So rather than call Uber, they say,
know.
what the heck, I'll drive.
No. We know the data has shown that, the peak demand for drivers for Uber trips was 212,000, and those could be accommodated with 26,300 drivers. So if we lower the number of PTC licenses in Toronto from 80 to 40 to 26, we would still be able to meet peak demand, but in a much more efficient way. Right now, the way the system works is that Uber has designed their software so that they make a lot of money, but also that there's a lot of slack in the system, which means that drivers spend a lot of time driving empty, contributing needlessly to traffic and congestion.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that people will make choices, I'm afraid, that
Yeah, they don't have to make choices because we were able to meet peak demand with 26,300 drivers. We do not need 80,000 licensed drivers in the city of Toronto to meet peak demand. So I think it's it's not an issue. It's maybe something that Uber would say is an issue, but I don't think that bears out in the research.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Brendan Agnew-Eiler.
Good afternoon, everybody. Your worship. So going to plug in here. Staff can advise me. HDMI going in. If I can present.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm going to jump right into it because there's lots to cover. We're discussing at CAP the question, what does that really look like? We've known for a long time that ride-hailing has had some very serious impacts on some important public policy goals. Most important to me, because transit is my favorite topic, is transit ridership. Adult ridership has been dropping since 2014, since Uber started operating illegally in Toronto. And we calculated at RideFair years ago, the cost is about $74 million a year. In 2021, the council directed staff to do some analysis. Thank you, Your Worship, for bringing that report back. This year, the impact is $68 to $112 million annually. That's a huge cost, so our analysis was in the target range, but near the bottom. We looked at pay as well. Our estimate was that Uber drivers earn less than $8 an hour. City did their research, they came back less than $7 an hour. Fully 95% are earning below minimum wage and 70% lost money. My point here is that the analysis is always based on reliable public data, everything we tested, the methodology is sound and conservative, conclusions accurate and credible, but the reality is even worse. Let's talk about CAP. Where are we now? Council gave direction to develop a framework to maximize efficiency by balancing public policy priorities and service and demand. That is the task that was assigned to be dealt with today. They were instructed to consider everything from competitive impacts to safety to service for people with disabilities, environmental impacts, all these things. The recommendation in front of us is for a cap at 80,000. And I'm actually going to speak against the cap today because right now, if you read that carefully, it says cap the number of driver licenses such that the number of drivers is 80,000. 80,000 is the number of licensed drivers, not the number of licenses. So there are actually 122,000 licenses out there in the world. So if you want to cap the number of licensed drivers, I suggest you do so directly. This is because one driver can have multiple licenses to drive on multiple platforms. So welcome the cap in principle. Attrition is correct. Need to clarify that one piece. EV exemption can't stand. But how to get the number right? One, business as usual. We looked at what's actually serving the public today and saying, okay, if that's meeting all the demand, let's stay there. However, that allows our commission and congestion problems to stand. We could look at the 2014 analysis and then calculate population growth. That's a credible process. We could look at 2016, accept Uber has arrived and that there's more demand and project out from there. We also looked at New York City in two dimensions. One, the ratio of drivers to residents, and two, the ratio of trips to drivers. In New York, when the cap went in, they saw better service to the public, better driver wages. So the cap numbers, based on all of these criteria, are 25,000 will serve today's demand. That's what you actually need for service levels today. 17,000 is a credible number based on population growth. 32,000 is credible if you want to factor in more Uber growth. New York City is 39 to 27. 27 is probably more valid. So, to close, you need to make a decision on this. And the decision should be based on what are our policy priorities, and then instruct staff to go and develop the plan to meet that. We want to be serious. Are we going to get people back on TTC? Are we going to accept a $100 million a year increased subsidy for all those people who've left TTC to go on Uber? Will this sector be able to fund this transition to electric vehicles? Are we going to have to come with public dollars to pay for that transition? These are important public policy questions. And nobody's talked about fares. You can shape demand by regulating fares. And that's a vital, vital piece to deciding how we want our road space to be used.
Oh.
We're at 4 minutes. Thank you so much. And
Thank
staff,
you.
I want to say the research was amazing. Great work.
Thank you.
I meant
Thank
to say that earlier.
Too busy rushing. Councillor Cole?
You noted, how do you explain the fact that recently TTC ridership is surging, yet number of Uber drivers has increased?
No fare increase.
I believe that's mostly people who are returning to work. What you'll see if you ask staff, and it's a good thing to follow up on later, that people who are taking PTCs, including Uber and others in that category, it's like single-digit % are diverted from private cars. 60% or more are diverted from public transit or walking, cycling, and walking and cycling. So most of the choice people are coming off of more sustainable modes. That's there in the data. Feel free to ask
But
staff about that.
TTC ridership is really surging now.
That's wonderful, but that doesn't mean there aren't people who would otherwise be on TTC who are currently on Uber.
This is from the former chair. He's very.
Yeah. Great question, though. Thank you. Anything
Any
else?
other questions to the deputant? No?
Thank you so much,
Thank
everybody.
you. Thank you. Can you leave your deputation behind, or is there a printed copy, or have you submitted that?
Sorry. I could submit that if you'd like, yes.
What was that?
He said he could submit it.
You can submit it. Okay, thank you. Please do. Next speaker, Henry Kentabi. You're online? We're all ears. Henry, I see your name there. Can you open up your mic? I'm going to give you a few more seconds. Henry, can you hear us? There you are.
Yes, I can hear.
Let's go for it.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm actually at work, so I've been waiting since 9 a.m. to also lend my voice to the industry. I've heard what most speakers have said. Most of it are in line with what is happening in the industry, and I just have a few suggestions. I think Uber is actually a technology company. It's not a transportation company. So no matter what we do, we have the best IT workers to manipulate data. So that is a fact, and we all know where the money is going. Part of the money is also with the government, because HST is 13% of the fare that a rider pays. We have Uber service fee between 25 and 33%. We have third-party entities, provincial governments, the municipal governments, also taking a slice of the pie between 2 to 4% of what the rider pays. So all in all, when the driver looks at his balance sheet, he sees less than 50% of the value of the fare. And that is actually gross, it's not net. So by the time you calculate, you see how the $6 per hour or $7 per hour, how it actually makes sense. So that is one. The other thing I want to say is that I believe having a cap on the drivers might be a bit difficult to implement. So what other jurisdictions have done, like United Kingdom, is to have driver's experience as a requirement for new drivers. So in the UK, if you don't have 3 years driving experience, you can drive Uber. But in Canada, you just need to have driving experience. It did not state if it is Canadian experience. And it's very, very important that we have drivers with Canadian experience driving on our road. Is a public safety issue. So I think that should be part of the recommendation that should be considered.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Any questions to a deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Mariah Montgomery. Online? Can you open up your mic? Mariah Montgomery, there you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yep,
Thank
go for
you.
it.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariah Montgomery. I am with a US-based network of local organizations called Power Switch Action. We work with communities working to improve public goods, including transportation, among others, and to improve the lives of working people across our regions. As we have done our work in the rideshare sector, we have found a pattern. As drivers and passengers have organized for better regulation, Uber and Lyft have again and again claimed that regulation like vehicle caps and minimum pay would raise prices for passengers. We've seen examples of this across our country, Connecticut, Chicago, New York, Seattle, to name a few. However, the evidence suggests that the real culprit, as other speakers have alluded to, is pressure from Wall Street. Last year, our team analyzed over 1 billion rideshare trips, comparing 4 years of data in Chicago and New York. These are two of the biggest markets in the US and the only 2 cities that require rideshare corporations to report detailed trip data. New York City, the first US city to do so, instituted both a vehicle cap and minimum pay standard that took effect in February of 2019. Chicago has neither policy in place at this time. If industry's arguments were true, fares should have gone up more in New York since the cap and minimum pay were instituted than they did in Chicago. However, the opposite occurred. Over the 4 years we studied, Uber and Lyft raised fares by 54% in Chicago, where drivers have no pay protections and there is no cap. In New York, they increased by 36%. The reality just doesn't match the scare tactics from the companies. For years, Uber has used money from the likes of Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, and Jeff Bezos to offer cheap rides and to become the dominant player in the sector. Now that they have achieved that domination, their investors are demanding their cut. The corporation has faced increasing calls to turn a profit and has jacked up fares and cut driver pay. Upfront pricing, what the company calls the company calls its algorithmic pay scheme, has allowed it to obscure the strategy to the general public, but drivers know they're working longer hours for less money. For investors, this is working out great. Earlier this year, Uber reported its first profit ever and promptly announced plans for $7 billion in buybacks to shareholders. But passengers and drivers need our cities to look out for all of us. In the case of New York, where I live, the regulatory body that tracks this found that after the vehicle cap was put in place, wait times actually went down. So to the questions that have been raised about demand and meeting demand, I think that is a really important data point. Obviously, it is in Uber's interest as a corporation to be in control of how many vehicles are on the road, but I urge you to support a cap grounded in the best interest of the entire community rather than Uber shareholders.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interest in this. Any questions to a deputant? Just one quick question.
Sure.
Yeah, when you said cap, what number are you supporting? You didn't mention it.
Oh, well, I was more sharing the experience of New York City, which is where I live and where we've studied this issue. In New York, I believe what the policy was actually to pause And they found that, and then actually there was a huge attrition of drivers during the pandemic, as I'm sure most cities have experienced. And so the number of drivers went down, and the city did not need to add new drivers for years to meet demand. And so I was speaking to the experience in New York, but I think that the research done showing that demand was met in Toronto in the 26,000 car range is really compelling to balance the needs of the public around congestion, emissions, and transportation services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, next speaker, Marc-Andre Way, President of the Canadian Taxi Association. Marc-Andre, are you here? Marc-Andre, I don't see you online either. Okay. Nathan Tamalingam. Nathan, are you online? Yeah. Ah, there you are. Can you open up your mic? Oh, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Nathan. We cannot hear you. Nathan, can you turn on your mic so we could hear you? If not, we will come back to you. Nashir Shan? Nashir San? Are you online? I do not see you online. You're not here. Ella Phillips. There you are. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councilors, committee members. My name is Ella Phillips. I'm the Vice President and co-founder of the Rideshare Drivers Association. And we have been actively advocating for drivers, to help to improve the vehicle for hire industry. Our goal is to make the industry equitable for drivers who are currently earning below a livable wage. We've seen that in the report. We're below even a minimum wage, despite contributing to a multi-billion-dollar fleet. You can have an impact. The recommendation to cap the driver fleet at 80,469 while allowing unlimited entry to EVs fails to address the core issue, oversupply. Over a year ago, drivers warned the city that transitioning to EVs by 2030 would be impossible given the excessive fleet size. The amount of time drivers spend without passengers or deadheading has increased due to the number of drivers outpacing the number of available trips. This increases to road congestion, and we see that in the report. Uber's shift to AI-based pricing has further reduced earnings of drivers. A City News report a few days ago revealed inconsistent charges for identical trips, while an RDAO study that we've attached to our submission found that driver earnings have dropped between 17 to 25% depending on the trip since October 8th. The report is attached. Right-sizing the fleet would allow drivers to spend more time with passengers, increasing their income. That increases their utilization. Without addressing the oversupply, drivers will remain in precarity. Road congestion will worsen, and the city's transit and environmental goals will remain unchanged. We believe that right-sizing the fleet is only one part of a larger solution. Banning AI-based pricing for customers and drivers, which is inherently discriminatory, correcting licensing imbalances, and tackling the widening supply-demand gap will benefit the industry. It's important to emphasize that Uber does not own the cars, nor do they pay for them. Yet Uber submits that drivers do not invest in vehicles for this work. Thousands of newcomers and international students have taken on predatory car loans to support themselves through driving. Recently, 2 tow truck drivers were overheard discussing the repossession of 25 vehicles belonging to Uber drivers because they couldn't make their payments. Drivers should be able to earn at least a minimum earning floor after their costs by increasing their utilization, a responsibility that Uber is unwilling to shoulder. Additionally, the current licensing system is unfair. This unfair 2-tier licensing system forces drivers to undergo multiple safety checks, which have recently become up to 4 times more expensive. The city has a responsibility to all drivers in the entire industry to ensure a fair balance between fleet size and usage. We are your brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, neighbors. Drivers are subject to ongoing precarity, exploitation, and an inability to thrive. Our simple recommendations are to right-size the fleet to balance the number of drivers with usage. That data is in the report. Ban the discriminatory practice of using AI to determine fares to customers and earnings to drivers. Return to the transparency of rate cards, which have always been the pillar of pricing, time and distance. Implement a single PTC license per driver with portability to drive for multiple companies, thereby shifting control of licensing back to municipal licensing and standards and the drivers and away from these companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those recommendations, very clear. Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Next speaker, Baruch Kamsa, Atul of Canada. There you are.
Good afternoon. My name is Berus, and I've been with the tax industry for several years, about 37 years. Today, I'm here to touch on a few things. My deputation has already been emailed to all the executives, councilors, so you have it. And I'm not going to try to repeat what everybody else was talking about, capping the number of the rideshare in the city. So from what I understand, congestion and the low wages are obviously the result of oversupply of the cars on the street. And other impact that these oversupplies are gonna have on this beautiful city is mentioned in my deputation. I appreciate, please read that deputation and you get my point. There is one thing here about the price disparity that the petition was sent to Councillor Bravo and MLS executive and also your office. And the way you have dealt with us, it is totally wrong that you allow a company undercut us, and how we're going to try to survive in these economical conditions when rideshare is charging half the price of my cost. I have a suggestion for you that earlier you talked about the wages that is controlled by the province. You don't need to go that far because you have given us a tariff card. That tariff card was produced by this city. You could produce the same tariff cards for the rideshare companies, and you don't need to go to through the province. The last thing is about the digital meter to capture data. I have already provided some information during the net zero meetings regarding the capturing data, and I have able to produce those data very clearly to you guys that we do not need to have a new digital camera to produce data. We already have the right equipment inside the taxi, and we can get those data for you complete and very good.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Seeing no questions, next speaker, Jake Brockman. Thank you, Mr. Brockman. Thank you. The roots, make sure you got everything. Yeah, okay. Your phone. Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Executive Committee members. My name is Jake Brockman, and I am pleased to work in Uber Canada's Toronto office in the great riding of University Rosedale. And it's particularly good to be here in front of you as the holiday season swings into full gear across our great city. From the Distillery Winter Village to the Weston Village BIA Winterfest, Torontonians are getting out and enjoying the season, and with that often comes indulging in an alcoholic beverage or two. And that's why we are so pleased to partner with Mothers Against Drunk Driving to encourage people to make the right decision and not drive impaired. And fast forward to 2026, Madam Mayor, our city will be as vibrant as ever, with both the initial tip-off of the Toronto Tempo WNBA team and the FIFA 2026 World Cup right next door at BMO Field. And the reality will be that Toronto will be the only 2026 World Cup host city to have limited the supply of rideshare on the road. Couple that with the 240 cranes up right now in the city, and the fact that 80% of new units in the city are being built without parking spaces, the city will be booming like never before, but without adequate transportation. Madam Mayor, no other city in North America has moved forward with a policy like the one that's in front of you today. And the staff report actually gives a good indication why. First, a cap is not supported by the majority of Torontonians. According to the city's own polling in the report, 65% of Torontonians either do not support a limit or do not have an opinion. And the top concerns that they expressed to the city were increased prices, increased wait times, and too few drivers to provide transportation services. Second, Madam Mayor, a cap makes it harder to get around the city, particularly in Etobicoke, North York, and Scarborough. And the staff report makes this clear. Restricting the number of licensed drivers could lead to existing drivers focusing on serving trips closer to the city's downtown core, where demand is highest. And third, a cap makes it harder for newcomers to Toronto to access earning opportunities. The staff report indicates that for those who are newcomers and facing additional language, culture, educational barriers, the low entry requirements, immediate availability of work, and flexible hours in the vehicle for hire industry make it a potential way to earn an income. And finally, Madam Mayor, the cap will create a major regional transportation issue. A PTC driver supply cap will increase deadheading by non-PTC licensed drivers who pick up riders in the GTA and drop them off in the city proper. Transportation is increasingly regional, with more than 40% of trips on the Uber platform starting and ending in different municipalities. For these reasons, we encourage Executive Committee to reject recommendations 1 and 2 in front of you today. Thank you for your time. I look forward to taking your questions.
Any questions? Anyone? Seeing none, our next speaker, Sana Saras, DRVR Hub, Vehicle for Hire Training. You're online.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you, Executive Committee. I'm excited to be here. My name is Sana. I am the co-founder of Driver Hub. It's a Scarborough-based accredited driver training provider that was established in 2022. Prior to Driver Hub, I've experienced rolling out Spark Driver Program for Walmart Canada. I have supported in the rollout of onboarding 10,000 drivers across Ontario, as well as being a participant in the tech development of that app. Prior to that, I have also launched rideshare in City of London as well as City of Hamilton. I heard a lot from drivers on their challenges, which I heard firsthand from my experience. Alongside with my co-founder Delani of Driver Hub, we have trained over 35,000 drivers, making sure that they're equipped with skills and knowledge about how to navigate Toronto's vehicle for hire industry. So our course content includes information on drivers' rights and legal requirements, principles of anti-racism, anti-discrimination, and anti-harassment, how to provide service to accessible users and differently abled folks, as well as driving urban setting and transporting passengers safely. So the reason why we did these modules is not only to ensure that they have the skills and knowledge of navigating and driving, but also making sure that we're creating a professional, inclusive driver pool. For me, regarding this particular cap, I am overall, I'm in favor of it. However, I do have some questions and concerns that I would like to raise for this committee. One of them being the process of removing drivers and onboarding. What is the wait list looking like? There is a lack of transparency and openness around it. And as a frontline operator where drivers do come to us for answers, I wish there's a little bit more transparency so we could provide those answers to them. I do also want to raise that by introducing a cap, you are opening yourself up for a black market. So Sana, I have a PTC license and I only drive between 9 to 3. But I have a friend who unfortunately couldn't make it. Now I'm going to be like, okay, can I give you my car and my login credentials and you could operate? So now we're getting drivers who are not in any system, who are not going through the mandatory criminal background checks and abstract checks. Is their city prepared to mitigate those risks? And as a training provider, we would support in that. And lastly, there's been a lot of, looking to New York on how they're implementing things. I do want to identify that in the city of Toronto, we have a one-time one and done training. It's a 3-hour training. So once a driver completes that training, they never have to do it again. Whereas when you look at New York, they have a 24-hour training. They have to do the training and a new training or annual refresher course every single year. So that I feel is a better way of now putting serious and well-trained drivers into the mix, and reduce drivers that maybe are not that serious and maybe not need to be part of the driving pool. I also want to say that I do commend the council's initiative to exempt zero commission and wheelchair accessible vehicles. On behalf of Driver Hub, we're extremely supportive of that, and we're prepared to incorporate updated content to inform drivers on how they could ensure that they could move towards zero emission vehicles. And that's it. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and look forward to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. The next deputant is Yevgeny Novikov. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
I would like. Yes. Yes. I would like to thank you, the Commission, for the chance to speak here. So first of all, I want to talk about the discrimination I think I have faced recently while I work in Uber. I mean the introduction of the artificial intelligence upfront fee. I noticed that the price for the same trip is different for different drivers. Many times I and other drivers received the same trip at the same location, but the payment for the trip was not the same. The same thing happens in food delivery. I keep getting orders that pay $2-3. Just imagine, $2-3 for trip. For about 5 kilometers. Or for example, a driver recently sent me a screenshot, or today, it's $6 for 42 kilometers, really, in one way. 1 second. Yes, this feels like exploitations. Why does Uber offer these orders? To make fun of us, really. This price do not match the contract we signed with Uber, so it's look like Uber lying. When I take these orders, I lose money. When I take in these orders, I lose money, and I can't cancel them because my rating will drop. Another important observation: sometimes I and other drivers near a large group of people waiting for Uber. For example, after a big concert, some people wait 5-10 minutes, and finally, an Uber driver arrives and picks up them. But I, along with other drivers,
Okay. Anything else?
Sorry, no, yes. But I, along with other drivers, am already at the same location, close to these customers, and still get orders for trips that start 5 kilometers away. Imagine this happening to you. Let's say you're in a hurry and call an Uber. You're told the nearest driver is 10 minutes away, but in reality, another driver is right next to you. This way, Uber is misleading customers as well. Another point in the last, when I'm delivering food, I sometimes get an extra order along the way. Often, these are small orders that pay $2-3 again.
Thank you so much for
Okay.
speaking today. Any questions to folks? Nope. Okay, thank you. Peter Anthopoulos. Peter, are you here? Are you online? I don't see you. I don't see you online. JJ Fusa. Fusa? You're okay? All right. Hassan Rashidi? Hassan, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Hassan Rashidi. I've been driving 30 years taxi in city of Toronto, more than 3 million kilometers.
Wow.
I've been taking every one of these people, maybe 80% of these people in my cab. I see the people are coming here to talk. They haven't driven taxi even 1 day. How can they come and talk about the taxis? I am down the road. I am facing all the problem we are getting. The city of Toronto has bullying us since beginning of I got my license. With all those bylaw, those restriction, all $2 million liability for insurance. You guys want to restrict the Uber, cap the Uber, bring the insurance $2 million liability for them. How come you did it for us? You know why? Because you not overcome the Uber company. This is all the game. This is all, you guys cannot do anything to Uber. Still you guys bullying us. After 30 years of driving, I don't even make $17 an hour. With all those expenses. You guys are criminal. You guys are prejudiced. You guys are racist. All of you are racist. You guys don't do anything for us. Just
relax, relax.
I'm talking. Excuse me, I'm talking. You guys bring all the rules and regulation. You're telling me after 30 years, I have to go to refresher course.
Thank you, Hassan.
Teaching me refresher course. I know much better.
I understand.
You guys thinking about our income, and then when we come for compensation from City of Toronto, you guys go to court and cancel that claim.
Okay, sir. I am not a guy to start.
I know. She's trying
Sir,
to fix
speak,
it. Stop
folks,
the City of
speak
Toronto
to the mayor.
compensate
Guys, cool it for it. Folks, speak to the mayor, okay? Sorry, I'm trying to get other councilors are just getting excited. You have a few more seconds. We're wrapping up at 3 minutes.
You guys, I'm telling you, you guys want to restrict the Uber, put the cap. You have to talk with the person who is down the road. Talk to me. Talk to people who drive a taxi.
Right.
I know every corner, every intersection. I know what's going on in the city. I know everything.
I understand. Thank you for driving all these years. You've been great service to the city of Toronto.
Please,
Thank you very much for being here today.
Let the city of Toronto to compensate the drivers. We lost a lot. We don't have a future.
I understand.
We don't have insurance. We don't have anything. We don't have retirement. We don't have anything after 30 years.
I know it's tough.
This is not fair. You guys claiming fair. You are claiming you care about the humanity.
Thank you so much.
I do not care about the humanity.
Okay. Our next speaker is Hassan, Mohammed Ashad. Last speaker. Mohammed, there you are.
Madam Chair and all other respectable committee members, thank you for letting me talk. I'm talking about only one issue. I think nobody spoke about that. I'm working in this city in cab industry for the last 35 years. I purchased 3 taxi licenses. City didn't give me any free. A lot of my colleagues, they got a free, Ambassador and others. Now what happened, for last couple of years, business was like dead for taxi industry. So my taxi plate been sitting at MLS. I had no income. Now I tried to put a car back on the road with those licenses, and they told me, no, you didn't pay renewal for so many years, your license are canceled.
Oh.
I don't understand this one. Like, I want to pay to the city for last 2 or 3 years, whatever I owe. City is not losing anything. I'm paying them. So, and I want to serve the city. I want to put those licenses back on the road. Can they tell me, like your MLS director, first of all, if I have a insurance, if I don't pay, they send me registered letter. Your policy is canceled. And this is my livelihood. Like I paid money, thousands. They didn't write me any registered letter. They don't send anybody registered letter. They just send an ordinary letter. Somebody receive or no, they don't care. They say, oh, your license canceled. If I own a house, for example, I own a car, right? I didn't renew it's a yearly sticker, and they say, oh, it's canceled. It's gone in garbage. This doesn't make any sense. And a couple of years ago, I think it's happened, same thing, and City Council passed the motion. They give everyone a time, 2 or 3 months. If you pay your previous renewal fee, your license are reinstated.
No, it's not.
I wish the council do this again, please.
When it's his turn to speak.
Because otherwise, I lost this. That's my livelihood. And I want to serve the city again.
Right.
The reason I didn't pay renewal because of COVID, and this Uber came, it's killed the taxi industry. I didn't have any income. And those licenses, trust me, I got a mortgage on my house to buy them.
Right.
It's not a free, it's not just license. I know the city MLS, oh, it's a license. No, it's not a license. I know, technically it's license. But in reality, I paid for that. Big money.
Thank you so much.
350,000 each license I paid.
3 minutes. Thank you for your time. Your time's up. It's 3 minutes, more than 3.5 minutes. Thank you so much. I see no other speaker. Nathan missed his chance. Sorry. Nathan is online. He's not on my. Okay. Nathan, you'll be the last speaker. Can you open your mic? I'm going to try again. Nathan, this is your second time. Can you open your mic? Can we hear you? There you go.
Move the steering and put the P.
Can you speak up, please?
Left. Yeah. Make one round right. Move the car close to the curb.
I cannot hear you. Folks, this is our last speaker. Can you go ahead?
Got it?
We're listening. Go ahead, Nathan.
Downhill, right? Which side you turn? Right side. Okay, one round right. One round, steering round. Right. Move the car close to the curb. Then park. You have to move the car.
I think it's not working out. I'm sorry. It's cutting off. Sorry, Nathan, we are not able to hear you. And it's probably bad Wi-Fi. We are now dealing with the issue of council members' question to the staff. Are there, Deputy Mayor Morley and McAuliffe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few questions of staff on this issue. On the issue of direct licensing, we heard about how other cities have, in other municipalities rather, there are licenses that are administered directly by the city to allow drivers to move freely between platforms. Staff have said that they will manage driver licenses but have not outlined or indicated how in this report. Can you provide some further details and timelines on how this might be implemented and if we're in fact going in that direction?
So thank you for the question. We are not planning to go that direction. I spoke earlier in the previous report that we have 41 staff that administer and enforce this bylaw. If you go that route, it would need significantly more staff, and there's zero value added. City of New York has 600 staff on that. City of Chicago, Ottawa, Seattle do the same as us. We license these drivers. They are licensed by the City of Toronto. However, the upfront administration is done by the platforms.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. On the issue of the cap, we know in 2021, staff were directed to develop a framework for the vehicle for hire sector supported by independent report, maximize efficiency of the sector by matching active vehicles and service and demand, et cetera, et cetera. This was meant to ensure that the economic impacts on drivers, public transit, reducing traffic could be considered along with our policies around Transform TO, Active TO, Vision Zero, and others. How does the proposed 80,000 cap address or support any of these policies?
So thank you for the question. I would say it tries to address each of those problems collectively. Our aim is to stem the growth in this industry. It is to ensure that we are cognizant of emissions. We are cognizant of, again, congestion, emissions, and having the data to manage this industry.
Thank you. And I know that there were compliments from some deputants about the quality of the information staff have gathered and shared, so I want to express that thanks. And just to pivot quickly around the issue of congestion, which we know continues to be a challenge for all of us and exacerbated by this industry. with respect to congestion and bike lanes, we understand that bike lanes are being linked to congestion. The data suggests otherwise, that more accurately, cars cause congestion. Can you speak to us about the impacts of an overabundance of ride-hailing vehicles versus safe cycling infrastructure on congestion?
Through the mayor, I think the biggest indicator that we've seen around...
Sorry, folks in the room, I can't hear very well.
Can you hear me now, Deputy Mayor? Oh, there you are.
Keep the conversation semi-low, volume low, so we could hear each other. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, we collect a fair amount of data on congestion and the causes of congestion. We also look at when we reconstruct a road, how the improvements that we make have impacted travel time. So we have a fair amount of data on that. We have not seen any indications that bike lanes have an impact on congestion. We have seen some pretty clear indicators that construction has an impact on congestion, and we know that growth also, and population growth, which may result in more vehicles on the road, also has an impact on congestion as well.
Thank you. That's, I think, important for us all to remember and keep in mind as we navigate this conversation. I'll stop there and open the floor. Maybe if we have a second round, I might have one more. Just on the issue of driver communication, this week we know that Uber has been writing to drivers in good standing that their licenses might be suspended or at risk if new city policies take effect. Can anyone provide assurance that no currently active drivers will lose their licenses? And can you provide clarification as to what happens to any licenses that are under review or suspended, and what steps staff have taken to inform drivers of city policies and their rights?
Thank you for the question. I'll try to answer that one. The way the platform communicates with their drivers is beyond my control. We have had extensive communications throughout this, and we will communicate what happens once council makes a final determination. These are important stakeholders, and we will communicate directly with the drivers based on what council decides December 17, 18, 19.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Sorry, you're at 5:15. I might come back to you.
Thank you.
Councillor McAuliffe, just give me a second, because we have Councillor Myers that wants to ask the questions, and he's not part of the committee. We'll let him go first.
Visiting, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So my question is specifically with recommendation 3, City Council direct the EDMLS to develop and implement a centralized dispatch service for on-demand wheelchair accessible vehicle for hire service. I'm just curious as to whether or not staff considered leveraging the system that already exists within the TTC rather than trying to create a new one, since that we do something similar with the wheeltrans and the accessible sedans.
So thank you for the questions. Yes, we have considered that. We are in discussions with TTC. It is something we'd be interested in. Clearly, I can't tell them what to do or how to operate, but it is something that we would be willing to partner on. What we've proposed here is something that's been done successfully in both Calgary and Winnipeg, just for context.
For clarification, you haven't ruled out leveraging TTC's existing system. That's a conversation to be had.
That's correct, and I think strong support from the TTC chair would assist with that.
Thank you. My next question is regarding the amending the maximum age limit for wheelchair accessible vehicles to 10 years. Just what was the thinking beyond that for that change?
Thank you for the question. These vehicles are expensive. This is and then we've done this with other vehicles to give the life of the car a little longer, to provide this important service. We still receive safety certificates, which is the most critical piece of information to ensure that these vehicles are safe. We recognize they're a little older and there may be more issue, and that's why we require the safety certificate, and that gives us the assurances that these vehicles can be on the road longer.
Thank you very much. And who will be doing the safety certification?
Safety certificates are, each driver does it with, they can go to any licensed auto shop in the city, and they submit it to us as part of their renewal.
Okay. And I think that's my final question, so thank you very much.
Councillor, I just have a quick question to you, because you, would you be able to take something to TDC board to see if they are interested in doing a centralized dispatch service for Wheel-Trans? If not, someone needs to do it, then come back here.
Through you to you. It would be helpful if there was some sort of direction from executive committee making this request formally in terms of, yes, it would be helpful to have some sort of formal request. Thank you.
Back to you, Deputy Mayor McAuliffe.
Thank you. I think it's always important that it's top of mind. So I'll ask the question, what is the problem we're trying to solve?
Thank you for the question. We've received a number of directives on this with respect to this industry. We've seen significant growth with private transportation companies and drivers, and we feel it's appropriate after a year's worth of extensive study, extensive research, extensive consultation to stem the growth of this particular industry while considering the important policy goals of making sure we're not making congestion worse, making sure we're cognizant of emissions and cognizant of the impact of this industry on transit.
So with that, you come up with a cap of 80,426. So what's the technical basis for choosing that number? It seems arbitrary to just say because it's December 1st this year. And when is this effective?
It would be effective once council decides what you decide, December 17, 18, 19. It is not an arbitrary number. It's based on a year's worth of research, and it's based on a time that we could clearly say December 1st, we would allow drivers to come in to this space as of November 30th. What would be arbitrary would be going back to 50 or 40 or 20. We do not have the data that supports that.
So in the motions on December 13th council meeting last year, one of the things you were asked to report on was limits based on total license numbers versus the total number on the road at any given time. I don't see anything around being on the road. So if this is about congestion, I think the rideshare companies have said they have the ability to geofence or to say within an area, too many cars on the road at this time. Have we explored that further? And where in this report do you cover reporting back on the number that are on road or in service as opposed to number of licenses?
So I'll start and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues in transportation services. We know that 80,429 is the number as of December 1st. That is the number of people that are licensed with us. Those are drivers. We also know that many of them work part-time, and the more accurate number is 26,000 that do a trip per day. Where they locate, that does become more challenging, but I'll see if Mr. Coleman wants to add anything.
Through the mayor, the only thing I would add in here is that we currently have information about how many licensed drivers there are on the road every day. So that's the 26,000 number that Carlton said. What we don't have is we don't have real-time access to data. So we get data a month or two after the fact on how many trips were made, how many people were in downtown Toronto. So we don't have access to information to be able to on the fly regulate how many vehicles are online on platforms.
Cross-boundary, I'm somebody that lives on the edge with another municipality. How do licenses work between municipalities? So do you need a license if you live in Durham and you're dropping in Toronto, or once you come into Toronto? How does it work for cross-boundary?
For the question, if you live in Pickering, your neighboring municipality, you would be required to be licensed with Pickering. To drop off, you would not be required to have a license with Toronto. If you want to pick up, to go back to Pickering from Scarborough, you would need a Toronto license.
And is that problematic then? Does this mean that we could create a situation where people are getting licenses in Durham, York, in Peel, driving into downtown Toronto to pick somebody up? It would be most efficient from a greenhouse gas perspective if they could do a return trip back, but we're limiting that with this cap.
Yeah, it's difficult to, to license a company that chose to, do the odd trip from Pickering. I hear you with the emissions and the greenhouse gases. It's the same for taxi and limousine companies that come from London, Kitchener, Guelph into the airport every day.
So it's not a regional approach. Okay, and then my last question is, and I see this in the report, I'm just wondering, can you speak to the potential equity impacts that this has on the suburbs versus downtown, given that in these suburbs, we do lack higher order transit. It is the way that many times early in the morning or late at night, you need to get around. I'll give the example of, being at the Mayor's Arts Gala last year and late at night missing a GO train and taking a taxi instead or taking an Uber. So given that, I'm just wondering what potential impacts does this have on suburbs? Your report does say that it could result in people with licensing focusing on the downtown because there's potential to have higher pickup and higher turnover as opposed to those long haul trips or spending time in the suburbs.
So thank you for the question. We recognize this, and equity was one of the main considerations in the preparation of our report. We consider geographical fairness as well as access to transit in our recommendations. It is a challenge. It is not perfect, but all of those from equity and geography were considered in the recommendations put before you. And Jesse may have something to add.
Yeah, I'll just add in that we were trying to balance a number of these factors in the analysis and the recommendations we came up with. And one of the key parts that we're bringing forward is a monitoring framework so that we can keep on looking at questions just like this over the course of the year to see what's happening and have that information visible to councillors and the public going forward.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. My apology. Any other questions to? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, well, Councillor Myers asked on I was going to zero in on the accessibility pieces because I didn't think anybody else was. But we did have, I guess the first question is the overarching one. A couple of the deputies talked about, why are you going here at all? Why are you trying to incentivize accessibility programs into rideshare when you're contracting cab companies to perform for Wheel-Trans, and they're also through their own dispatch deploying accessibility vehicles? Why are we incentivizing into the rideshare platform?
So thank you for the question. During several consultations, we heard from the accessible community that it was a challenge, that they did not have equitable on-demand service. And as a result of that, we looked at what other cities are doing, and we saw successful programs in both Winnipeg and Calgary and Chicago, and we were looking to implement that here. As with my answers to Councillor Myers, the TTC and Wheel-Trans is a potential partner, and that's something that we could consider. But I think it's paramount that the accessible community has the availability of vehicles on demand in a reasonable time frame.
Okay, and you actually take me to my next question because the issue of looking at the Wheel-Trans dispatch comes up here. With a limited fleet and some contracts, their dispatch is costing them $8 million a year, just their dispatch. I looked it up. It's $8 million a year. So the potential is there would be as many vehicles as there are in that dispatch now and then some. So I'm kind of surprised at the estimate that if we centralize dispatch for this, we'd be looking in the neighborhood of 1 million. Sorry, I'm trying to see yeah. How did we arrive at 1 million?
So, and I'm surprised at the 8 million.
That's the cost right now.
So our cost is based on estimates after having discussed this with both the City of Winnipeg and the City of Calgary.
So probably it's just it's a size and scope thing, maybe?
Potentially, just with any call for proposal, you don't, it's an estimate. We don't know what that amount would be. Right now, we're ballparking at $1 million. Once the scope of work is clearly articulated and what people bid on that, and with economies of scale, the TTC, for example, having infrastructure could be able to deliver it for less than that.
Okay. And as to the last question, as to the extending the lifespan, especially with wheelchair adapted vehicles, because that gets expensive, I get extending beyond 10 years because most of them are Toyota Siennas, most of the ones that I experienced with my dad, and that is a long-lasting vehicle. But when we talk about the length and extending, that's if that vehicle is showing itself to still be roadworthy. We could, in an inspection, say, I don't know what you've been doing with this car, but it didn't make it to 15 years, and that you would have the right to pull that car off the road or not to license it. Am I right about that? That's the case in any of our licensing regime, is it not?
The short answer is that's correct.
Okay, just checking. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Other questions to staff? Going once? No? Okay. Those that are online, Councilor Thompson, Sachs, Malik, no? Anyone want to speak that are not part of the committee? Councilor Myers? No? Okay. Speaker on this issue? Anyone? Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley?
Just a few brief comments, Madam Mayor, thank you. I want to say thank you to all of the individuals who took the time to join us today and share about their lived experience, whether they are within the industry, have been there for, dedicated their career and many generations. I know it's been a tough time for folks within the taxi industry specifically, as we've seen this technology and digital world emerge. And I do think it's important that we continue to listen closely and to hear from folks about those experiences and do our best to ensure that there's a level playing field here for all members who want to make a career within this industry. So I know there's a motion coming forward and I won't speak to that, it's not mine, but I will be supporting the motion. And I look forward to us continuing to have this really important conversation. As we've heard, there's implications across so many considerations, whether it's equity, whether it's livable wages, whether it's congestion and accessible mobility and transportation options. And I know we will continue as a council to be seized with this and look forward to the ongoing discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to thank everybody that came today to talk about this issue and thank the staff for that report. It was full of so much information that, in particular, I was so surprised to see when we're talking about congestion, that 14% of all the cars in downtown are with a PTC. I can't tell you how surprised I was when I read that and thought, here we are, we're attacking congestion, we're doing what we can do about congestion. Somebody thinks that bike lanes are the congestion, and we have a few bike lanes downtown. We have Sherbourne, we have Richmond, we have Adelaide. We still have University, which is actually a very, very safe route. But they don't appear to be the main problem for congestion in the downtown core. So I'm hoping that somehow we can think about that number and plan around this, particularly if cars are simply driving with nobody in them. This is a problem. I also, not moving any motions, but I'm quite concerned at the number of PTC vehicles that aren't identified. There's no identifier, and yet there they are, picking somebody up in the back seat. So you know, well, that's not me. I don't pick people up off the street in the back seat, but I know that that's a PTC. So why doesn't it say Uber, Lyft, or someone else on there? I didn't have a chance to ask that question, but I'm looking over at Mr. Grant to find out, isn't there some kind of regulation that if for a commercial vehicle, you can't just drive around and do things on a business model, you have to show that that's your business. So when you're in the bike lane and you don't have a sign on you, when you're doing 180s, you don't have a sign. When you're holding up traffic, you don't have a sign. I think it's just very unfair because we don't know who you are. And if you are a commercial vehicle, a taxi has to have a sign, a taxi has to have markings, and city trucks have to, everybody does. So this is a problem, I think, and I don't know what the percentage is. I think it's very, very high along, anyway, any of the routes that I'm going on. So what would be the fix for that? But this is a very thoughtful, thought-provoking report. I was happy, or not happy, to hear from drivers about their issues with surge pricing. I think that's probably not very fair. When I get in the taxi, I know what my rate and my fare is going to be. If I get in the limo, like I did to come home from a wedding, I know the price. It's not, oh, here's a higher number, because it's a busy time. So some of those issues, and I don't think the staff are asked to think about those or write about those, but they have really come up today, and I'd really like some more thinking on that, whether it's between now and council or whatever, however we're going to do that, to know more, because it affects people's lives, it affects everybody who's living downtown, it affects all those kinds of things. I do understand that here we are, it's the happy season. So people do need to be able to get around. On New Year's Eve, the TTC is free. It would be great if Uber dropped their prices on New Year's Eve, but I don't know if that will happen. I know it happens with the taxis. So let's just have a very safe season where everybody can move around while we continue to work on this. We've been at many, many meetings for taxis, for Ubers, for everything in this. Yeah. First of all, the committee, now we're at executive. And this was by and far and away, just kind of the best discussion that we've had in many years here today. Thanks.
Oh. Thank you. I see two, Councillor Perks and Deputy Mayor McAlphy. Carol, I'll insert myself just before you folks, if that's okay. I'll time it too. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Chow.
Just 1 second. I was just going to speak first. I'm going to put my motion in. Yeah, and then Perks, McAlphy, and Carol. Okay. We thank the people coming out to speak. We heard the desperation of a lot of drivers. We also heard a lot of anger, especially from taxi drivers. They've driven all these years, and they have invested their entire life driving and hoping that they could retire with some dignity, with some savings, with a plate that is worth anything. And an income Uber and Lyft and others that destroyed the entire model, the taxi model, where the taxi model was that we give them the license, we directly license, we also directly, yes, I've moved the motion, just hang on a second. Our clerk's having a hard time. We gave the, we provided them with license, we dealt with fares, we regulated fares, there's rate cards, there's protection of consumers. There's so much work done on the taxi side of things, insurance, etc., and then here come Uber, and everything is upside down. It is so upside down that people are now earning, the Uber drivers, $6 an hour. You can't live with $6 an hour, which is impossible. So the staff We've given the task for the staff, and they did hard work. They've invited 76,800 people for consultation in the month of June to July of this year. They have 3,224 consultation participants with users, over 1,000 users, 121 with accessibility needs. They asked the taxi and the limo industry with 292 folks, industry, PTC, industry stakeholders, 5 town halls, 320 attendees, and many of you submitted emails, feedbacks. And yet this morning I was told by one of the company, Uber to be precise, that somehow we did not consult. Excuse me, that is definitely not the case. The staff did good work, they consulted, they spoke to a whole lot of people. The report, there are 2 reports, but the report that is specifically what we're dealing with is really comprehensive. There's a lot of materials in here. One of them is on Wheel-Trans, and there are a lot of things we need to do with Wheel-Trans that talks about any number of items that we should do, one of which is centralize the dispatch, etc. Having said all that, however, providing grants to wheelchair taxi owners, new license, 338 new license, extend the vehicle age to 10 years, wait time standard, all of that, a lot of good stuff here, right? But having said that, what I'm hearing is putting the cap in on 80, no one is happy about it because it's too high. Not putting a cap in, if we just say, okay, it should be 25,000 or 30,000, we can't support it because that's not being recommended by the staff. And if challenged, we will have trouble, okay? And we're also hearing that there needs to be, our key task really is to support drivers, protect consumers against price surging with price card, all of that. And I understand all of that need. So the recommendation, there's a long series of motions that is in front of you that has been circulated to all of you. There's 3 parts. Well, actually, there are many parts motions all the way up to J. And my team tried to take all the concerns that you folks have, that I'm hearing today, consolidated it, and say, let's give it another try. Let's see if we could do better. Whether it is on the Wheel-Trans side, or the capping side, or whether we could do licensing ourselves, how do we protect consumers, all of that. I'm at 5 minutes. So I just want to leave you with one thing. A lot of these are newcomers. I get it. My dad, when he couldn't find a job teaching, he got a taxi license. He got a taxi license. He tried driving taxis. It didn't get very far because he couldn't figure it out, because this is before GPS days. And I see that a lot of immigrants coming to this country, when they can't find a job, that's where they go. So it's really, they're vulnerable. And we have to do it properly, do it right, so that the drivers are protected, the consumers are protected, so everything is transparent. Right now, everything is opaque, and no one is clear as to who is earning what and why is that dollar amount being charged, right? So especially when there's price surging, since there's no cap there's no fare card. So the recommendations are in front of all of you, and I welcome your comment on it. Thank you. Councillor Perks. Yeah, come. May I have Councillor Ainsley to chair the committee while I answer questions?
Oh, you can answer.
You can do it from there.
You can answer. Well, yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, and it's friendly.
Okay, thank you for being friendly.
I think your motion addresses my concern, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding it because it did just come up. So will this address or have the potential to address cross-boundary and look at?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It said a jurisdictional scan, and it also talk about neighborhood municipalities, data on a number of licensed private transportation company drivers in Toronto who also hold licenses in neighborhood municipalities and how many trips begin on and outside the city of Toronto's boundaries, because we know that boundaries matters.
And then likewise, as you look through this issue of congestion, is it looking at it more within the city of Toronto, for example, in this question of where they are at any given time, and if we were to put in a cap on the number, trying to do it in a way that's more evidence-based around congestion and in what parts of the city and
Absolutely.
okay, great. Okay, so
Absolutely.
a little more holistic
Let
look,
me
and they'll
be
come
more
back.
precise, because we find it in the downtown core. There's 14.2% of all vehicles are vehicle for hire, whereas in, say, Scarborough, Etobicoke, and North York is 3.6%, right, to be precise. And you have some.
It's hard for me to get here and home every day.
Not
Yes.
that many. On a weekday, there, so we get it. It's only 3.6%. And the congestion is not as severe in those areas, whereas in downtown, of the 14.2%, right, out of 10 cars, at least 1.5 cars are Uber, and they are driving 30% of the time empty, right? So they're running around in circles looking for, or parked or somewhere, causing congestion, because 33% of the time, these cars are empty. It's bad for the drivers, it's very hard for downtown traffic, and it's not helping anyone.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Carroll? Questions? Okay, Councillor Perks to speak, and then Deputy Mayor McKelvie and then Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor Chow.
And also online as well. If you can listen.
Who? And Councillor Malik. Thank you, Councillor Perks.
Yeah, if you could start the clock. Thank you. Taxis are hard, and they always seem to come back. And I think the reason taxis are so hard is because there's an awful lot of money at stake. There is a lot of money at stake. If you're one of the venture capitalists who floated the loans to Uber to come up to Toronto, you've been reaping a pretty handsome reward. But that money has come out of the pockets of the people who provide the service, and it's come out of the quality of life in the city of Toronto. Our job is not to worry about whether Uber or Lyft or Beck or someone in the industry is making a healthy profit. Our job is to look after the public interest. And we have been trying ever since Uber arrived in the city of Toronto to find a way to do that, and they arrived illegally. And I just want to take us back to a moment when we came close. And I actually went online and checked that fine publication, the Toronto Star, for their report on what happened in 2016, and just to jog my memory. And here's what happened. The mayor of Toronto that day, John Tory, appointed his chief of staff and deputy mayor, Denzel Minnan Wong, to negotiate with myself and former councillor Janet Davis to see how we could do this. And we came up with an agreement that would have put a cap on the total number of licenses, required regular vehicle inspections and safety, installed tools to make sure that passengers were safe all the time, that came up with efficiency studies to make sure that we didn't create congestion and drive people off to TTC, that dealt with accessibility and fair pricing. And we shook hands on it. And we were ready to go. But, you know, it was John Tory, so at the last moment, he got cold feet. Hi, Vic. And we lost that deal. And here we are struggling with exactly the problems exactly the problems we all predicted we would have if we didn't put on a cap, if we didn't control the licensing, if we didn't control for emissions, and we didn't control for accessibility. And here's the thing that I think you all need to know. At the moment when we shook hands on that agreement, Mayor Tory's Chief of Staff and Deputy Mayor Denzil Minnan-Wong assured us that Uber had agreed. That's right, Uber agreed to us regulating them in the public interest. So when they come in here and make their threats about lawsuits and they mobilize their their campaigns and they get their drivers telling people in Toronto things that aren't true, plant your feet. Plant your feet. Hang tough. We can do this. Now, we've done some good work to date. The data that city staff and their consultants have provided us with is the good framework for an understanding. In this moment, we've had a discussion with people in the industry and people who, you know, drive and people who were former owners, and we've learned a little bit more. And what Mayor Chow is doing is saying, take that little bit more and let's establish the regulations that we need to do our job, which is to protect the public interest. And when we're doing that, and when you're having conversations with lobbyists and you're getting ready for the next debate, remember, Uber was willing to make concessions on all of this. But, you know, like a kid, when you give them candy for breakfast, they're going to want candy for lunch. The former mayor made a mistake when he made too many concessions, and we're going to have to fight hard to claw it all back, but we can do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Perks, for that history lesson. Hindsight, yes, unfortunate. Deputy Mayor McAuliffe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your motion earlier. It's addressing some of the concerns that I had with the report that was before us. And in particular, I'll give an example of why. So I live on the eastern edge of the city. My sister, who I love dearly, there we said it on public record, lives 10 kilometers away, but she lives in Pickering. For me to take public transit to visit my sister, I have to walk 12 minutes to the bus, take one bus, get off the bus, switch to a second bus, and then walk 8 minutes. That is a total trip of 52 minutes. I can take an Uber and be there in 16. So this is about people having more choice on how they get around, especially throughout the suburbs, more time with their families, and it also underscores the important need we have to build transit through the east, which we are doing, and under leadership of many people that are here in this room. But we can't forget that that is the bottom line for people. It is time, and their time and how they spend their time. Now, in downtown Toronto, a lot of times it's actually faster for you to go underground and to hop on the subway. And you can get where you need to go much faster. And so that is a viable choice and the best choice and the way we certainly want people to get around. So I think that as much as we always want to have policies that are the same everywhere in the city, we can't forget that the lived experiences of people in the city are very different based on where you live geographically. So I think it's good that we're having another thought at this and digging deeper into those issues, in particular with how it can impact people in the suburbs disproportionately and what impacts it can have on cross-boundary, because many of us work, live, and play in one community, but also might work, live, and play in another, so you're crossing back and forth on different things. So the other issue that it's good we're having another look at is congestion. If we want to look at congestion, there are technological tools that we can implement where we're putting geofences in and we're monitoring number of vehicles on at a certain time. And we could look at approaches that say, we'll have X number of cars within this area during rush hour and set the limits that way as opposed to based on total licenses. And I think if we really want to combat congestion, we need to be innovative. around that, and we need to dig a little bit deeper. So I'm happy that your motion does that on both of those, and I think that we'll be in a much better place once that information comes back. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes. First of all, on the referral motion, I supported. My input into it was on the getting the cost and cost benefit analysis with respect to the dispatch system. And I really hope that in all of the clauses of the referral motion, that we're referring it back not so that we can say, didn't like your report, do this instead. This has to be a conversation, because we cannot negate that amount of consultation that you just outlined for us, Mayor Chow. It's that's a staggering amount of consultation. And so it really does have to be a conversation. It's not just the mayor's referring it back so that we can each go in with our shopping list now and disregard that. The industry can still have input through that conversation with staff, I think, because they have had so much. But I support the referral. I really think we do need this extra piece. But I will say this, we weren't ready for Uber. Did Mayor Tory make a mess? Yes, he made a mess. Of course he did. We weren't ready for it. It was already in full flight when we came back in immediately post an election and found ourselves with this thing already driving around town. We weren't ready for it. And that's on us, because we were hearing that it existed for however many months, in fact, over a year before. It was all over New York. It was all over San Francisco. We knew it was coming. And we didn't so much as call the city solicitor and say, what does that mean to our licensing regime? We did know that it existed in the world. Yes, that's my point. That's my point. We knew they were coming, and then they came, and here they were. So, you know, we found ourselves in a difficult situation. We also found ourselves with a loss in court. Let's not do that again. Because while we're having this wonderful conversation today, I gotta warn you. There are 500 Waymo driving around San Francisco right now with no drivers. 22 million miles of trips already driven. Really? And each car with 62 sensors on it, so that it's not only able to do this job that it's doing with people in it. Myself and staff rode in them through the middle of San Francisco and up and down the freeway to Silicon Valley to do our work. And it's not only doing that, they're also selling the data to companies that are using small language model AI firms to take that data and actually create actual information that then can go to police to do congestion management and traffic management. A Waymo going by can send a message to the police saying, there's this guy who drives right by streetcars when the doors are open, and our data shows us he's done it 3 times. It's time to give him a ticket. You can program it to even the number of infractions generates, we're gonna come and get you now. That's what's coming. And so we can do this and we can get this to protect the drivers for now, but we actually should also be saying to the city solicitor, you probably should start working right now on how we want to legislate and figure out what we're gonna do when Waymo and its competitors get to town. Jeff Bezos is already working on a thing called Zoox. It doesn't even have the pretend steering wheel that's rolling around with no driver behind it. It's just a cube with 4 wheels and 4 people driving around it, and it doesn't even have a steering wheel. But it is shipping small language model AI information to transportation department, transit department, and police to help make roads more manageable and more safe. And that's going to be hard to ignore if it comes into town. And before we've made regulations about it, Torontonians have said, oh, that's cool. I want that. And then it's almost too late for us So we should actually be telling city solicitor to start looking up the legislation that will protect us from it. That's my rant.
Thank you. Thank you. And last speaker, Deputy Mayor Malik, and I'm just moved, can I have a motion to extend, because we usually close at 6, finish this item, and there's one last item on the Scarborough one, okay? All those, and one reopening, okay. Finish the agenda, okay? All those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you. Last speaker, Deputy Mayor Malik. I hope you get well soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be brief, and first of all, just to echo the tremendous thanks from my colleagues on the committee and from yourself to staff for this report, for the thorough and thoughtfulness of the data and the information that has been gathered. I also want to give a special thanks to everyone who has showed up, spoken to us today, who has been part of this consultation process, who has met and reached out to me in my office over the many weeks, and who have been working closely on this issue from the time that Councillor Perks had mentioned to those who are looking at the issues that we have to grapple with as we look forward, as Councillor Carroll, alluded to. And there are a significant number of items that do have to be worked through, and that's why I'm very pleased to see the mayor's motion, and I'm glad to be supporting it. They've already been raised in the comments in this committee, but the issues around congestion, which we have been taking so seriously in terms of our responsibilities and our choices at the city, and ensuring that, especially in communities like mine in the downtown, that we are using every lever that we have, including around rideshare, to address this issue, that equity and access to work is a key and core principle of how we approach the issues around rideshare, and that equity is important to us when we talk about all the different ways that people are getting around the city, when it comes to our public transit system, when it comes to our climate leadership and greenhouse gas emissions, and when it comes to community transparency, amongst a number of other issues that have been raised. I know we have to hold these issues together as well as looking at them comprehensively, and that's why I'm really pleased to see the motion tackles this issue in that way as we take the next step. I look forward to staying in the conversation and for us to make sure that we are learning the lessons from this experience as we continue to grapple with these issues moving forward, and as the technology and the critical responsibility that we have around decent work in our city continues to ramp up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo wants us to vote. We are in no more speaker. All those in favor of the motion in front of you, opposed, carried. Thank you. We have, Councillor Bravo, thank you. On the item of the Councillor Carroll, do you want to reopen your item and move your motion?
So I can do it.
Okay, you can do it?
Yes.
Let's do this.
Hopefully there will be no changes.
Okay, what is it?
A reopening of EX 19.20 to make some quick wordsmithing changes to the St. Lawrence Centre motion.
Okay. All those in favor of reopening, opposed, carry, thank you. Can you move your motion?
Yes, do we need to put it up? Oh, the changes are underlined, so it's fairly basic.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion in front of you, opposed, carry. We have to get back to the next item. Rhonda Porter, Agincourt Village Community Association.
Sorry, are we still holding 19 and 28? So,
which one again?
19 and 28. So 19, they sent the information by email.
Oh.
So I'm happy to read that and ask any other questions at council. I just don't know if Councillor Fletcher can also release it.
I think Councillor Fletcher is okay. On 19, my motions to ask them to speed it up. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And the item as amended, of all those in favor, opposed, carry.
And then likewise, number 28.
I can hear myself, it's okay. Okay, so we've done that one. Councillor Carroll, you have listening to Toronto 19.28. You released that one already, right? Okay. I did. Okay, thank you. All those in favor to read it one more time. 1928, this is the Listening to Toronto survey. Moving recommendation, opposed, carry, thank you. Are there any other item? I think that is it.
Madam Chair?
We are now at 19.6.
On the SRT item,
I'm sorry?
Councillor Myers has a motion, which I think gets us out without needing to go in camera.
That's right. And, oh, okay, but we still need to hear some of the deputants. And then we don't have to go in camera. Thank you. That's very helpful. Rhonda Porter, there you are.
Madam Chair.
Agincourt Village Community Association.
Madam Chair.
We're all ears.
Madam Chair.
Yep. Oh, Councillor Thompson, you need something.
Yes, a question. I understand from Councillor Perks that Councillor Myers has a motion that doesn't necessitate him going into camera, but I may be interested in going into camera. So I wonder maybe if Councillor Myers may wish to circulate his motion, and I gather Councillor Perks may be moving on his behalf, that I may take a look at it to see whether or not
it'll be Councillor
Matlow.
Matlow.
Idea. It'll be Councillor Matlow on behalf of Councillor Myers. It's being can our staff circulate it? Okay, back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. All yours.
And I am president of Agincourt Village Community Association, but also a member of Scarborough United Neighborhoods. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you because I'm going to emphasize how this Scarborough Skyway basically could highly invigorate Scarborough. I'm here to advocate to maintain the elevated portion of the SRT and connect Scarborough Civic Center, Town Center, and the new subway stop that will be there to the entire SRT corridor to connect to the Kennedy subway station. I wish to make 3 points. Firstly, this off-street pedestrian and cycle pathway would not impact any city streets and would support the city's transformed TO and congestion management goals. It would allow for connections of local communities, local businesses that the subway will not do. It will also connect us to that important new station on the opposite side of McCowan Road. It would provide access also at Midland and Ellesmere, where there's already an elevated station. We miss that station terribly, but it would allow those of us who live north of the 401 to easily access all of the amenities, all of the pathways that have been suggested earlier. This is a raised structure. The structure is already there. Let's keep it. Secondly, the Scarborough Skyway would provide green space for the many new residents that will be coming in around the Scarborough Civic Center. As has happened in the West Toronto Rail Path, the public realm amenity space would lend itself to things like pop-ups, art installations, local artisans, and again, it would bring life to that community. It would become a destination for tourists, local residents, and even a destination for those of you in downtown Toronto who might want to learn about the multiculturalism of Scarborough. Please consider the future use of this existing raised significant structure. The Scarborough Skyway must include that raised portion at Midland, that the raised portion of what is there is really needed. The SRT corridor is a critical link connecting neighborhoods. Let's not lose sight of an asset that would open up Scarborough and benefit all who live here, who visit here, and explore here. Much more community consultation and study are essential for this future use. Probably something I would never see, but let's look ahead to the future. We trust that the city staff realize how important the Scarborough Skyway is to Scarborough residents. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yep, Councillor Matlow, question?
Thank you once again for your patience today, Rhoda.
What would this mean to residents throughout Scarborough, and in particular those who live north of the 401?
Absolutely give us a gateway to the rest, to actually access the Kennedy Station, to access south to the Meadowway, to access out to the zoo, the National Urban Park, which is an important part of for those of us in the east, but it would provide that opportunity for cyclists. Many people in Scarborough cannot own cars, do not own cars, they cycle. We do not have those connections within Scarborough to be able to move around Scarborough. But we also want to look at this as an opportunity for small businesses, for artisans, because we're losing that component with all of the condominiums that are being built.
And just to be clear, SCRO is not obtuse to the fact that there will be costs, there will be challenges, this is not easy, but you're asking for the time and the opportunity to engage the Scarborough public, work with adjacent landowners, work with all stakeholders to find a feasible path forward.
Absolutely, but when we see the words like to advance infrastructure removal in what you're talking about today, or consider substantive removal, that really upsets us. We also realize that the West Rail Path, which I've been on, which is absolutely fabulous, has provincial money. Perhaps there is an opportunity here where Scarborough could have some investment from our province as well. But we also realize there are opportunities in Scarborough where we can find that money. And we may not do the whole thing at one time, but let's not lose sight of the structure that's already there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So first, thank you for staying the entire day. It shows your commitment and dedication to our community. I just want to make clear, your position is not that we should not have any development or housing built into what will become downtown Scarborough at some point. Your position is that this should be incorporated into that vision just to help people get around.
Absolutely. I'm all for mobility with safe pedestrian access, safe cycling access, and with the development that we have, we know we need the housing, we welcome the housing, and I think we can also work with our developers that we have in Scarborough to perhaps be part of this, because it's been done in other parts, especially in the United States, and it's been very successful. Let's take an opportunity here, step back, and really look at this seriously as to how we could implement this. And we realize it'll be over time, not an easy task, but let's not shut it down and demolish it right now.
Thank you. And you're someone who's very outspoken and direct, so I would love to get your thoughts on what would happen if we were to build the Scarborough Town Center station where the McCowan station is, but not give people a way to safely access the mall. How would that play out?
I can't imagine that. You have a busy street, a north-south street that people use to access the 401, and then you're going to have people having to cross that busy street. We already have the rail system there. We need to take the rails out. We know we need to do some work, but that structure over McCowan Road is already there. Let's utilize that whenever the subway does open. And we realize 2030 may be really hoping, but maybe not a reality.
Thank you. And you've done a lot of work on making the community safe. It would be unsafe to have 4,000 to 5,000 people a day trying to cross McCowan and get from, or even if there was some sort of underground bridge from McCowan, crossing that parking lot to get to the mall.
Absolutely. We know it's costly. Look at going underground even for the subway. We know, let's look at the bridge that's already there. Let's augment the bridge that's already there for safety.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions to the deputants? Thank you for waiting for us, and thank you for being here. Okay, Hafiz Alavi? Am I pronouncing?
Hello, can everyone hear me all right?
Oh, there you are. Okay, where are yours?
Perfect. Yeah, good evening, Mayor Chow and members of the executive committee. I know it's been a long day, but I hope you guys are sticking through. My name is Hafiz, and I'm from Central Scarborough and a Waterloo urban planning student. And I'm here to urge you to not demolish the Scarborough Artis Elevated Guideway. I really think that we should reimagine this guideway as a trail or a park, a community space that can serve Scarborough residents for generations to come. Demolishing the guideway would be a short-sighted decision. Time and time again, we've seen the city make choices that prioritize immediate cost savings or development pressures over long-term vision. The result? We, the citizens, pay the price. Valuable infrastructure is lost forever, leaving us to lament missed opportunities for decades. Let's break that cycle and create something Scarborough residents can be proud of. They feel that is their own. The guideway runs through an industrial space, no doubt, but it's a space that is separate from the communities it surrounds. But for Scarborough residents, industrial areas like these are more than just landscapes. They're barriers. These neighborhoods are cut off from each other by busy roads, train tracks, and fences. Transforming this skyway that we have into a park or trail would bridge those divides, improve connectivity in an area that desperately needs it. Scarborough has already lost so much in terms of connectivity access. The end of the SRT service is just another example, and yet instead of preserving a piece of our history, we are considering destroying it entirely. This isn't just about nostalgia, it's about taking a resource away from us that we already had for decades and making it work for our future. We don't have to look far for inspiration. The New York High Line is a shining example of how elevated infrastructure can be repurposed. Once a derelict rail line is now a world-renowned park that attracts millions of visitors annually, provides significant economic benefits, and connects neighborhoods in meaningful ways. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that the SRT will reach to that same economic level of the High Line, considering the current land use context and population density. However, imagine what's possible when we choose to think creatively about our built environment instead of letting it go to waste. Imagine a future where Scarborough's elevated guideway is a vibrant linear park, a space for walking, biking, gathering, and reconnecting with our surroundings, where cyclists can feel safe going from A to B, and where residents can feel a sense of pride and belonging. This is achievable, and it's what Scarborough deserves. The cost of demolition isn't just financial, it's cultural and social. Once it's gone forever. But by keeping the guideway and transforming it, we're making an investment into Scarborough's future, a statement that the city values for all its communities and not just the downtown core. Now, I fully understand that things cost money, and especially in our current budget crisis, we're always looking at ways to cut corners or cut costs. But what happens is that people are affected by these decisions. And really, we need the city to figure out a way where we can budget and plan for the future instead of being short-sighted and demolishing what we have. Let's make the bold, forward-thinking choice. Let's create a lasting legacy for Scarborough and the city. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Always good to be bold. Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none. Next speaker is Sabrina Shahadan. There you are. Institute for Inclusive Economics and Sustainable Livelihoods. Okay. Can someone give her some tech support?
How's it going? Okay. Oh, that's okay. All right. Hello. Okay. Thank you to the City Council for this opportunity. So alongside my colleagues, Alex, Rachel, and Julia from the University of Toronto, we have consolidated a report on insights and best practices from transit repurposing projects in collaboration with the IIESL. So as we now know that Scarborough is a region and the city most poorly served with transit, the TTC Rider report reported that there's 91% of 300 surveyed Scarborough transit user support using the decommissioned SRT for bus travel and community uses. As cited by the city staff report, we're looking at the 2.5-kilometer guideway portion that's located between Ellesmere Station and 100 meters east of McCowan. Now keep this figure in mind, 2.5 kilometers. Now, motivated by the motion brought forth by Councillor Myers, we have done extensive research supplemented with direct interviews with the co-founders and directors of these projects, especially with Scott Kratz, the 11th Street Bridge director. So we've selected case studies of the Atlanta Beltline, the Cuernavaca Railway Park, the New York City High Line, and the 11th Street Bridge Park. The media tends to use the High Line as an example, which, as we have researched, is not necessarily the best precedent for Scarborough, given the different socioeconomic needs. Do not let this deter you from reimagining what the SRT could be. The Atlanta Beltline, Cuernavaca Railway Park, and the 11th Street Bridge Park are remarkable examples. We've got into contact with Robert Hammond and Ryan Gravel as well. So these are the key themes that we went into our research, and this is just a perspective on the cost. So the 2018 estimate of decommissioning and demolition of the SRT is purported to be $175 million, and this is an outdated figure. We are looking at the total estimate cost of the 11th Street Bridge Park. I've converted it to Canadian dollars as $130 million. But we don't need to look far. We can look at the total estimated costs of the Bentway Linear Park, which is a 1.75-kilometer underpass of $25 million, which was approved by then Mayor John Tory after a significant $25 million donation by Toronto planner Judy Matthews. And I purport to you, Madam Mayor, that your support would be instrumental, and this could be your legacy. If the demolition does proceed, there will be new 2025 estimated costs, which are estimated to balloon. While I am no financial analyst, the social benefits of the repurposing project, if done right, is immeasurable. So some of the key case study findings that we've looked into, Scott Kratz personally said that they are investing more into the community than they are in the bricks and the mortar of the project. When there's a project stewardship that's undertaken by a recognized local nonprofit with a credible fiscal venture, so as to not strain the city's resources, it opens up pathways for private-public partnerships. So for example, the DC District and the City of New York owns the land. They either manage the structural components of the bridge or the structure in of itself, and the local nonprofits such as Building Bridges Across Rivers and also the Friends of the High Line are responsible for the maintenance and the programming of the park. Looking at economic development opportunities, they've reimagined the reuse infrastructure as a means to address legacies of disinvestment. There's key outcomes of the 11th Street Bridge Park include 238 units of permanently affordable housing that was made possible through a community land trust that was inspired by civil rights era land trusts. This was funded also by JP Morgan, City Community Development, and the CFE, which they contributed $500,000 to this. They even set up an equitable development task force. They combined economic baseline data with community feedback. Specifically on page 9, the SRT touches 40 Bush B Drive and a lot of other future housing sites that could be empowering both residents and businesses if done equitably. They've also ensured neighboring residents are prioritized and hired for construction jobs, apprenticeships, and also post-construction jobs on the Bridge Park. Next up is on recreation, community.
Thank you. Those are really great research. However, 3 minutes is up. If you can leave us your presentation, that would be great. Okay. Any questions to the deputants? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Just a quick question. So in your review, how would this play into the future development plans of the Scarborough Center, i.e. downtown Scarborough?
It would need a lot of public consolidation. So there will be a design review that's upcoming, or like a design chair in January, but this research was purported to kind of see how a sort of transit reuse project could be like started from the get-go, and especially if there's like a consolidated local nonprofit that kind of stewards this project and alongside with the city, so as to not kind of strain the city's resources. So there are like possible funding models that kind of opens up public-private partnerships that could contribute to a sustainable funding throughout the year.
I see you're with the IESL. Just to give us a sense as to like how much work has gone into this so far. How many people have been working on this from the University of Toronto Scarborough? And roughly how much time have you spent working on it?
We've had our first community meeting on October 8th. I will let my colleague Kumsa Baker speak more on that, but we've also had other groups from UTSC and also Rhoda Porter, who was also there, and other local community leaders that were headlining this project.
Thank you. And so just to be clear, it's not just sort of academics looking at this. This is a pretty broad spectrum of the community of Scarborough.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for the deputant? If not, thank you. Guled Arali, our next speaker. Are you here? Not on the speaker. Okay. Kevin Rupersing, are you here? Are you online? Yes, I see you online. You have 5 minutes.
3 minutes, I think.
3 minutes, sorry. Thank you.
You can see me and hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Good evening, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Kevin Rupersing. I'm a resident of Scarborough, and I'm here to express my disappointment on behalf of many, many people in Scarborough at what this report is proposing. It's not very ambitious. It's disappointing for Scarborough residents who really have been clamoring to say there's an opportunity here to reimagine the RT Corridor. It's disappointing to have this much water being thrown onto this idea. It feels like a slap in the face after the shock of the RT derailment. And in the time since the RT derailed, what's City Hall really done? Well, we've been told there's going to be no busway for 3 or 4 years. And that delay honestly calls into question the entire idea of the busway because, it's millions of dollars being invested several years too late to benefit current transit riders. And it's really being pushed forward as a way of getting buses out of the way of drivers rather than something to actually benefit people in Scarborough, transit riders today. So the RT's derailed. The busway is years away. And now in this report, we're saying to Scarborough, you know what, don't dream of a better future for the RT corridor. It can't happen. The reality is this is a bit of infrastructure that is going through a part of Scarborough that is going to see enormous growth. There are tens of thousands of residents that are going to be moving into Scarborough Centre. And this is a part of Scarborough that will actually be denser than most of downtown. This kind of infrastructure, this linear infrastructure, it's so rare. It is so rare to have a continuous plot of land like this rather than scattered bits and pieces elsewhere. And the RT corridor is worth so much more to the public as a whole than as the sum of its parts. I know there's people all over Scarborough. There are artists, students, there's advocates, community members, institutions, civil society organizations. There are so many who are dreaming of a better future and have a vision of how we could bring the RT corridor to life together. But instead, we're being told in reports like this that there's 100 reasons why it can't happen. We're told the city should spend hundreds of millions of dollars to remove infrastructure and undermine our community's efforts. We're being told to wait and come back. Come back in a year when bureaucrats have had the chance to do their work at their desks, when really this should have been an opportunity to have a conversation between City Hall and community members to find how to get to yes, instead of finding 100 reasons to say no. We're making these investments in other parts of the city, like the item to invest in extension of the West Toronto Rail Path. That's exactly the kind of vision we need, but we need it all over the city, including here in Scarborough. And so we're imploring you, find a way to let us reimagine this corridor.
Thank
Make it
you.
happen. Don't just give up on us.
Thank you
Give
so
us
much.
the chance to reimagine our corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Kushma Baker. There you are. Okay. 3 minutes.
Council, I'm deputing today on behalf of the Director of the Institute for Inclusive Economies and Sustainable Livelihoods.
Is your mic on?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, much better.
Yeah, good evening. I'm deputing on today on behalf of the Director of the Institute for Inclusive Economies and Sustainable Livelihoods, Dr. Sergio Montero, who's an Associate Professor of Geography and Planning at the University of Toronto, Scarborough. My name is Kumsa Bakar, and I'm currently working with the Institute as a community lead in residence this year. Dr. Montero has submitted a letter on this item, and I want to highlight a couple of key things in his letter. Firstly, we urge the city to continue exploring the technical and fiscal feasibility of adaptively reusing the existing Scarborough RT. We also encourage the city to be ambitious in considering all possibilities, including the creation of an iconic project that integrates public space, active transportation, and spaces for community services, arts and culture, while enhancing opportunities for the local economy. The repurpose of the SRT aligns with the goals of the Institute, which aims to foster vibrant, sustainable, and equitable local economies in Scarborough. We are committed to facilitating this process by providing spaces for community engagement at UTSC and leveraging expertise in transportation, urban planning, and economic development from the University of Toronto's faculty and researchers. On October 8th, the Institute convened 25 individuals from local organizations, community groups, student leaders, and environmental advocates, some of which you have heard from today, for a productive community conversation on the future of SRT at the University of Toronto, Scarborough. The event revealed overwhelming support and excitement for keeping the adaptive reuse of the SRT existing infrastructure for things like community-focused spaces, improved active transportation networks, economic development, local business opportunities, recreation, sustainability, cultural programming, and more. We also worked with a group of students at the University of Toronto, Scarborough. You heard from Sabrina with some of the research and case studies that we are already looking into. And we aim to continue to conduct some of this research to learn from best practices and learnings from other case studies, both locally and beyond. We believe the city must seriously consider the potential of this project to become a new transformational and iconic space for Scarborough. Given Scarborough's historical underinvestment in transportation and community spaces, repurposing the SRT infrastructure presents a unique opportunity to integrate public space mobility, cultural expression, while also promoting local economies. In summary, the UTSC and the Institute stands ready to continue supporting this project by providing expertise, facilitating community engagement, collaborating with key stakeholders, including the City of Toronto, to ensure this project becomes a model for future infrastructure repurposing in Toronto and beyond. And we recognize that there are significant costs associated with this, and so we'd rather focus the cost on supporting the social infrastructure for the community of Scarborough, rather than the cost going towards demolishing the physical infrastructure. And we know the social infrastructure has ripple effects in terms of community health,
Thank you.
wellness, and well-being.
Thank you so much. Questions to deputants? No. Thank you. Question to staff. Councillor, I'll start with Councillor Myers first.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So I just would like to touch on the figure of 2018 estimate indicated that the decommissioning and demolition of the SRT was in the range of $150 million to $175 million. So that was back in 2018. Do we have an estimate of what this would be today?
So through you, Madam Mayor, no, but I can say with confidence that the figure would be significantly higher.
Significantly higher. And to be clear, that figure as of now is completely unfunded in our capital plan.
Sorry, can you please repeat?
That money is unfunded in the 10-year capital plan.
Yes, as indicated in the report, that is correct.
So if we were to go ahead with a demolition within the next year, we'd have to potentially come up with $200 million, potentially, upwards.
So that unfunded amount needs to be funded over a period of time during which the demolition would occur.
Correct, okay. And just of listening to some of the deputants, has city staff in any way engaged the community of Scarborough of what they would like to see based on this project?
So through you, Madam Mayor, up until this point, I don't believe so, but as is indicated in the report, there would be public consultations in 2026.
So that's something that city staff have committed to undertaking. They will be consulting with the community of Scarborough in terms of what they would like to see, what is their vision for the community.
Yes, that is correct.
Great, thank you very much.
Mayor, Councilor Thompson.
Councilor Thompson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. I wonder through you, Mayor, can someone help me to understand how many easements are associated with the lands that's in question?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is 9 private property owners, and there are agreements associated with those properties.
So there are 9 easements then?
They are easement agreements.
Right. And can you tell me, please, what does the entitlement of the owners of those property, what does it allow them to do in terms of expectation once the lands are deemed to no longer be utilized?
That's in camera. That's in camera.
TTC. Well, let's go in camera then, Councilor Perks.
Sorry about that.
I mean, I think it's public information, Mayor, that's available. I'm not sure why it's in camera, but I'm happy to go in camera.
Oh, yeah, it's a in-camera question.
Okay, great.
Let me just get all the questions in public first, okay? Councilor Matlow, question, and Councilor Carroll, question to staff. Is any of those, and Councilor, are those questions that you can be in public? Okay? Yeah, please.
I'm assuming this is public because it is a part of the report. We talk about de-risking throughout the report. I wonder if you could just quickly go through what, in your view, needs to be de-risked, unless, of course, there's funding right now to handle the risk in some other way. What's the de-risking entail physically?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I think as detailed in the report, understanding the property matters in detail across the corridor is one. The infrastructure itself in terms of its state, the required investment in that infrastructure, and securing that infrastructure while we figure out the next step for it.
Okay. As an example, for instance, one of the beauties of the High Line, which we've used for an example many times today, is it was built out of such a huge amount of cast iron. It was built to last 200 years. Do we think that's the case with the SRT stanchions?
So we would have to do an assessment of the infrastructure to see what amount of investment the city would need to undertake. The one key difference I will say relative to the High Line, which was identified a couple of times today, is that the City of New York was the property owner.
Right. Now,
the property was donated by a rail company back in the day.
Right, right. Now, moving to so they owned it all outright. Now, moving to, there are examples closer to home. There's the elevated park, which I love, just in St. Thomas, Ontario, which we could drive to right now. Similar to the High Line, St. Thomas is a town that was very strapped for a while their auto factory was shut down. They didn't pay for the elevated park, as far as I know. That was yet another sort of conservancy model.
Through you, Madam Mayor, apologies, Councillor, I'm not familiar with that example.
Oh, okay. I think I can dig a little further and come up with who the founders and funders were. Okay, those are my public questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, question.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor. So to staff, in February 2nd, 2022, Deputy Mayor McKelvey and I moved a notice of motion that was unanimously passed at City Council about doing a lot of the work that are in the recommendations today. And nothing was ever reported back on that notice of motion. Was that because it was in the last term, or did it just disappear? It's not mentioned in this report at all. It was MM 39.24. It was passed on February 2nd, 2022.
So through the chair, we did do some initial work related to that, but you are correct that there was never a report back to council on that particular motion.
And why was it never reported back on?
So, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. So it is in the decision history in this report, and we're wrapping up all of the work associated with the SRT in this report.
Okay, because it's not mentioned at all in the first paragraph of the summary. There's two other notices of motions identified, but not the one from 2022.
Okay. What?
So it is included in the decision history, so we could have noted that in the report.
Okay, but nothing's ever been done on it.
So as I mentioned through you, Madam Mayor, we're wrapping up all of the work surrounding the SRT in this piece of work moving forward.
All right, and then around the property owners, there's been a lot of back and forth and hearsay, or about different property owners along the right-of-way have an easement. And you said there was
question.
How many are there?
Are you sure?
As I mentioned, there are 9 in total, but in order to go into the details of the agreements, we would have to go in camera.
Just asking how many there are.
9.
And are they scattered along the right of way?
You're way over 5 minutes, Councillor. Let's just keep going. Okay.
Asking where they are is. Oh, you're over time. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay. Can you finish answering?
Yes. So those property interests are scattered over the length, I'm going to say east of Midland before McCowan Road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Matlow, you had questions? You okay? Are there any other questions to staff that can be asked in public? I hear motion, I know, but it might come in the camera. So I'm hearing a request to go in camera by Councillor Thompson. Just 1 second, clerk. I cannot hear you.
Just need to know who needs to move that motion because we'll display it for.
Oh, can someone help us move the motion into camera? Okay, Councillor Carroll, all those in favor? Nope.
Yeah, we gotta display it. We gotta display the reason. Let's put the reason it's a property matter.
Hang on a second. We have to display the motion in public. Yes?
Yeah.
And Councillor Matlow, are you taking carriage of Councillor Myers' motion? Okay? Councillor Matlow has...
There it is. Yep.
Here's the motion, okay? Received advice, okay. All those in...
Read it out loud, and then we vote.
That the executive committee meet in closed session to consider EX 19.6 assessment of Scarborough Rapid Transit adaptive reuse and next steps. Reason for confidential information is the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. All those in favor of the motion in front of us? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Let's give us a minute to clean. So we have in-camera question, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Matlow, And I think Councilor Ainsley was going to ask some question in camera. Okay, I believe we're now in,
Yeah, it's not a thing. You're acquiring.
I saw her, is YouTube stream? I saw her hands up. I saw her thumbs up. Okay, yes? I saw her thumbs up. Okay, we are in public again. Deputy Mayor McAlvey has question to staff.
Thank you. So in your report, you note some of your significant concerns here. The city does not have complete property ownership. The city has legal obligations to third parties, unfunded capital costs, capital coordination of large projects. So given these and the significant uncertainties and the state of information being gathered, why are you recommending number 2, that we endorse in principle removing the SRT?
So through the mayor, the short answer is all of those factors that you just rhymed off before we got to talking about that recommendation are significant enough. And this is an unfunded project. We feel that this is in the best interest of the city to move forward. Council can choose, committee and council can choose to go a different direction of that, but on balance with all of those risks factored into this project, we feel it is better to move forward with a different vision for that and move forward with some of the deconstruction.
In recommendation 3, it says to identify portions of the elevated infrastructure which could remain. So they're almost contradictory, number 2 and 3. So how do we square away these 2 different recommendations?
So through the mayor, and David can jump in here. Oh, he's back in his chair. So David?
Yes. So through you, Madam Mayor, so given what we discussed in camera, staff need the flexibility to act if needed to minimize the risk to the city.
So while you have 2, and we're endorsing this in principle, we're not saying yet that everything has to come down and eliminating the hopes and dreams and desires of the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization and all the deputants that came out.
Correct, and that's the way the recommendations read, and the report reads the same way.
Okay, is there a potential for us to you already have information on what we own versus don't own, so why is that not, or is that, and I just didn't see that in this report?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so there is additional real estate work that needs to be done and additional due diligence around the infrastructure. So there still is significant work to be done, and as detailed in the report, we have put forward funding which will allow us to be able to do that work.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
Why does it make, in your view, more sense to recommend that the elevated structure be demolished before the work is done, rather than allow for the due diligence and the work to be done before arriving at the conclusion that the structure should be demolished?
I think we need, through you, Madam Mayor, I think we need flexibility to do both based on our in-camera discussions.
You mentioned that, or the city manager mentioned that a factor is that this is unfunded. Are there not, I won't even go through the list, but aren't there just countless big projects that we've approved in the past, that we've supported in the past, that hadn't been funded at the time, and in fact we funded after the fact because we believed it was the right vision for our city?
So through the mayor, the point of that conversation is there may be decisions that would require us to spend money. So yes, there are always projects we're planning for below the line. In this case, we may have no choice but to spend money, and that is unfunded.
Thank you.
Councillor Meyer.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just to be clear, whatever direction we take, it's unfunded.
It's what? Sorry?
It's unfunded. It's either way, it's unfunded.
Through the mayor, correct.
Correct. So we're heading into an unfunded liability, whether we keep it up or keep it down. So then is that recommendation number 2 still valid, in that this is based on the premise of we don't want an unfunded an unfunded liability, but as you just stated, whatever we do, there's going to be an unfunded liability.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so the recommendation is based on the in-camera discussion.
Okay. Okay, and I'm good with that. Thank you.
Any other questions to staff in public? Speaking.
Mayor, question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Thompson.
No problem. You can't see me. I wonder if any staff member could give me an indication as to, I guess, proximity in terms of valuation. If a particular landowner in this area is proposing to build, let's say, 4 structures that would be in height of 30, 60, or 40 or 50 stories, do we have any sort of understanding as to what the valuation would be for such a construct, such a development on a site in this area?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so staff could undertake to do an appraisal based on assumptions around built form on the particular property. Typically, what we would do is we would value the property based on the zoning.
I appreciate that, but I'm just wondering, based on the development that's taking place in the area now, is there anyone who would have any information that could maybe provide us with, let's say, a ballpark or a range in terms of what a development of that nature would cost in terms of the overall? Is it $300 million? Is it $500 million? Is it $600 million? I mean, we have a number of development that's taking place now. We have an understanding as to what those costs are. We have the development at Burgundy and Progress. We have one on the Oxford side. We know what those costs are, at least I do, and they're in excess of what 4 structures would be, let's say, at 100 Burr Drive, for example.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so property appraisals are subjective in nature until you undertake an official appraisal. We could undertake to do that, but it would take several weeks to come back with that information.
Thank you. Any
Thanks,
other questions to staff? No? Councillor Thompson, I believe this is in your ward, and then Councillor Meyer, who wants to speak that are not on this committee? Councillor.
I'm happy to.
Councillor Thompson. Take over.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank the staff for answering the questions. Mayor, this particular issue has been around since, at least from I can remember, around 2005. The TTC had hired a professor, Richard Snoberman, from the University of Toronto, to look at the overall transit and ramification of the SRT, its termination, and the elevated structure, and so on. There has been lots of conversation taking place. I can tell you that the property owners along the area are quite concerned in terms of what's going to take place there. I know what their preferences are. I also know what many of the people in my community, what their particular preferences are. I have met with many of the landowners along this area. I also know what their particular goals and objectives are. I do have copies of, at least one copy of the a letter that the legal department also have a copy of. I also have other emails and so on, which basically outline the interests of those property owners along the area who have easements on their properties and so on, and are looking at highest and best use with respect to the lands as such. High-rise and or skyways, or whatever you want to call it, are not an unusual thing. Many places around the world have tried to replicate New York, and I've been to New York. I've been to the Hala area, and many places would like to, I guess, implement their version of it and so on. There's a, enormous cost to it, and we know it's been stated about the arrangements in New York. I've looked at that, I've assessed it as well, and I've talked to people, in fact, who have been very intimately involved with respect to New York and so on. The back area of this area of my ward in Scarborough is not New York. There is not going to be, in my view, any development of people living along the corridor. I believe that there's great interest in the community to ensure that we have a network that makes connection, as others have made statements and so on. However, there is great interest in terms of looking at the example in terms of the removal of the McCowan Bridge and how things have opened up and create great opportunities for the community at this moment. Equally, we have asset, which is the parking lot at Bushby and Grangeway area, where the elevated structure poses a challenge for Create, and at least for Create when they were looking at develop it and so on, to create more housing opportunities and so on. I believe that the position of the report itself, I'm satisfied with it. People have asked for an extended timeline to the fourth quarter of 2025. That's fine, but there's a lot of work to be done, and I get that. And so I think at the end of the day, I know that many people in my community who I've spoken with are of a view that is quite different from some of the excitements that you've heard from some of the speakers that have been speaking here today. I believe at the end of the day, the cost to maintain that elevated structure is going to be significantly higher than whether or not it's $150 or $175 million. I think that if the city is going to look at expropriating lands, I can tell you the valuation of that, because I've actually seen numbers, I've again spoken with some of the property owners, are going to be in excess of $1 billion, quite frankly, and that is a very conservative estimate. But I will leave it to the committee to make their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies. Councillor Meyer, I'll pay more attention.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So I just want to, take a step back and say, this was something I first talked about during the pandemic at the TTC board, and this motion was originally moved by none other than Shelley Carroll, who moved the motion at TTC board, which got the ball started here. A couple months ago, I was with, I had the privilege of meeting with urbanist Jay Pitter, and also with Mitchell Silver, who is the former head of the New York Parks Department. And I took them to the site. I said, let's check out the site. Let's see what, all the excitement's about. And Mitchell got it right away. He already saw the vision. He already said, I can see how this could be whatever version of Beltline, highway, elevated park, whatever you want to call it. He got it right away. And he said to me, the one thing you have to be cognizant of is everyone is always going to come at you with the cost. It's going to cost this much, it's going to cost this much, it's going to cost this much. What they almost never fail to talk about is what's the ROI? What is the return on the investment? So we can look at what New York spent on the High Line, and since that's what everyone's talking about, the ROI on that investment in terms of the values of those properties is exponentially higher in terms of the economic activities that have been generated, the tourism that's been generated, the jobs that have been created, the area revitalization. So I think that's also something that we haven't really talked about at all. What is the actual ROI on these types of investments? And I think, based on what we heard from the deputants, it would be quite significant. No one in Scarborough is under any illusions that this will be easy, but that's what people from Scarborough are. We don't do things that are easy. There was a problem with our hospitals. We had the oldest hospitals in basically Ontario, and we needed to raise $100 million, and people said we couldn't do it. Well, we've already surpassed that goal with the I Love Scarborough campaign. So there is that level of commitment and pride in our community, and that people will make the investment. All we're asking for is the opportunity to make the case, the opportunity to see if this is possible. And if this is not possible, that's fine, but I don't think this should be a decision by city staff based on, you know, their response to a letter and whatever potential, yeah, I don't think that should be, I'll be careful. I don't think there should be a decision based solely on city staff without consulting the community. We see investments happening in other parts of the city all the time. Other than the Scarborough Busway, which, you know, the mayor has funded, I have yet to see any significant investment from the City of Toronto in Scarborough, basically since amalgamation. There is not that type of investment. There is not that type of creativity. And this is the opportunity that, you know, a lot of us have been waiting for. A lot of us have been working hard for. This is not something that just popped up. This has been a discussion that was started, I think, back when Glenn de Bearmaker was a councillor. And that's been continued onward. And I know Councillor Ainsley's been carrying that torch for quite a while. So I just would like us to consider all these factors when making this decision, that obviously this is more than just infrastructure. This is a part of our community. This has been a part of our community since 1985. Everyone has some sort of attachment, personal, with this infrastructure. And I think that has to be considered in whatever decision we make going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak. Sorry, Councillor Matlow first, because you have a motion. Speak first.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Matlow. I'm going to get all the speaker. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Deputy Mayor McKelvie. Any other folks? Nope. Okay, and Deputy Mayor Amber Molly.
I have a motion on behalf of Councillor Myers, simply to move the report to the TTC board in Q4, along with taking good advice from Deputy Mayor McKelvie about providing an interim report to provide relevant information to contribute to the public consultation, which I think will be critical, so that we even know what we are discussing in real terms and in real life. You know, Councillor Myers brought up the I Love Scarborough campaign, and I heard very clearly from Scarborough residents that there has been, I think, justifiable and righteous resentment for many years that there weren't enough health funds put towards Scarborough in a way that the rest of the city has received. Similarly with arts funds. And what a lot of residents in Scarborough keep telling us is that, we love, for example, the West Toronto rail path, and it should be funded, but why isn't the West Scarborough rail path moving forward as swiftly as it should? I've walked that corridor. It's an incredible project, and I hope we do it. And similarly, there are big picture, Rail Deck Park, big visionary pieces that we discuss downtown. Why shouldn't we equally be doing that in Scarborough? The greenest area of our city, a beautiful part of our city, that wants to be connected, the Meadowway, West Toronto Rail Path, and the Skyway. This is an opportunity to reimagine what that corridor can become. And because of champions like Councillor de Bearmaker, Deputy Mayor McKelvie, Councillor Ainsley, and Councillor Myers, there could, and Councillor Candeval and other Scarborough champions, there could be an opportunity to do something that will connect neighborhoods throughout Scarborough and create a corridor that will be unique and so special that it could actually incent visitors to come to Scarborough, spend money, and yes, with adjacent property owners, see a whole new life. Neighborhoods appreciate the value of having this Skyway there. I understand that costs are there, but I'll give you an example. With let's say there's like $100, $200 million, whatever it is, to demolish it, if that were to be the case. Why couldn't we look at using money like that towards creating an endowment fund to help maintain it in the future? Why wouldn't we want to work with organizations like SCRO and empower them to work with potentially philanthropists in the community to come and support? To come and support the long-term success of this project. Councillor Myers put it very well, and I'll just kind of reiterate this because I believe in his message. There may come a day where we recognize pragmatically and realistically that the challenges are there, that they can't be ignored. But why wouldn't we want to support SCRO in the community to explore this, to work with staff, to do their due diligence, to, yes, engage stakeholders along with landowners and have those conversations and see what can happen? I love this proposal. I love this idea. And before we simply just say no to something, let's see if yes is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Question to the mover?
Yeah, please.
If we're looking at yes being possible for me, I have a problem with the motion. Why would you have the TTC doing the consultation? This is a decommissioned line, and it's now being studied by city staff. So the people who are going to write a report and bring it back to council, should they not hear what the community has to say and thereby conduct the consultation?
So we need to determine how to get people from McCowan to Scarborough Town Centre. This would not predetermine whether or not this would come back to exec, for example, but we do want to...
That would not be what we'd be consulting on. Would we not be consulting on the proposal to animate a park or a High Line here?
To provide the information, not to...
Yes.
Yeah. It's about providing information to the TTC board. The consultation will...
But I'll ask again, why would it be about communicating it to the board when it's now a city project?
It is a city project. It would still, I imagine it would still come to executive, but this is asking it to come to TTC board to inform the board on how to make that connection. The board wouldn't actually be conducting the consultation.
That's not clear in the motion.
So what are we consulting on?
If you're suggesting an amendment,
what are we consulting on? What is the purpose of the consultation? Because from what your comments are, does not help me understand the motion. So what are we consulting on?
We're consulting on moving forward with potentially with the Skyline. Are you suggesting that you'd like a different avenue for the information to come along with the TTC? It should go to the TTC.
Well, if we're talking about transit connections in the existing base system, that's for the TTC. If we're talking about building a new transit connection, that's for the Transit Expansion Office. If we're talking about what to do with this real estate, that is Mr. Jollymore's shop, who should therefore, I think, be working with the community and conducting the consultation.
I'm happy, for example, to amend it so that it go both to executive and TTC.
I don't understand why the use of the decommissioned surplus property is going to the TTC. If you could explain that to me, I would have my clarification.
So the original motion was going to the TTC, and that the TTC does need to make decisions, that it needs that information going to the board about connecting people from McCowan to Scarborough Town Centre. It needs that information to make those decisions, but it doesn't have to unilaterally or exclusively go to the TTC. I do get your point that it's also helpful to go to exec.
Okay, I'm not going to belabor this because my colleague has a suggested fix.
Question.
As it's written, I can't support it.
We're not close to
question to the mover.
The information
Councillor
going to lots of places.
Perks.
If I could just have the motion up to help me with my question. So I think the confusion comes from the underlying portion. I take your point that the TTC board needs to be informed and that they can generate some relevant information. Yeah. The problem is that it reads as if they also conduct a public consultation. That's right. So if we could insert something after relevant information to, and then put in inform the city's public consultation.
Yes, this is the city's consultation. I want to be clear about that.
You made it better.
Thank you.
Perks,
Thank you. That was my concern.
Can you
That's my only concern. I want that to be
amendment to it, or it is friendly?
Very delightfully friendly, jovially friendly. Yes.
Okay, the clerk got it. Okay, she'll write it out and we'll look at it again, okay, in a minute. But speaking, Councillor Carroll, you are on next.
Thank you. Yes, I know that from my grilling just now and earlier questions and questions of the deputy, people probably think I'm totally against anything happening here. But Councillor Myers is right. I did move the original motion, but I'll tell you why I moved that original motion for Citizen Myers back in the day. There was great flexibility in everything he said that day. I want to say that again. There was great flexibility in everything Citizen Myers said that day. We were talking in the realm of like a farmer's market in the Ellesmere Station parking lot. Not a bad idea at all. I'd be looking at it from Fieldstone Common Seniors Home from my dad's room. I thought, that sounds like a great idea. There was lots of flexibility there. I have to be honest, I didn't hear that flexibility today. I didn't hear it. I heard highline, 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 highline. And if we're talking about the highline, you'd better get a lawyer and set up your conservancy right now because we can't afford it. Funny thing about the highline, it's right smack dab in the middle of Manhattan. So they very easily raised $150 million just to get started. Every year, it costs $11.5 million to run, of which the city puts in $5 million because it is a city park, and the Conservancy raises $6.5 million annually from supporters like David Byrne and Kevin Bacon and his wife and Diane Furstenberg and all of her kids and Barry Diller, even whether they're living together or not. Wow. There's a lot of money goes into the Highline. I don't think where this Highline is, I don't think there's money in them there hills in that magnitude. But there is if you start to look at other things. The goods line in Sydney, Australia is not elevated. They took down the elevated portion when they realized the cost and did a beautiful thing at ground level. Beautiful. And it has done the same thing. Increased land values made for some brilliant planning development. It's a brilliant thing and you should look at it. The St. Thomas Elevated Park, you couldn't spend a better summer evening than to sit on that bridge in St. Thomas. And that's 2 hours away. Just get in your car and go there. We could rent a bus and go down there and have a look at it. But I've just named two perfect examples. And like the Highline, they're not city reliant. They are reliant on their conservancies or whatever you want to call those not-for-profits that run them. And so it has to be in the early conversation. I was very glad to hear that from SCRO, that when they hold their charrette, governance and funding and fundraising is going to be early in the conversation, because I know that Scarborough always likes to bite off more than it can chew. You're right. And they never take on the easy route. They take on the hard route. But what I despair of in Scarborough, and I consider myself to be a champion of Scarborough too, because guess what? I'm a city councillor. I'm a champion of every square inch of it. Every square inch of it. Probably a little more so because my family lived so many years in Scarborough. But I have to say, they need to have flexibility and realistic expectations from the get-go, and know that if you're signing on to do something, it's not going to be gifted to you or taken away from you, and therefore you just say another thing has been taken away. We're all going to have to roll up our sleeves. Everyone who wants this better be ready to roll up their sleeves, because the city simply, they do have a lot of big projects that aren't funded yet. We have reserves of $13 billion against $45 billion worth of commitments. And so that charrette has to open with, this is a project for Scarborough, by Scarborough, and we're all gonna roll up our sleeves. And if we do, the city's gonna be there to support us, and I dare say we'll be contributing. But it has to be a contribution, not a, we wanted this thing and you didn't do it, so we got robbed. It really has to be different this time, or I'm going to be saying, this is what I said in December 2024, when that day comes.
LRT. Sorry.
Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor McAlphy, sorry, Deputy Mayor McAlphy.
Thank you. So first, I just want to come back to, this is actually a good problem to have, right? Because I think we get into the weeds and we start in the discussions and we start diving in, but this is a good problem to have, that we are going to one day have surplus lands, because we will have a subway that will allow us to get around Scarborough, and it will free up this corridor. So let's always kind of ground ourselves in that kind of positivity. I think it's important. The second is that it's a good thing because we have residents and community organizations that are excited. That's also a good thing. So things are starting to coalesce and look very promising. But I think what's missing, and part of why I'm glad that Councillor Matlow and Myers moved that amendment to have some information come forward in Q1, is a little bit of grounding in expectation and what's on the table and what's off the table. And I think that the earlier we can start to kind of all come to an understanding of that, the more successful we'll be in what the vision can be and the possibilities that are possible in the corridor. Because right now, it's all hypotheticals. Everything's all hypotheticals, this, that, who owns this, who owns what, what's this legal requirement, what's possible, what does it cost to keep the structure up versus what does it cost to pull the structure down. So again, I think it's great that everybody's so excited. I think it's great that you know, there's many champions on council, Councillor Myers, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley. Early on, I think I seconded one of your motion, Councillor Matlow, and everybody's on and excited with what can happen in this corridor. And it's good that people are prepared to have a really hard conversation about it too. And I asked the deputant, thank you, Jim, but you know, are you prepared to talk about priorities? And priorities are a hard discussion to have because we want housing, and we want social infrastructure, and we want cycling, and we want greenways, and we all kinds of things that we want. But how do we prioritize what can happen in the limited amount of space that we have in the city? And so it's good that we're all willing to roll up our sleeves and have that important conversation. But again, I just want to come back to, this is a good problem to have, and I think we lose sight of that. So I leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add my voice to this, and we'll be supporting the motion before us. And thanks to my colleagues for the collaborative work to get to a good motion, and to staff, of course, for the work, and to the community members for your work and your advocacy as well. As we've been having this discussion, I was getting flashbacks and anxiety about being a 15-year-old sitting to depute in front of this exact committee that I now have the privilege of sitting on, around a vision that we had for our community, around infrastructure that we needed to support ourselves and our neighbors. And while we did not get ultimately to the full-service community center that we were fighting for, we were able to get a lot of small wins along the way. We were able to build community in a beautiful way, and we were able to learn better about our voices and how best to utilize them as part of this really complicated democratic process that we have. And at that time, we unfortunately did not have a champion on council. We didn't have anybody really championing us in that moment. But here we are, and that was a big part of what motivated me to run for office and to be around this table. And I'm excited about the enthusiasm that I hear from my colleague, Councillor Myers, and I'm encouraged to hear about his journey as well, having been an advocate at this table to move this kind of a project forward, and now gets to sit and champion it on the other side of the table. And I think it's important for us as a city to continue to keep in mind what these kinds of opportunities bring to us, just going through that visioning, understanding, and yes, having realistic expectations and really managing that well with community, but encouraging community to have a sense of pride in the place that they call home, and have a vision for the city that they want to continue to invest in and be part of. And this is a great, I think, opportunity for a lot of that kind of magic to happen in a community building, community engagement type of format. So I am encouraged about the vision and the work and the dedication of the local residents. I know that will be a very long road and a lot of tough conversations, but I think if you can see it, you can dream it, you can achieve it, right? And as corny as it is, I never thought sitting as a young girl today that I would even see my name on this and be able to do this kind of work at the city. So go Scarborough, go. From all the way out in the West End, we wish you all luck and we'll continue to do what we can. And the last thing I just want us to be grounded in is we make a lot of commitments across the board on all the things, but we also, I think, have, as city builders, have a responsibility to think about the next 7 generations and what we want to leave behind for them. And this is the kind of legacy project that I could see serving Scarborough incredibly well long into the future. So thank you guys so much.
From Etobicoke to Scarborough. Okay, Councillor Ainsley, your last speaker on the last item. Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very I'm very happy to support the recommendations before us. You know, Councillor Carroll mentioned earlier about how long it took to build the High Line in New York City, from when they started envisioning it, fundraising, conservancy, to when they got it done. So I'm not naive. I don't expect something like this is gonna happen overnight, but you know, it's something in Scarborough, and I want to thank Jim and the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization and students from University of Toronto Scarborough for their endless enthusiasm for Scarborough. They come from all over the city, the GTA, outside it. They're in Scarborough. They see the potential in Scarborough, what we can do there. And this is an example of that. When I talk to people all the time as a Scarborough councillor, and you know, the SRT is done, and they say, you know, councillor, what's going to happen? What are you doing with the SRT? You have a huge swath of land. And we started having discussions about a multi-use trail. And, you know, once in a while I would mention the High Line in Manhattan because I visited, and I thought, you know, we can replicate this in Scarborough. And other times when I mention a multi-use trail, other people are like, no, we can do much better. They mention like Australia and St. Thomas. I get the High Line mentioned. But, you know, we have such a huge swath of land. Business owners that I've talked to, they've said the same thing to me, you know, like, thank God the SRT is gone. You know, I talk about where we want to use it as a bus rapid transit line. And then they're like, what are you going to do after that? There's so much potential there. Everybody in Scarborough sees the potential. And I agree with them. I want to support them. I get very few people that are negative about this when it's brought up or when it's raised. So I'm once again, we've had, you know, Councillor Carroll had a motion, Deputy Mayor McKelvey and I had a notice of motion that was passed unanimous. 2 more notices of motion were done. So, you know, I'm gonna call it progress, and I'm gonna vote again for what's before us today. And let's keep this moving forward and find the means and the wherewithal to get this built. Thank you.
Seeing no other speaker, we have Councillor Matlow's motion on behalf of Councillor Myers. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. I have a motion for, item as amended. Thank you. All those in favor? Record a vote. Okay, record a vote. As amended? Okay. Councillor Matlow, McKelvey, Molly, Perks, Ainsley, Carroll, and Fletcher, your hands up. Okay. Ciao. Thank you. Motion carried. Motion to adjourn. Thank you so much. It's almost 8 o'clock. My God. You folks must be hungry.